Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, I know one of them. Oh, okay. I think that's one of the biggest ones. I think it's the last one. Do we have any minutes? I don't think we do.
We're gonna change the term. We call it hours.
The hours, yeah. Days.
Move to approve the hours of
Yeah, right.
not minutes anymore.
Right. Yeah, they're no minutes, they're hours. As soon as she's ready.
Okay.
You ready?
I was.
When she looks up, she gives me the nod.
Derek has to run to the boys'
Go ahead,
room.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch?
I got alerted to the baby's name. I was gonna text him. I was like, no,
Just about a full house.
No. They sold tickets.
He's smart enough to know.
I'm sure somebody told him.
I'm not seeing Kelly Gilmore. All I want to know is all these people are on the street and how do we show up?
I can't believe Lady Rich is in there. 20.
You believe it. Oh my God.
Pasco.
Sort of
Up and down. He said that they're doing it there. Having the floor open and just putting pipes and
Yeah. All that time. Just sitting there waiting for stuff to
it's
close.
not even 1 hour, it's all hours.
Right. So they turned his current back in. I don't know what they're gonna do. It's crazy.
She what?
Yes, there was an article in the Tampa Bay Times about the discussion we had.
Organized chaos. Seems like it. Yeah, I didn't have one yet.
I am a member of the city.
All right.
I have my power.
Yeah.
You don't?
I told him we were going to put you to the test, Chuck. We were going to have him pull everyone except one out of there and see how quick you get the meeting done.
Where's your friend Chris Williams at?
Oh, no. Yeah, let's take a
You gotta
recess.
put him, David, you gotta put him on strings.
I can figure that one out.
Okay.
But I don't have PhD.
Okay, I guess we're good.
He's got something else going on. Another meeting or something.
You can introduce that person first.
He said he was going to Hawaii 1st of October.
Yeah.
Ryan
Hawaii to
Kawala.
Dade.
Ryan Kawala.
Those islands.
I don't know who that is.
Or our speaker's chair isn't vacant.
I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Thank you for coming today. I'd like to start with a moment of silence and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mr. Jamie Girardi.
Here.
Mr. Derek Pontlitz.
Here.
Mr. Peter Hensel.
Here.
Mr. John Moody.
Here.
Mr. Christopher Poole.
Here.
Mr. Richard Tonello and representing Chris Williams.
Here.
And Chairman Charles Gray.
Here. And proof of publication, please.
The items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on September 6, 2023 and September 20th, 2023.
Okay, since we have no minutes to approve, but first of all, let me just tell you about the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the Board of County Commissioners and we meet twice monthly. We serve as a local planning agency and we hold public hearings and transmit to the Board of County Commissioners recommendations on comprehensive plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezonings, and conditional use requests. Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, certain appeals, variance requests, and certain alternative standard requests. However, final decisions may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. If anyone is in opposition to any development code amendment, rezoning, conditional use, or any item where we transmit a recommendation to the County Commission, it's important for you to attend the appropriate County Commission meeting. And for those of you who are not familiar with the format, we have 3 sections. We typically have continuances, and it's been our custom to allow continuances if requested by the applicant or the staff on any item, and I think we have a few of them today. And we have consent items usually, and those are items that we have not heard any objection on. We'll go through those one at a time. If there's anything on consent that you'd like to have heard, as I go through, just raise your hand and we'll have it pulled for discussion. And then we have regular items. Those are the items that will be fully vetted today, and everybody will have a chance to get up and speak and ask their questions and get their answers. And so those are the regular items. Applicants will have 3 minutes to make their presentation, and the questioners will have 3 minutes to stand up and ask their questions or state their objections. And following the presentation, the applicants will have 5 minutes then to get up and respond to the questions that were raised by the people in the audience. If there's been a request at least 24 hours prior to this meeting in writing for additional time, it may have been granted, and I think we had 1. Is that right, Denise?
You've granted 3 for P5, P6, and AP 11.
Okay. All right, so if most of you probably have phones, this is a good time to silence it, please. Put it on silent so it doesn't ring when somebody's speaking. And before we start the meeting, we want to open the meeting for public comment on any items not appearing on the agenda. So if you want to speak on an item not on the agenda, this is the time to do it. There is an item that would appear to be on our agenda today, but it isn't on the agenda for comment. So if you want to comment on it, I want you to do it now instead of at the end. So it's the Greater Luchi Plan presentation. Anybody want to speak on that?
Hello, my name is Lisa Moretti, and I live off of Nolan Road here in Dade City.
Okay, what's your address?
16331.
Okay, and since you're going to give testimony, let's go ahead and swear everybody in. Anybody that plans to give testimony today, if you'll stand, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
So help me God.
Under penalty of perjury, of course.
I'm sorry?
Under penalty of perjury. Okay, go to it.
Great. So I'm really happy to see that the Greater Luchi Plan is coming forward. I think that the county invested in some significant time, money, and energy in asking residents what they wanted out there. I think that's really important. I have looked at the draft plan online. I was really happy to see that the consultant group seemed to really listen to what the residents were asking for, which was to stay rural, be part of the rural overlay, as they have been. I am concerned, though, that I see things in there that look a little high density and a little over ambitious in bringing more and more development in, and also working to slowly gut the northeast rural area. When you start bringing in your water and your sewer and all that good stuff that makes us rural because we're on well and septic, well and septic, then you start to negate the reason that we have a rural overlay. And I'm very concerned about that part. I'm also a little concerned about it being non-binding when we've invested so much time and money. Why would we go through all those hoops to then have something that we aren't going to hold our feet to the fire on? So I would hope that you would consider those things, and I would also ask that maybe you could put some teeth into the Greater Luchi Plan.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? I think you asked for 30 seconds, right?
No, I did not. Also, this isn't necessarily about the Luchi Plan. Are you still going to let me speak?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Nancy Hazewood,
Time's up.
34110. A nice place, Dade City. Okay, so first off, I got to receive and file.
A motion? I have a motion.
Second.
Can I ask what we're receiving and filing? What is this? What are you asking us to receive and file?
I'm going to explain that, but I thought I could explain that while I'm handing it out.
I just don't like them receiving and filing a document they have no idea what
Okay,
it
this is a document, not a document actually. It's what we came up with, Jennifer Sini in particular, when we first started the Northeast Rural Area Plan that reminds you of what Northeast Rural is.
Okay.
Can we receive and file, please, sir?
I'm fine with you.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Can you please
Okay.
hand it down?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank
And are
you.
you going to remind us?
Yes.
Since
That's it.
there's probably only one.
So, that said, I think it's timely with the new plan coming up. But I watched the Planning Commission when you went over the 2050 update last time you met, and Mr. Goldstein was saying we did not want to pay higher taxes. But he didn't say what those higher taxes were for, at least I didn't get it if he did. And if he's saying that we don't want to pay higher taxes for infrastructure, for the sprawl that's going on with thousands of houses, he's right. But we would like to be, in the Northeast Rural Area Plan, actually asked if we would pay higher taxes to preserve Northeast Rural. I don't think it's going to cost as much as other places. And if we could partner with the county and make sure that we've got a strong rural plan that doesn't go south when the developers are drooling all over it, we'd appreciate it. But that's all I've got to say. Is that
That's
12
it?
seconds?
Yeah, that's more than 30. Boy, I was generous. Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak on something that's not on today's agenda?
Or item P12.
Or P12, which is what we just talked about.
Mr. Chair, I do have Margaret St. James that has signed up to speak for general public comment.
Okay? She's on
She's here in
WebEx?
person, according to.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret St. James, 37202 can you hear me? Sandra Avenue, Zephyr Hills, 33542. I want to speak on behalf of a friend of mine. There was an article in the September, I believe it was 28th or 26th Tampa Bay Times called "Pasco Residents Want Rural Character, Natural Resources, Not Rampant Growth." And my friend wrote a letter to the editor, which was published in the newspaper following that article. She could not be here today, so I'm reading this letter for her. My parents moved to East Pasco County in 1965, and I came in 1978. We have been voting and telling our elected officials that we want to keep the rural character of Pasco since we've been here. The powers that be don't listen. And this is a quote from that article: "People can't buy those 40-foot lots fast enough," end quote. They aren't the current residents of Pasco. They want cheaper housing no matter what it does to the area. Planning Commission Chairperson Charles Gray says that we don't understand where the money to run the county comes from. Maybe if we retained our rural atmosphere, we wouldn't need so much money for increased schools, roads, police presence, etc. And I thought the taxes and impact fees from all the development were supposed to pay for the increased public needs. Your vote matters. Please look long and hard at where you place development. We are stuck with the results. And that was from Fern Williams of Zephyr Hills. And I see I have a little bit more time, so I'm going to read a couple of comments that have been on social media. These are not from left-wing tree hugger kind of sites. They're from like the Zephyr Hills community sites. This is from Lorraine. The planners build first, create traffic jams, and then 10 years down the road, upgrades and additions are planned. Meanwhile, we all have to live through the traffic and overbuilding. And when are they going to finish the 5241 intersection and lane expansions? Enough already. By the time we finish, we will need 4 lanes in both directions. Here's another comment from someone named Regina. We overdeveloped and underplanned for the increase in number of students coming into the community. There's only so many schools. Infrastructure is not in place to handle this. And here's one from Janae. OMG, when is the madness going to stop? WTF? I'll never understand people who like these HOA subdivisions. They look more like prison compounds. They are built with the cheapest labor in a bidding war. They all look alike. They have no character, no charm. They're priced like mansions and built like paper dollhouses. And I only have 5 more seconds. This is your opportunity to do it right. Once it's built, it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can we check on WebEx, because there are 3 people on here that I'm not, or 4 people that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
So
sure.
can I call their names?
Yes, please.
Mr. James Shannon, are you here to speak on public comment on something that is not on today's agenda, or on item AP12, APC 12? Also, someone by the name of Aaron. Aaron, are you here to speak on something that is not on today's agenda, or item APC 12? Thank you. You're the applicant? Okay, thank you. Last person is Tia. Tia, are you here to speak on public comment or on item AP 12? Tia? Tia, can you please unmute yourself? Are you here to speak on something that is not on today's agenda, on public comment or on item AP 12? Okay, she's not answering, but she does have she has been promoted and does have the ability to unmute herself.
Okay,
So we'll just move her back to
okay,
the area. Thank you.
that's fine. So is there anything else, anybody else would like to speak on something that, you know, I just want to, I don't want my comment to be mischaracterized. I think what I said in terms of the money for the county was, the county has no money. The county's money is our money. So when you ask the county, when you want things done, you have to be willing to pay for them. It's the only place they're going to get the money is from us. So the county has no money unless it comes from us. That was what I said. So
And I'd like to make it clear that when they buy those homes on the 40-foot lots, and I don't personally like them, in fact, I've been one of the guys that's been the biggest opponent of that, then they are residents. And they do get the right to vote, and they get to participate, and they get to decide on what happens. And I noted that the person you were speaking for didn't say they were born here. They came here from somewhere else too, just like almost everybody else in this room.
Does one need to be born here to?
Ma'am, you can't.
you can't speak from there. You had your chance to speak. Yeah, no, let me just answer that. No, no one has to be born here. But the point is that at what point do you say, I'm sorry, you can't come here. You can't live in Florida. At what point do you do that? At what point do you tell somebody they can't use their property the way they want to use it when they pay taxes on it? You haven't paid taxes on it. You've benefited from it. So let's be a little clear thinking in this regard. So, okay. And
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Planning Commission members, Denise Hernandez, Planning and Development. The first item is PC1, which is PDD 247744. It's a zoning amendment in the name of Dawood Hani and Niamatod Nermeen. The item is a request to continue the item to the November 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
okay, is the applicant present? Is there anyone here to object? Okay, I see no one. Have a motion?
Motion to continue?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, next.
Following item is PC2, PDD 247669, a zoning amendment in the name of Hamilton Oaks MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, Stephanie V. Benson, William D. Brown, and others. The request is to continue the item to the November 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
All right, is that applicant present? Okay, anyone here to object? Okay, no comment from the applicant, right? You good? Okay, motion?
Motion to continue?
Second.
Motion and second, further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Following item is PC3. On this item, you're sitting as a local planning agency, PDD 240040. It's for an ordinance amendment to the Dade and Harold Villages Pasadena Hill Stewardship District. Comes to you with a recommendation to continue the item to the November 2nd, 2023 LPA meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Okay. Is the applicant present? Anyone here to object?
I think the applicant's the county.
Yeah, the county is the applicant.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is there anyone here to object? If not, can I hear a motion?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry, item PC4 is PDD 240039, and you're also sitting as a local planning agency on this item. It's for a modification to the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan for the Dade and Harold Villages of Pasadena Hills District. And it comes to you with a recommendation to continue the item to the November 2nd, 2023 local planning agency at 1:30 in Dade City. And the county is the applicant on this one.
Okay. All right. Is anyone here to speak on this one or object? If not, can I hear a motion?
Motion to continue?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Mr. Chair, we're going to move on to item P7. P7 is PDD 240010. It's an appeal of the Planning and Development Director approval of a site plan. The applicant has requested a continuance to the November 2nd, 2023 Planning Commission meeting at 1:30 in Dade City. And as I understand, the owner of the property is in agreement with that continuance date.
All right, is the applicant present? Okay, anyone here to object?
Mr. Chair, if you could just ask if anybody wants to speak to the item at all. It was not noticed as a continuance.
Okay.
So if somebody's here that cannot make the continuance date, this would be their chance to speak.
All right, so is there anyone here that came to speak on item P7? I see no one.
And for the record, I do have someone on WebEx, but it's actually the applicant who has agreed to, who's asking for the continuance.
I'm sorry, it's actually who?
The person who I have on WebEx is the applicant who has agreed to the continuance.
Okay, great. Okay, so any further discussion of the continuance? Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, we're going to move on to item P6, which is going to be heard together with AP9, and Gavin Covey will be presenting that to you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Gavin Covey, Planning and Development. Just while we're getting that set up.
So just so I'm clear, Gavin, you're going to go ahead and present. So we're going to open the public hearing for PC6 and AP9 at the same time. Present both items.
Yeah, so I'll start off with P6 and then I'll do AP9 afterwards. So the MPUD first and then followed by the development agreement.
Okay, so to be clear, that means the members of the public, if you want to, after he's done the presentation, if you want to comment on PC6 or AP9, we're going to basically consolidate those two public hearings. You need to vote on them separately, but
yeah,
we'll take public comment on both.
Okay.
All right. So this is PDD 247607, the Wildcat Bales CC MPUD. And so this is a zoning amendment from ER, Estate Residential District, to a Connected City Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for 1,275 multifamily dwelling units, 155,000 square feet of retail, 150,000 square feet of office, 250,000 square feet of medical office, 365,000 square feet of hospital, and 250 hotel rooms on approximately 176 acres. And this is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of McKendree Road and Overpass Road. So this is the site location within the county, the location within Connected City. And then here is a location map within the special planning areas within Connected City. It is in both the South Innovation Zone and a part of the business core. Here's an aerial. Here's the zoning of the property. Here's the future land use. Here's a picture of the master plan. It is segregated into 3 separate parcels, the Wildcat parcel, the Bales parcel, and then a flex parcel. And so the applicant is requesting 3 variations from the Land Development Code. The first is from section 522.9.p.2. This is a provision within specifically the Connected City Land Development Code. And so within the Connected City Land Development Code, residential projects that are 4 or more stories shall provide a usable open space of not less than 5% of the acreage of the parcel on which the building is situated. The applicant is requesting that the previous mentioned provision be applied to 3-story residential projects instead of 4. And then the next one is from section 805.6. This is to allow for parcels under single ownership to retain responsibility for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas. And the last is section 402.5.d. This section of the code requires there be a 100-foot distance between a school, place of worship, or park for the sale of alcohol. And so here are the variation analysis. So section 522.9.p.2 intends to provide flexibility for multifamily units by calculating park space based on the building footprint rather than the number of units. The developer will at minimum provide 5% of the acreage of the parcel as park space and program the park to accommodate social gatherings and passive open space. This is kind of a mirror of the normal parks variation that is approved. It's just kind of included in Connected City. Instead of the 4-story buildings, they want the 3-story buildings, basically. The next, section 805.6, parcels under single ownership, such as the apartment complex, may act as a responsible entity for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas instead of a CDD or HOA. And section 402.5.d, MPUD is a mixed-use development, walkable features, and compact development. So we're going to need some flexibilities in where they're allowed to sell alcohol. This doesn't prohibit them from, they still need to provide the administrative use permit for 402.5.d. And this is coming with a recommendation of approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to go directly into the development agreement?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so this is PDD 240018, the Wildcat Bales Development Agreement. Surprise, it's the same location map and the location in Connected City. And then here's just a brief overview of the Connected City Master Roadway Plan. It is that, let's see if I can, wants to work. That southern portion near 75, that is the road that is going to be built. It is Boyette on the Master Roadway Plan, but it is McKendree existing. And so this development agreement is to set forth the terms and conditions for the developer to design, permit, and construct certain roadway improvements, including floodplain compensation, wetland mitigation, drainage, retention associated with the McKendree-Boyette road segment. So here's the proposed typical. There's 150 BB in the Connected City Master Roadway Plan. This is not the final typical for the entire district, but this is what the developer is responsible to build. Here's the final roadway typical. This is what they're providing wetland mitigation, floodplain mitigation for. They're providing the mitigation for the final typical. So in exchange for designing, permitting, constructing the McKendree road segment, the developer will be entitled to transportation development fee credits. These credits can be used against roadway, bicycle, and pedestrian portions of the Connected City mobility fees and surcharges, but not against the strategic intermodal system or transit portions of the fees. And they have to build out the required infrastructure for the service-ready site acreage before any credits are issued from the county. And this also comes with a recommendation of approval.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions from up here? All right.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby PA, 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn. If we can get my PDF up, that would be great. That's P6. Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. This is a unique MPUD that you have in the Wildcat Bales project. It's a combination of two separate developments using the same MPUD to help satisfy the infrastructure requirements for Connected City. As you all will remember from other matters in Connected City, in order to earn the development fee credits for the construction of the roadway structure that's contemplated by the Master Roadway Plan in Connected City, you have to do a service-ready site. The site that we're dealing with is it's between 3/4 of a mile and 1 mile long. And the southern portion of the site, as you can see on this map, I know the north is following along the interstate there, and I can point to it in a minute, but the objective here is we believe it's more important in this location to take advantage of having the non-residential uses right at the overpass and 75 location. And so way before I got involved in this project, the two developers decided with the county to work together to create one MPUD to help build the roads, deal with the new utility infrastructure that would be required, and to have one specific service-ready site acreage within the Wildcat site. Now, if we can go to my PDF, that would be great. While they're doing that, the southerly portion of the site that's owned by Wildcat Groves, if we can scan down a bit or resize it. Okay, so you can see along 75, because this is now tilted north-south the way it normally is on a map, the southerly portion of the site is in the South Innovation Zone and is where the Wildcat Grove site is. That site has been designated as employment center for many years and is anticipated to have some of the most important acreage in the site for employment generation, and was designated with employment center so that it would have the most intense employment generating opportunities and high density residential to go along with it so that people can live in proximity to the jobs that are being created. After the parties started working together on it, the original developer of the Wildcat Groves site, which was going to be mainly a retail site, fell out of contract, and that deal died and went away. And we're very lucky to say that my client came onto the scene, who's the contract purchaser of the Wildcat Grove site, and it's 110 acres. And I can't say the name today, but it's a very reputable specialty hospital that I believe will be a tremendous asset to our community, in addition to being a great employer. And you'll probably be hearing in the days to come who it is, and everybody I think will be very excited about the opportunity. As you heard from staff, we have to build the new McKendree Road up to the site. It's highly likely that there will be one segment of it that will be 4 lanes starting at Overpass Road, and it will transition down to 2 lanes along the north part of the site. The north part of the site, maybe we can go to the next slide now. You can go on one further because that's the master roadway plan. This is just giving you what the area is designed to do in the connected city overlay. And as you see on here, in the South Innovation Zone, you're supposed to have high density multifamily residential, and it specifically calls out having healthcare, public services, and those kind of employment generating uses. And that's what we're bringing to the market today. We realize that that is a transition from the very rural area that exists out there today. But I want to say for this project and the one you're going to hear next, that it's important for the people who live in the area to understand that Pasco County was directed by the state of Florida to create this connected city area in 2015. And the county subsequently adopted policies in 2017 that created this series of regulation, and the state felt it so important that they wanted the county to shorten or truncate the approval process to bring this kind of development to the market. They knew that the area between 52 and Overpass, because at that point they knew the county had determined that the new overpass interchange was going to be built, and that we needed to do everything we could to take advantage of the employment opportunities and to try to concentrate higher density housing in close proximity to those areas to serve it, so that people aren't driving 10 miles away to work in these locations. And that's evident when you look at the enabling statute. Just, if I might move on, I think I have 1 or 2 more slides. And we're going to reserve the balance of our time. Just jump 1 back if you would. To give the Planning Commission a sense of how the connected city plans were done, if you'll see that highlighted area, there's a financial plan, a master roadway plan, and other enabling documents that foresee the construction of, and all of Connected City, 26,000 multifamily units. Now, at first glance, that seems extremely troubling, but I want the Planning Commission to understand that when we say multifamily in the Connected City context, that does not mean apartments. That includes townhouses, duplex, and a variety of other attached housing. What the Connected City plan was trying to do in these areas was avoid a mass of single-family detached housing, because again, we're trying to get the employees in close proximity to the employment. That's the whole plan, that's what it's based around. And on this site, that's what the employment center concept for Wildcat Groves was based on. Next slide will show you, if we can go to that you saw last month, and the board has now transmitted a comp plan amendment to get rid of sub-area policies that previously covered the Wildcat Groves property. And the reason why they're doing that is those policies would have limited the amount of employment on the Wildcat site, and we don't want to do that. We want to take advantage of it. We want this hospital, the medical office building, and the limited other uses that are going to be on the site. That's what the county's priority is stated to have been for this site for quite some period of time, and that's what we're trying to fulfill. Now, when you saw the master plan, you did see the Bales site, which is part of the development. It's the northern 40 acres, and we do know we're in conversations with one of the neighbors in that area, and Christy Barrero with Height Design represents that property owner, and she can answer questions that are specific to that site and the compatibility with the neighbors going north. Our uses are primarily to the south of that on the Wildcat Grove site, and it's not anticipated at this time that the northern probably 1,000 feet of the Wildcat Groves will have any significant uses. It channels down to a very small area, and that's anticipated where the new McKendree Road is going to go. So with that, we'll reserve the balance of our time. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. I know that we have some members of the public here, and Christy and I and our teams. I have folks from Clearview Land Design working with me on Wildcat, and Christy and her client are here on behalf of the Bales folks. So I appreciate it.
Okay, any questions from the guys?
I do, Clark, and apologize because I didn't have the time to review this before we talked the other day. So I noticed that there is a discrepancy between the entitlements that were studied under the timing and phasing.
Yep, right.
And what's being asked for.
That's right. So yeah, let me explain that. So when the hospital user emerged, the MPUD was almost to the point of coming to the Planning Commission about a year ago, and we are on a bit of a timeline to perform for the hospital. So what we've asked staff to do, there was already a land use equivalency matrix, and we've asked staff to allow us to use the old entitlements to convert them into the new entitlements, which are different than the original entitlements up in the section on the transportation to make the hospital work. I would tell you, even in that scenario, when you see what's on the hospital entitlements, right now it shows 725 multifamily units. I think it's highly, highly unlikely that we'd ever have anything like that, and the multifamily that we would have is more likely to be an attached tower that families might stay in when they have people in the hospital. And we will probably end up converting a significant amount of those type of entitlements to more medical office and hospital use over time. But we're going to probably have to do a new timing and phasing assessment after the MPUD is approved to make them match.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just speculating. A lot of the comments we're going to hear related to traffic, so I wanted to get in front of that issue for you.
Sure, and we expect it, but again, the one thing I would say to our neighbors is there is a plan that the county adopted, a master roadway plan for all of Connected City, and we're implementing that plan, and it was studied at great length to distribute the trips that these projects are going to create. And we're going to, if we have to build, because of the trips we create, if we have to build a 4-lane road all the way to our northern property boundary for our trips and to work with the system, that's what we're going to build, and that's what the plan foresees.
Clark, next question.
Yeah, of course.
So Clark, what going back to the comment you just made, for parcel B of Wildcat, which is your northernmost piece, it's a fairly narrow piece of property. Do you have any, has your client had any thoughts about what they're going to use that for?
It's highly speculative right now, but once the road gets built, David, and the amount of right-of-way that's required, there's not a lot of land left on that parcel as a standalone parcel to do anything. There's just not. I want to say the whole area is, I want to say 350 or 400 feet wide, and the right-of-way is, I believe, 150.
Can we put that site plan back
Yeah,
up?
if we can get the master plan
Everybody
up,
can see
that
it.
would be great.
Thank you.
Assuming it's flipping over to the staff.
In the meantime, does anybody else have a comment, a question?
Yeah, I had one quick question on the hospitals. My concern is the area there, not your area specifically, but it's close enough to the three areas I address. You have Advent Hospital, which is deep in Wesley Chapel. Then you have Bay Hill, which is
There's Baycare.
Bay
There's
Care.
3 hospitals in.
And then you have the third one coming over there with it's being built on the land. Will there, and you indicated your hospital is going to be a specialty one, you didn't quite clarify that. So my concern would be, will there be an overabundance of hospital beds? Because I know the Bay Care one is struggling at this.
It's a good question. Again, I wish I could say what the end user is here, but it's a unique specialty hospital that will not overlap with the other ones. There's only one such facility that I'm aware of in Central Florida. Anyway, hopefully this pointer will work now. Here we go. Okay. So what you're talking about is this area up in here, which is parcel B. And we don't have a final plan for that, David, but as I've told the neighbors who I've spoken to and staff, our primary objective on behalf of the hospital is the creation of a large building pad in this area so that we can build a hospital and a significant amount of medical office building. It's very speculative that the hospital would build something up in that area, and it's somewhat also dependent on what the roadway design is. As an example, within the last week or so, the new county engineer, Nick, has indicated that he might want us not to use the originally foreseen right-of-way for McKendree when we bring it to our northern boundary. So instead of maybe bringing it here, we might bring it over just to the right to the point where the old McKendree is. And that's something that the county will have to weigh in later. But if it does end up, curving over, you can't just draw a straight line or a more diagonal line the way this one is when you have an arterial roadway, which is what McKendree is. And if we were forced to smooth that out, it would take up a significant amount of that entire parcel. There may only be 3-4 acres of land there.
Yeah, I was mostly asking because of Bales' access. I wasn't clear whether they were planning to access off existing, the little piece that's going to connect to existing McKendree, or
we're working with them so that if the new McKendree doesn't directly abut their site, that there would be an easement to get to the new McKendree. But again, that will have to be worked out during the design with the county about where is the road going to go, left or right, and if it goes right, what's the curvature of the roadway, and we'll have to figure out how the connections would work so it creates a safe environment at the time.
Okay, so realistically, that land is going to be either roadway or maybe drainage or something related to the roadway.
I can tell you again, we can't make a hard commitment today, but from the hospital's perspective, we are not spending a great deal of our time contemplating uses in that area. We don't think it's big enough, and we're focusing on trying to create a large pad down in the red area. That's where our uses are going to go.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, who would like to come up first?
Mr. Chair, do you want me to go down the list?
Yeah, that's
Well,
probably the
before,
easiest way.
before we hear from the public, since there's actually two developers, does, Christie, did you want to say anything as the applicant? I'll wait. Okay.
No takers? No comments?
So this was on regular, was there?
Yeah, so I have a few people that have signed up to speak. If you
Oh,
want to go
okay.
down the list, I can do that. And then I have someone also on WebEx.
Okay, let's do
Okay, so the first person who signed up to speak is Jim Marinari.
There you go. Thought we lost you.
Good afternoon. Jim Marinari. I live at 30409 Elam Road, right smack in the dab of two of our items that we're talking about today. My concern is that with the connected city, it was supposed to be an overarching kind of plan to tie in everything that was being built. Nobody that lives out here or believes that there's no building that's ever going to go on. And obviously with Epperson and everything else that's been built, it's come to fruition. However, the concern is that each of these parcels are being considered, and they kind of, jibe with the connected city plan, but they don't. And then they come and they make adjustments and amendments and requests and variances. And in the end, what happens is you've got unfulfilled potential or promises that were made in conjunction with this. One of the main concerns is the transportation plan, the walkability, the bikeability, the alternative transportation methods. Everybody's got, oh, this is what we're going to do, and it doesn't get done. For instance, on another agenda item, they're saying, well, we can't connect. It's just the way it is, or they're requesting not to. In this particular one, and respectfully, I suggest that parcel B that we're talking about, that they dedicate it as a memorial to our quality of life. And we can go over there and say, okay, this is what we used to have, is a little bit of open space. My development is Lakeside Estates. We are smack dab in the middle of two of these portions that are being developed, and they're very intense. The chart that was shown concerning the not the requirements.
Yeah, a minute.
1 minute. Not the requirements, but the potential and permitted uses. Those are at your discretion for rezoning. These are suggestions and options that can be done. The urban core is to the north of this parcel that we're speaking about right now. That is where the bulk of the density population was supposed to go in this plan. Alongside and to the north, some of which is already being developed, is the economic portion of the connected city plan. This here is the density, the intensiveness of the use, considering that none of the roads have been built. None is, and they're talking about stopping at the end of their property. Well, how do you connect to the north with the roads being stopped right there? So what we're suggesting is it's going to be built, let's do the infrastructure and go on.
Okay, thank you.
Next person signed up to speak is Jane Graham.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. My name is Jane Graham. I'm an attorney and I represent Tanya Riddlesworth and Patrick Gant. I believe that my client is on the line as well, and if possible would like to speak right after me. And we did request extra time, but I understand that was denied. My client lives at 8734 McKendree Road, which is the parcel that is directly north to the Bales parcel. I have this printed out. Unfortunately, I don't have it on the screen. This is a 5-acre parcel.
Do you have something that you can put up there so everybody can see?
Right, so my client's property is that one, and actually what would probably be better is to show a larger scheme of things where it is. As you can see, all of, a number of these parcels are larger parcels, and the zoning that my client's property is on is AR, which has, it's a minimum of 1 acre, and this is currently zoned as a state residential, which is also minimum lot 1 acre. Now, here's the thing. I know that this is a connected city. It is within this designated situation. And what comes to mind for my client is something that actually Commissioner Waitman says often, which is, we know that development is coming, but it's a question of what is the timing and how are we protecting our rural neighborhoods through the process. My client has had some conversations with the developer of Bales. We actually had a good conversation this morning with Mr. Hobby and some of the other consultants. But there are a lot of unanswered questions, particularly about things like, what is the actual layout of the 550 multifamily homes on parcel B, which is the Bales parcel? And, if, for example, there was a park or some kind of other kind of buffer or stormwater that was, by my client's property, that would be very different than if they were going to say, oh, we're going to have a building of 300 apartments, 10 feet away. And so these are questions that are unanswered, and you do have conditions of approval that are attached to this, but we think that there's some work that needs to be done. I mean, my client wants to be constructive. We want to see, as far as the buffer. Now, there was some discussion of a fence, but that's not going to be enough to really protect my client from the overall compatibility. We urge you to give a deferral so that we can continue these discussions and make this the best type of property. As far as the Wildcat project and property, my client has no problem, and I think she and her neighbors in general are excited about being part of this connected city. It's innovation, sustainability, economic development. These are all good things, and they want to be part of this, but it's a question of timing and how and when and how this is done in a way that protects their property rights. There's also a question of the dirt road of McKendree, which is right by my client's property and access. If you look under 522 for the CCMPUD requirements, they do have issues of connectivity and saying that vehicular connectivity should be provided in a cohesive roadway system for both the neighborhoods within and non-residential areas. And that's something which we don't have that as a clear question. So we respectfully request that you defer this and that we can have further conversations to work these out.
Okay.
And
Any questions?
My client is... Well,
comments?
So do you have any, I guess you're proposing a continuance because you don't have any recommended additional conditions to address your concerns?
Well, we're recommending a continuance because the information isn't here as far as a general, a preliminary site plan or anything to know what is going to be built along my client's, the buffer. And I think that's where, if we were able to have further conversation.
This is hard to evaluate is, it's unclear, because you talk about a lack of interconnectivity, but then you also talk about you want a buffer. I'm not sure what you're really asking for.
Well, the
I don't know if the planning commission even knows what you're really asking for, but I clearly don't, because if you want interconnectivity between your parcel and their parcel, that's sort of inconsistent with having a buffer between the two of them.
Well, actually, Mr. Goldstein, it's the interconnectivity goes with the vehicular interconnectivity, and the reason why I raised that issue is about the issue of McKendree Road, and that currently it's still a dirt road. And so, as far as having interconnectivity of vehicles, you should look into the infrastructure of whether it can be currently supported. And I mean, as the MPUD, that is something that needs to be evaluated. As far as the buffers, that is something that is more of a pure planning discussion of saying, how far are the townhomes going to actually be from my client's property? Or is there going to be a park? Is there going to be some kind of stormwater treatment area? These are the types of things that we don't have the answers to, and I think if we were able to have further conversations, we hopefully would come to a solution and be able to, march forward with this type of thing.
So it's not difficult to envision apartments and townhomes. So what is it that you think would make your client happy? Are we talking about a 10-foot buffer, a 15-foot buffer, a 1,000-foot buffer? What is it they want?
I think that's something that we need to discuss further as far as the buffer, and not just the buffer, but the transition of, they talk about 550 multifamilies, and they haven't specified of that number how many are apartments, how many of them are townhomes, and that could be a significant question too, because you could have a line of townhomes versus an apartment building right by my clients, and so that's where that would make a huge difference.
How is your client affected by whether or not it's an apartment or a townhome? There's a building along, if there's a building along your client's property line, what difference does it make whether it's a townhome or an apartment? I'm not saying that maybe they're not to be buffering, but I'm trying to understand what type of buffer is it that you're looking for?
Well, I think it goes, and my client who is, she could speak more to this, but, as far as the character of her property, it's used as a single-family home and a farm. I mean, she has chickens on the property. She's, it's a lot of open space. And so it would make a large difference for her as far as her view. Right now, she looks outside and she sees green space. And as a property owner, she enjoys that view and being able to use it as an agricultural use. And so the question is, if you were able to have some kind of park or something that would not harm that type of use, or even if she decided to do some kind of more intensive agricultural use on her property, which she might, she would want to make sure she would be able to continue to do that.
Well, there's nothing, we're not taking her rights away if this is approved. She would still have the right to do that. And I can relate to that. I have chickens too.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to the overall compatibility though as well, of just, if there's a difference between, like a 1-story townhome or 2-story townhome, and if it's a 4-story apartment right on top of her, I mean, that goes to the view, that goes to the character. I mean, all of that is relevant.
So, David, on this condition 11, is that specific to this transition or this property boundary?
Give me a second, I gotta pull up the condition 11.
Type 2 landscape buffer, including a
6-foot high decorative masonry wall. So my comment on that is that there apparently has been significant.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of a unique condition, so it does imply that somebody was attempting to accommodate additional buffering on the north side.
Correct.
So yes, I do think it applies to this parcel. I don't know, Ms. Graham, have you reviewed condition 11?
Yes, I have, and my client, it's still not enough for her. I mean, I think one thing is the fence.
So what isn't enough? That's the question. So this says it's going to have a 6-foot high decorative masonry wall. We're not talking about a fence. And it's going to have a type 2 buffer, which is defined in the code. So what is it that is otherwise objectionable?
Well, I think on top of the 6-foot, she had requested 8 foot. So I mean, that's one thing.
Okay, so that's, thank you.
So that was 8 foot, but it does go, I mean, her concern really is of what is going to be, it's not just, the buffer, the open space, the green space, but knowing what is going to be on the other side of it. Is it going to be a high apartment? It's, and it goes to her view, and that's and her overall character and enjoyment. So it's, we do acknowledge that there had been some conversations ongoing. I mean, I think what she would tell you, and I would like you to hear from her, because she has been working on this for much longer when she had heard about it. But it's the number of units, even the density, the fact that this is, right on top of her property. And I think if there's just something in the overall configuration that might be able to be tweaked or changed, that's something that she would be more comfortable with. But I do defer to her. I mean, I know you do have her on, and I'd love her to be able to respond to that as well.
So can we go back to McKendree? I'm not sure what you're asking for. They are showing a connection to existing McKendree. Are you suggesting they pave north of their that connection? I'm not sure what you're asking for.
Right. So I think what the ask is, it's more of an observation as far as for an MPUD of what kind of existing infrastructure there is. That is an unpaved road right now, and we understand that there is going to be another large industrial complex just down the road, but my client has a concern that, this will be paved south of her, and then there's going to be this patch of unpaved road, and then there may be some traffic going between the two, and it's a question of timing of when is that going to be developed and how is that going to
Well, I mean, existing McKendree, as you see from the Connected City Plan, is not the future, because of the way existing McKendree has like a 90-degree curve, it's not the future. Extension of McKendree won't follow existing McKendree. It's going to go straight north. It's not going to go, so any pavement of that road would effectively be a throwaway improvement. There would be, that's not going to be the permanent road. So that's why I'm not asking, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I think that, that's something that, again, we think that being able to speak with the developer for a little bit more time to really clarify what Mr. Hobby had said today. He did mention that McKendree would be moved a little bit, which may actually impact my client's property, and we would just want further clarity on that.
Well, I guess the reason I'm confused is your client will be getting a brand new paved road down to a new interchange, and you're complaining that it won't be paved north of her property? Is that the complaint?
The complaint is that there will be people that are in this new development that are going to go north to the new development up north of her, and that because it's not paved, there's a concern about the timing of it, and that there could be traffic or access issues for her.
When that development happens north, they're going to have to make that connection south. If you develop a really high density area to the north of that property, they're going to have to connect to the south.
I think that the question...
There's a counter argument, which is that if you leave it dirt, less people are likely to use it. If you leave it as a dirt road, and most of the traffic, if they were going to go north, would either take Curly or the interstate. I don't know why they would, until the new McKendree gets built. I'm not sure why anybody would travel on this windy dirt road to get north. There may be a few cars. I just don't know. It seems unrealistic to me.
Well, I would defer to my client. I know that she's on the phone, and she would be able to answer more of her concerns as far as that and why it's the interconnection and the timing that is the concern and the question.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chair, do you want to hear from Ms. Riddlesworth, who's on WebEx? That's her client.
Yes, we can hear from her.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll promote her. Ms. Riddlesworth, would you please state your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
We need your name and address for the record and whether you've been sworn.
My name is Tanya Riddlesworth, and I live at 8734 McKendree Road, and yes, I've been sworn.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. As we've said, I live in the parcel directly adjacent to the Bales property on the north side with my husband and my 2 young kids. I'll start by saying the connected city could be a great concept, and if the goal is to improve the quality of life for current and future residents, as it says in the connected city plans, then we must build it mindfully while mitigating the effects to current residents so that we can set a good example for future connected cities. As a longtime resident of Wesley Chapel, I'm deeply troubled by the unanswered questions with this proposed rezoning for the following reasons. Number one, the proposed plan does not include sufficient road modifications, as we've been talking about, to two major roads, McKendree Road and Elam Road. McKendree, as you know, is a quiet dirt road. However, on the north end will be this new major industrial site with 2.5 million square feet of development and 100 acres of mixed-use development. And then this Bales property and Wildcat property will be just a mere 2 miles south of that on the other end of McKendree. The proposed rezoning plans to leave this middle section a dirt road, indefinite, even though this will be a major thoroughfare between two massive developments. As for Elam Road, the portion of Elam from Curly to Kenton is already in the process of being widened. The proposed plans leave Elam unchanged from Kenton to Boyette, but this portion of Elam contains a dangerous S-curve. Even though the speed limit is reduced to 10 miles per hour at this S-curve, and we have very little traffic up to now, there are still multiple accidents here every year. Number two, our schools are already over capacity, and this development could put one of the schools at up to 166% of capacity. Kirkland is slated to open next year as K through 8 with about 1,000 students capacity at first. But since this is a magnet school, you'll know that those students could come from any district, not just ours. Number three, the proposed multifamily homes are inconsistent with this rural farm area, which we've already mentioned. I'm also worried about the higher crime rate associated with multifamily neighborhoods. Number four, I'm very concerned about the impact to the surrounding rural homes due to the proposed helipad. And we have a lot of unanswered questions as to if this is going to affect our typical uses such as clay shooting and flying drones. I'm also disappointed in the waiver of the neighborhood parks and decreased parking spaces. I thought that the Connected City was to create communities that support a healthy lifestyle and create social gathering spaces, but this seems to go directly against those ideas. I urge you to please halt this proposed rezoning so that we can further discuss this with the developers and come up with a better plan that suits the Connected City and the current residents.
All right, anything else?
No, but I just want to speak to some of the questions that you guys were asking about the dirt road, if I could.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Go ahead.
So the dirt road, yes, great. You're paving up to my house. That doesn't change the fact that there's going to be tons of cars now on this dirt road. And might I point out that that new Nest Academy, when school gets let out and starts, so right when school gets let out and right when the school starts, there's a line of traffic of people going the dirt road route, not going around it as you think like, oh, why would anybody take that road? No, they don't. At least 75% of the people that attend Nest Academy take our road. And we've seen at least triple the traffic since then. You can see, like I said, when the school gets let out, lines of cars. Okay, so no, people are not going to go the other way. We're on a dirt road, and there could be more accidents. I've got kids that ride their bikes down this dirt road. So no, we requestfully ask for the roads to be addressed before building this development. What if you build the development and then there's a market crash and the road never gets done and we have major connected developments on a dirt road?
Okay, you made that point. Let's go to anything else that you want to mention.
Well, the schools are over capacity. We've got the school study that shows one of the schools going to be up to 166% of capacity. So I do know that the Bales parcel is in the business core district, which, yes, is high density, but it also allows for technical schools, daycares, maybe even a library, which we don't have one nearby. So we also have the issue of really no parks. There were supposed to be like major gathering spaces in Connected City, but we're running out of land to build on. So where are those parks?
Okay, well, we have someone here. We have someone here on the board that's expert on the school system, so he can speak to that. Do you have any other points you want to make?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Did you want to more about the buffering that you were just mentioned?
So with the buffering, yeah, said, we don't know what it's going to look like. We've seen a plan where it's a line of what looks like apartments down my 1,300 foot of property line. You know, this type of the high density, as we've mentioned, also includes duplexes, townhomes, or apartments. So we would also respectfully ask that it's duplexes, one-story duplexes, so it doesn't affect the view. Then I won't need a tall wall to block the view and still feel like I have my rural lifestyle that I moved here for. So yeah, I think duplexes are not unheard of. It still goes to the multifamily use, and I think is a little bit more suitable for this rural area.
Okay, good. Talk to the applicant when he comes back up about that. Anything else? If not, I think you've given you your time, so if there's no questions from the dais, okay, who's next? Denise.
Next person is Annabelle Ryler, or Riley.
No, it's fine. I'll explain it. It's not easy, but it's
Hello, Planning Commission.
not hard.
My name is Annabelle Rice. I live at 30231 Palm Lane, Wesley Chapel, Florida 33545, right across the lake from the Bales Wildcat development. So I just want to say I'm excited to live in the connected city. I am for growth. It's part of Florida. But and I understand that the connected city planning process is supposed to be expedited. But the development seems a little bit excessive to Pasco County residents right now, including myself, as it does impact our lives. Our schools are overcrowded, our buses are late, our summer camps are full within 30 seconds of registration time. So I have heard, and maybe you can talk to us about this, that the fire department and the sheriff's office are running at under capacity in Pasco. So the information on the planning, I find, is lacking as affected residents who are not communicated clear plans on or for the layouts of the development for the residential side or the hospital side, and the impact it will have on the affected communities. So personally, I request a continuance, so proper outreach to the community, the sheriff office, the fire department be completed prior to approval to talk about the impact and the funding, and to promote a safe environment for our citizens. Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you.
Next is Bradley Riles.
Good afternoon. I'm Brad Riles. I live in Lakeside Estates, across the lake.
Okay, what's your address, Brad?
I'm sorry?
What's your address?
30231 Palm Lane.
Okay, and you've been sworn?
What's that?
You've
Yes,
been
sir.
sworn?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
That's my
Thank you.
wife that just spoke there.
Okay.
So we purchased our property on Lake Holden, which they call it a lake. It's more of a large pond. It's not a big lake. Everyone's talking about it like it's a big lake, but it's really a small lake. With the understanding that the lake was a private lake with deeded access. The master plan unit development submission does not include or preclude docks, boat ramps, or other means of access. What is the plan for lake access? I don't see that that's specified in any of the plans.
Okay.
Currently, all of the properties connected to the lake belong to responsible homeowners who have left their waterfront areas in a mostly natural state with respect to what the Southwest Florida Water Management District refers to as a ring of responsibility of vegetation along the canal banks and lake banks. This is to keep the lake clean. Wetlands have been left undisturbed. Game fish, but I know I sound like a tree hugger right now, but just so you know, I am a member of the Pasco County Republican Committee, and I'm a redneck, and we love nature too.
Okay,
Just want to make that clear.
all right.
So,
Write that down, somebody.
I think it already is.
but the lake's been, those of us that live on the lake, we've been very responsible with it. And we have a strict catch and release policy, just an honor system amongst all the neighbors. When we see trash in the lake, we pick it up and we carry it out ourselves. And it's just been a matter of respect for each other and for the nature that we live on. Boy, I'm running out of time here. So I want to know what safeguards are going to be put in place to protect the lake. Not just protect the lake water-wise or whatever, but also from having too much access. I'm willing to share, but like I said, it's a small lake.
Right.
And it's not going to make a good ski lake, even though I'm sure some people will try to treat it that way. But I also want to know what the plan is, because I haven't seen any plans on the stormwater flow into the lake, how to be clean. I don't want our lake to turn into a big retention pond. That means a lot to us. Currently, the lake has a healthy diversity of wildlife, fish, turtles, alligators, as well as river otters, which are protected. The lake also supports a healthy population of wading birds, kingfishers, osprey, and hinga year-round, and is a rookery for a lot of nesting birds and a multitude of migratory birds, including ducks, swallowtail kites, and red-winged blackbirds, just to name a few, which I can, and so can my son. Where can I find the environmental study that was mentioned in the Wildcat Initiative? Because I haven't seen that yet either. So that's it.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
One last thing. You're our neighbors, you here, and all the people, most of the people back here are my neighbors.
Right.
And I've heard a lot of the word our neighbors, respect for our neighbors, being thrown around by people that are not our neighbors. Never have been, never will be. And we all need to keep that in mind as we go through this process.
Sir, we have a question for you.
Sir, the MPUD shows connections, I think it's two different lakes, or at least on the aerial, it appears to be two different lakes.
Lake Holden is a small one to the north.
Okay, so when you're talking about concern for the lake, you're talking about the northern one?
Yes, sir.
Not the southern one?
Right? Yes. Yeah.
Pardon me?
I think that's Lake Holden. I just found out the name of it myself. I always just called it our
Well,
lake.
I don't have any lake names on my graphic here.
Right.
I'm asking.
Can you put it up on the screen
There's two
so we
lakes.
can see what we're talking
There's
about?
two lakes that are, this MPD abuts two different lakes, and I'm not sure which one you're talking
There's
about.
two lakes there. Well, maybe it's one lake, but it's all grown in between them, so it appears as it's two lakes.
So is this all one lake, or is it two?
That's a good question. I understood at one time it was connected, and then
Oh, I see. Yes.
it grew in.
So are you concerned about both of those lakes, or just the northern one?
I don't
or-
see it up here. Where's the Wildcat in the?
Okay, so the Wildcat
Okay, there it is.
MPD is just east of the interstate, just north of Overpass Road.
It's the one, if you look here, the little lake right there is the one above that. So move the cursor up, and that's our lake.
That's the lake you're talking about?
Yes, sir. I'm sure the people on this other one feel the same.
Okay. I wanted to know which one you're talking about, but for you, it's the northern one.
What's that?
For you, it's the northern lake you're concerned about.
Well, I'm concerned about both, but yeah, I'm more concerned about the one that I have access to.
And just generally,
Yes, sir.
where is it that your property is in relation to the lake?
What's that?
Where is your property in relation to the lake?
East of it, or?
Well, we don't need you to.
Go up here, you see the little Z shape right there where the canals are? We own, move your cursor up just a little bit. We own that whole peninsula right below your cursor there. One half was my parents' and the other half is ours, and now we have them both.
All right.
So we go out to the lake, out that canal right there.
All right.
Yeah, it's right where it says Paul the Lane.
Yes, sir. I mean, yes.
At the
sir.
end, okay.
So yeah, well, those are both of our houses right
And do people currently use any boats on this lake?
there. Myself and the guy right here, looking down below us, my neighbors up above us there, there's a couple people on the other side of the lake that are running fishing.
And are these motorized, or are they?
We all have small boats.
Sir, would you go back to the podium so the clerk can pick up your
Yes, sir, I'm
information?
sorry.
Are these motorized boats?
Yeah, we all have small boats, typically John boats.
Okay.
Nothing major. I don't think anyone's got anything larger than a 15.
Do you have any idea, current estimate, how many people have motorized access to the lake currently?
I would say maybe 6 homes total right now.
That's it?
Okay.
I don't see many docks there.
Some of us kayak.
Yeah.
So I know everybody that fishes out there because we all try to hide our spots from each other.
Thank you. You've answered my question. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Chair, the next person and last person I have signed up for item P6 is Tim Dolan.
All right, Tim Dolan. If you give us your name, Tim, and your address.
Certainly. Name is Tim Dolan. I live at 31452 Tyndall Road, Wesley Chapel.
And you've been sworn.
And I have been sworn.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to back up for a second real quick to something that you, Mr. Gray, said earlier. I think it was you regarding it's not our place to tell property holders what they can do.
No, I didn't say that.
Did you say something to that effect, or it's not
No,
our place to tell
no.
people they
You're
can't come in?
totally mischaracterizing what I said. But that's okay. What is your point?
Yeah, my point was that I think, and this is probably overreach, but at this point, and I think Hillsborough County did this once before, I think it's time to put the brakes on the development so the infrastructure can catch up to what's going on around here. If you take a quick ride on the roads, I've been here since the Connected City started, and I've seen it morph in strange ways. It wasn't quite what sold to us when we went to the original meetings. It's changed a lot. I don't know how the developers manage that, but they do. For example, I think Curly was supposed to be a 4-lane road. Now it's 2 lanes. Tyndall was supposed to be a 4-lane road. It's 2 lanes. None of the traffic impediments that are on Curly seem to have been originally described with circles and lights, although I understand the need for them. But my point is that the infrastructure just needs to have a chance to catch up with all this building. And, you know, I understand the Connected City mandate, but I think what it's kind of turned into is, from what my viewpoint is, which is right in the middle of it, I don't see much work or play. I see a vast urban sprawl and a sea of just, high-density gated developments with prison-like walls around them. So if that's the vision for Connected City, it doesn't seem like it's developing into anything that was originally talked about. Now maybe in time it will, but again, the roads and infrastructure need to be worked out. One concern of mine, and it's mentioned by one of the prior speakers, is the schools. It seems like we've got the overcrowded public schools, but yet your solution is to build new charter schools. That doesn't suit everybody. We should be emphasizing public schools. Anyway, another problem is we're not worried about the resources. We've been through droughts here where people would ask not to fill their pools and to turn off their fountains and not to water their yards. That wasn't so long ago. Now we've had a couple seasons of good rain and the aquifers recharged somewhat, and everybody's forgetting about that. So we're all going to draw a lot more water from the aquifer with all these new developments, and it's predicted to create problems. There was a good article in the Times about that not long ago, and it should be a concern of everybody's who's living here. So I think we need to give more concern to the environment, more concern for the infrastructure, and think this development through a little more carefully, and also limit the densities. Some of these densities are just going to throw so much more traffic on the road. This one was 1,275 apartments or living dwelling units, whatever you want to call them. There's still people living in them with cars. And I think it's just going to be, make things a lot worse.
Sir, just as a curiosity, where are you from originally?
Pardon?
Where are you from originally?
Where from originally?
Yeah.
The United States. America.
I couldn't tell that from your accent.
Well, it's a secret. No,
well, the point is that you moved here.
The point
and people
is
have been moving here for years.
Sometime,
and a long time ago, probably when you moved here, people said, we got to keep people from moving here because everything's changing. And I said that myself. I grew up here. My dad grew up here. My grandfather grew up here. I know what it's like to see change and not like it.
But where are you going to draw the line? Are you ever going to draw the line?
I can't control where you go. If I could, you wouldn't be here.
You can control, probably true, but you can control what the developers do. You know, you can.
I'm just joking, yeah.
Because you can make reasonable densities here, but it's not happening.
The point is that, you know, I just don't want you to mischaracterize what we're saying. You know, we're not saying that anybody can do anything they want with their land. That's why we're here. We make those decisions all the time.
Yep.
Right. But we're not here to decide where they're going to put their buildings. We're here to decide, is this a proper use of the land for a particular purpose? In this case, we know that there's going to be a hospital that wants to go there. And
do we need that hospital?
Well, you tell me.
Do we?
You tell me. Everybody's complaining that they don't have services.
That we need that hospital?
So, you know, I think we do. So, and I think the type of a hospital they're going to have there is something we definitely need, since there's only one other one in all of Central Florida.
Well, if it's a specialized hospital like what they're talking about, that could bring very high-paying, important jobs to the area as well.
It could. It would be nice to see the jobs come, but so far, just homes. So. All right, thank you.
We're awfully glad you're there.
I want to jump in on this hospital issue real quick. Like, when I moved here some 20 plus years ago, I was out at MacDill Air Force Base playing golf, and a lightning storm came through there, and I injured myself. I had to drive all the way to Zephyr Hills or New Tampa to go to a hospital because we didn't have any in Wesley Chapel at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm happier than a hog and slop to see hospitals come to this area. So I'm going to defend hospitals.
Okay, who's next? This is fun so far.
Mr. Chair, that was the last person that had signed up to speak, but if you want to call for comment on P6.
I think we got one more.
Okay.
That wants to speak. Saw him rise back there. You give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Juan Contreras. I live on 30121 Elam Road.
And you've been sworn, Juanco?
I'm sorry?
Been sworn?
No, not yet.
Oh, let's get you sworn then.
Is there anybody else that has not been sworn in? Because we can do it all at once, that wants to speak.
Who's ready? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
Yes. So, like yourself, I've been here most of my life, 50 years, and I've seen the changes. I love growth. I'm a business owner, and I love seeing people come in here, investing. But we also have to think down the road. And I'm okay with the development that's going over on 75 and Overpass. I do have a problem with the apartments because I have a son in Wesley Chapel Elementary, a daughter in middle school, and a daughter in high school. They're already at capacity or over. Every single morning and afternoon, I get a call or a text telling me that they're an hour, 20 minutes late, 30 minutes late, picking them up, dropping them off. Before we bring more people in, I think there's things that need to be taken care of, and that's one of them. My child can't learn if the classes are too big. So, to me, I don't know why you would approve 1,300 homes when the schools are not there yet. So the other thing.
Let me just say this.
Okay.
Sort of to quantify what you're saying. You're not going to. I mean, those 1,300 homes are going to take a long time to build.
How long is it going to take to build the school?
They're not going to be there tomorrow. We have a school expert here right at the end down here.
Okay, so
he'll answer the question.
So why is my son getting out of school at 3:45? But if he rides the bus, he gets to my house almost 6 o'clock, and I live a mile and a half away. So I pick him up.
Yeah, I'm
so
surprised
we don't even have to worry about what's coming down the road. Why don't we fix what we have now? We have problems now, and you guys are trying to, justify approving all these apartment complexes all over the place. there's the expert. I mean,
Okay, well,
We
when
got
you're
that?
what's the
finished,
answer?
he'll respond to
Okay,
that.
the other thing is, I live on the lake.
The same lake
Sit-
we're talking about?
Yeah, I live on Elam Lake, on Elam Road. So it's the one south of it. I bought that property 2018, 19, I'm not sure. But from when I moved in, within 3 years, I've had like 5 or 6 cars go straight into my fence because they're flying through there. It's 10 miles an hour, nobody does 10 miles an hour. The only reason I haven't had in the last year accidents is because Elam is closed because they're widening it. What's gonna happen whenever you bring all these other things into my area without fixing the road? Because I was told that that's not part of what's going to be widened or fixed. I even had a police officer run into it. No one ever paid for the fence. I never was contacted. I mean, my kids can't play in the front of the house because somebody can come flying through.
Okay. What road are you on, Elam?
Elam Road.
Okay, we'll ask about that road when the developer comes up. Okay.
All right. That's pretty much it. That's all I got.
All right, thanks. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Richard, you want to speak to the school?
Yeah. Just for the buses, it's hard to get bus drivers. It's basically, it's who would want to be a bus driver? I don't know if there's any bus drivers in here, but if they're here, it's a tough job. Okay. I mean, all I'm doing is addressing the concerns. It's tough to be a bus driver. It's probably the hardest job in the school system, but that's here nor there. And there is, you can drive your kid, which you're doing, which is fine. So let's go to this whole thing. What I did is I took the Bales, I took the Wildcat, and I also added the Kenton on, because Kenton's on the agenda also. So we're talking 2,075 multifamily units. According to our generation rates, which we use, that would generate 239 elementary students. That would be K through 5, which are 6 grades. If you take that 239, divide it by 6, you get about 40 kids per classroom, or per class. Kindergarten, 40, etc. We're building a Kirkland Ranch K-8 school. It's going to open next year, August of 2024. There'll be 1,600 student stations in that school. So my director, Chris Williams, has been in touch with Tanya, what's on the line. What we estimated is about, if you take that 1,600, comes out to about 175 students per grade. So, and go back to what I said before, with the 239 students that this is going to generate, comes out to 40 children per grade. We're going to have 175 students per grade available. So that's a surplus of 135. So that it's not an issue as far as that K through 8 class.
Richard, going back to the issue, so will this property be zoned for?
That is it's going to be a magnet school. So if you apply and you live, you'll be, most likely if you're in the area, you'll be granted to come in.
What school is this?
Wesley Chapel Elementary.
What's the current capacity? Is it over capacity?
Right now it is, its capacity is 613 students and the current enrollment is 777. Which is about 160. So we have portables available, and that's a short-term solution.
So you're counting on Kirkland. Excuse me, I'm asking a question. If you could not talk from the audience.
Yeah, we don't talk from the audience. That's not courteous.
So you're counting on Kirkland K through
K-8.
K-8 to relieve Wesley Chapel for this area.
It'll help some. The other thing, and there's folks out there, I think Christy can confirm, with the whole connected city, we did an analysis, and I believe we provided, I think there's 9 elementary schools based on all the approvals. I don't have that in front of me, but I believe it's like 9 elementary schools. There are we're going to work with the developers to get other land available, and my director has also been in touch with the parcel to the north.
My recollection is, didn't Epperson have a site school site?
Yes,
Or-
we released that.
Oh, you released that?
Yeah.
Okay. So your plan for this area is Kirkland K-8 and then potentially other sites?
Other sites within Connected City.
What's the time frame?
For what?
Well,
The other sites?
Mr. Gray.
The new one is for August.
Mr. Gray alluded to that it will take a few years for these units to come online if approved.
Yeah.
How long would it take for these classrooms to come online?
Kirkland, you said, was next year.
It's going to be, it'll be open in August. It's under construction right now. It'll be open in August of next year.
But that was a magnet, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming when you released Epperson, there was some thought process to how you would address the capacity of this area, right?
Right. And that's Connected Cities.
Right, Epperson is in Connected City. So
Right.
the question is, when you released it, what was your thought process for how you would address the units in Connected City?
The Connected Cities has 9 elementary schools that they will generate. So as it goes forward, we'll acquire those sites and build elementary schools.
Well, okay, but where are you going to acquire them? Because Murata's already approved, Epperson's already approved.
We're talking to the developer that's on it used to be Pasco Town Center. They're moving dirt now, as I believe, and Chris is in touch with the developer now to sites
you would
there.
acquire it, you're going to acquire it through purchase because the Pasco Town Center's also been approved. I'm just trying to figure out where are you expecting to get these school sites? Because a lot of the MPDs in Connected City are already approved. I'm not sure, you're talking about after the fact acquisitions?
As it goes forward, we'll purchase sites.
Okay. What I'm asking though is the
Yeah, I don't
normal
understand what you're
process
saying.
when you guys need a site
Yeah.
is when the MPD is coming through, you ask for a site and you might give school impact fee credits for the cost of the site.
Right.
Are you talking about acquiring sites in already approved MPUDs?
Yes. Right now, there's the Pasco Town Center, and we're in touch. When it was approved, we were in communication with them to purchase a site. So
Okay,
that's ongoing.
So you're potentially purchasing one in Pasco Town Center?
Yes.
Richard, how do the generation rates work? You have a certain amount of children assigned to single-family detached and then some to multifamily?
We take we've got a GIS system, which we look at all the properties, and it's just based on the countywide generation rates.
Okay. But is there any adjustment made in this case? As I understand it, there are no more single-family detached entitlements in the Connected Cities. It's only multifamily that's left. So that means, in my mind, you're going to have more or larger families living in multifamily that might have otherwise lived in single-family detached. So is there any kind of adjustment factor for that?
There's different generation rates for single-family detached, multifamily, and single-family attached.
Is single-family assume a greater amount of
Yes.
children? Right, and that's what I'm saying. So in this case, since there's no more single-family entitlements, there's only multifamily entitlements available.
Right.
Do you apply a larger generation rate now for the multifamily?
We use the same multifamily that we use for any development. And we would think that the families would choose, in our mind, you would choose a single-family detached home if you would.
But they're not going to be there.
Well, they would choose a different
sold out.
development. They would choose a different development.
But you're saying that the per unit generation rate is going to be lower on a multifamily than it will be on a single family?
Correct.
Well, most families are not going to choose a apartment project to live in.
But it becomes of what's available to them.
Yeah. Well,
So Richard,
or
I
what's,
was
what
totally
they
done
can
with
get
my-
into.
My
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
is, What about middle and high school capacity? Is Cypress middle high got adequate capacity for this area?
So we've got the K-8 site, which we think is going to be sufficient, just like the elementary school. We've got,
Oh, okay, that'll help the middle school.
yeah.
Okay.
Then we've got the Kirkland Ranch Academy Innovation. That's over there too. That's a high school site. That's currently under capacity, and as more people, we think that site's going to build up more as the word gets out that it's a technical school. It has a lot of good things going for it, so we think more kids are going there.
What is the current, is Cypress Middle High currently over capacity or at capacity?
Which one?
Cypress, the one that's closest to the site, which is, I believe, is
Oh.
Cypress Middle and High School.
Wait, it's zoned for Waitman Middle School.
Oh, it is, okay, so it's
Yeah.
not zoned for Cypress, okay.
No, that's at 131 of capacity.
Mr. Hobby, did you have something to, to enlighten us on your considerations for schools?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak because I did speak in recent times with Chris Williams about this issue, and there is a reserved site in Murata as well, which that may be what Mr. Goldstein was remembering and Rich might not be aware of. It's actually reserved, so that's something that the school board can call at any time.
Okay, so even though they did give up the site in Epperson, they still have a reserve one?
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
In
Thank you,
Broad.
Clark.
Right.
Okay.
And then just what, if you've got a site there, are there plans to develop a school on there now, or is that something we gotta go to?
With
go to
Murata?
the drawing board with,
Yeah,
where are
sit
we at
on
in the
the shelf.
process?
Right.
Which one were you speaking of?
The site that they're
Mr.
saying
Hobby
is
just
reserved in
Yeah.
Murata.
We have an acquisition program that we go through, and then we would just acquire the site, and then we would start building. So
How long does that take?
probably about 2 years. We've got other property in the area. I mean, I don't know if anybody knows, is we have a high school site available on Handcart Road. We've got another 100-acre site that's on the new McKendree 52. So the other thing I want to mention is that the county, we work very closely with the county. Anything that comes to us, we know about. This Wildcat came to us 2 years ago, so we work well with the county. We plan for growth, and I think it's impossible that you're always going to have school over capacity. If you were to build a school, if a school's 20% over capacity and you build a school, now you're going to have a school that's filled 20%, and that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense money-wise. So it's not an easy process. There are growth pains. We all know that, but we think we're very good at what we do.
Richard, not necessarily your purview, but how does charter fit into?
That's
the
the
mix?
wild
Do you have
card.
any charter? do you
Yeah,
have
that's the
any
wild
charter
card. We don't know where charters are going to go.
Okay.
And we have limited, if they apply, they're pretty much going to get approved. There's one on 54, that's a high school. I believe right now it has 77 students in it, so that's an option too. So there's charter schools all over. We welcome charter schools. They're part of the choice process for parents, so.
What are the criteria for, I'm just curious, for bus pickup? How far away do you have to live?
It's 2 miles.
2 miles?
In some certain circumstances, it could be less than that.
Did the school board provide a capacity report to the staff for this application? Normally in our MPUD packets, there's a school capacity report. I didn't learn about the school capacity issue last night until I turned on Bay News 9, so.
I'm not sure if they've included it or not. One thing that I think people need to realize too is whenever there's an MPU that comes in, well, the applicant has to fill out a questionnaire. And what that is, it's our bite at the apple that says, do we need a school site at this MPD? So we're able to do the analysis, and then we can find out and let them know if we do want a school site or not. So I don't think it was included. It might be a good idea for it to be included, but they're all done, and that one was done 2 years ago.
I know,
updated
usually
it.
they're in there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, good. That gave us a lot of information about the schools. So, thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else on the list?
No, I don't have anyone else on the list for that item, for P6.
All right. Mr. Hobby? You can answer some of those questions. That'd be helpful.
Yes, sir. Clark Hobby again for the record, and in just a moment, Christy Barrero is going to be speaking because some of the issues are more germane to the Bales site at the northern end of the site. But I would just walk you all through a couple of things, and I'll talk about schools a little bit more on that. I have been speaking with Chris Williams about issues in this area and other potential sites, and there's a couple we're talking about, maybe just a little bit north of this site that might be logical locations. I also did speak with him about maybe the potential of having a charter school on this site, and that was something he thought might be really attractive because there are other technical schools like Metro School that may basically feed off of, like an Angeline, that feed off of the medical use. So that's something I expect that we'll actually look at. And just so you all understand and the public understands, our school district does an incredible job with school planning, and they're very conservative. And they're conservative in several ways, and one of which is they generally don't count charter school capacity towards their capacity. They only look at traditional county-provided schools. And so I have clients that are building very large charter schools out here that the parents seem to love. Our school analysis doesn't account for any of those seats. So when you see somebody's over, and I'm not saying that there aren't individual schools over capacity, and I'm not, as a parent, my kids have gone through public school and I understand. But I am telling you, our school district does a very good job of getting ahead of this, far better than other districts that I've seen in our area. And they're very conservative in their seat management, and they do not include any charter school seats in the seat analysis that they do. So that's just a couple thoughts about that. Mrs. Riddlesworth mentioned one thing that was germane to my part of the site, and that's the helipad. As you might imagine, the hospital has to have a helipad. The good news is this specialty hospital, if you will, is not going to be a class 1 trauma center in the way that like Tampa General Hospital is, that has continuous overflights. They only anticipate a couple of flights per week. And the other thing that's somewhat unique about the site is the Spada family that owns Wildcat Grows. One of the family members lived immediately east of the Wildcat site, and he actually operated a helicopter business out of that site from 1980 until his death a couple of years ago. So helicopter usage is not new in this area. It's not new to Mrs. Riddlesworth. As to the lake access, I don't want to step on Christie's toes, but my understanding for her client is that they're willing to flat out prohibit lake access from their multifamily units. I didn't even think about discussing with the hospital because it's not really part of something we would associate with a hospital. But I did tell several of the neighbors in the back that I will discuss it with them. I got their contact information, and if the hospital doesn't want any lake access at all, which I anticipate, then we could probably add a condition prior to the board that will prohibit that. Okay. Let me see what else is on my list. I think that's generally it on mine, so I'll let Christie address some of the adjacency issues.
Yeah, one of the things that I think was on the mind of some of the people is, as far as the site plan is concerned, I know you don't have a site plan yet.
Right, right. So, I mean, there was a statement, you know, why isn't there a site plan now? Well, it's not required at this level, and as you might imagine, when we're looking at a very large development, it's not even feasible at this point. We've got to get the MPUD done, and then we'll get into site planning. I anticipate what will happen, and I don't want to speak for Christie and her client, but I believe that we'll find some accommodation with Mrs. Riddlesworth. And as David rightly pointed out, if the alignment of the road that's shown in the comprehensive plan occurs, there'll be a road going away from her site, and they'll continue to have a dirt road there, perhaps in perpetuity, that will be localized, kind of rural feeling of access. But right now in the comprehensive plan and the Connected City Master Roadway Plan, that is not the plan for where the road's to go. Okay.
Clark, could you address, because this is more your client, the concern about Elam Road and...
Oh, right.
And then also
right.
potential traffic going north on McKendree?
Can we go back to my PDF? Somewhere in there, there's a master roadway plan. And I can show everybody a couple of things that we're working on for your area. I know this may take a minute or two. I think he's trying to pull it up now. maybe Christy can, I'll come back to it once she's doing that. Maybe Christy can speak to her issues now, then I'll speak to it.
All right.
Good afternoon, Christy Barrera with Height Design, 5904 Hampton Oaks Parkway, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn, and I'm representing the Bales property. So did want to go through a couple of comments that I heard from the audience. First, I wanted to remind everybody that we did have a neighborhood meeting a month ago on Tuesday, September 5th at the Wesley Chapel District Park. We had less than 12 residents show up to that meeting a month ago. We did talk to some of them afterwards, and then we heard some of their concerns. I did speak to Ms. Riddlesworth for a while after that meeting as well. It wasn't our first conversation. We had talked over a year ago last August. And as was previously mentioned, this application was submitted in January of 2022. So we have had a significant amount of time to review this document and provide notice to the residents. Usually rezonings don't take 2 years to get done, but as Clark mentioned earlier, there was a proposed purchaser for Wildcat. Now there's a new one, so we were in between users at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to talk about first, I guess the compatibility issue. As was previously mentioned, this project is, the Wildcat parcel is in the South Innovation Zone, and the Bales property is in the Business Core Zone. When Connected City was adopted and we were going through the process between 2015, 2017, there were 5 zones that were created, and there was actually some discussion about this site, whether it should be all business core along the interstate, and that's what originally this entire site was, business core. But because the South Innovation Zone specifically denotes that as a priority zone, they wanted to put this intersection in the priority zone so that it could move forward faster if it needed to. In both of those zones, high density and intensity and a lot of economic development are proposed, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So to continue with the compatibility, one of Ms. Riddlesworth's issues was the buffer along her property boundary. Since our neighborhood meeting a month ago, we have talked to her numerous times. The Connected City requires a 10-foot buffer, and that is what we are proposing. It's a 10-foot buffer regardless of if multifamily is adjacent to single-family detached, single-family attached, as well as office retail. So the reason for that 10-foot buffer and it not being any wider is because they want Connected City to be connected and walkable. And even though there's a single family home there today, again, this overlay is planning for a 50-year future where it could be much higher intensity development, potentially industrial, like we're seeing north at 52 millions of square feet. So with that 10-foot buffer, you have the option to do a berm, a fence, or a wall. We were wanting to keep our options open and just say we would do one of those 3 with the additional required landscaping. Ms. Riddlesworth came back and said she didn't feel safe with the berm and didn't want our residents to be walking over into her property, so we agreed to a fence. That still wasn't enough for her, so we said, okay, we'll put in the 6-foot wall. And so here we are today asking for the required buffer of 10 feet with the required landscaping and a 6-foot wall. We think that that should be sufficient to address her safety concern.
She just asked for an 8-foot wall. Is that something you're willing to do?
Yes. So we can change that condition number 11 to read an 8-foot wall rather than a 6-foot wall. Let's see. We also discussed the decreased park space. I know this was brought up at the last Planning Commission hearing on a different project. Hopefully it was explained pretty well last time, but basically what is required in Pasco County is 1 acre for every 100 residential units. So the Bales property specifically is requesting 550 units. So that would require 5.5 acres of park space. In Connected City and in other areas in Pasco County, for apartment units, this acreage has been reduced because multifamily is high density and that much acreage of park space would take up a large majority of the land that they have that's developable. So when apartments come into play, the Parks Department considers other park-like uses, like gyms that are in the clubhouse, and also smaller park sizes. So you can go down to 1/4 of an acre of a park space rather than a 1/2 acre minimum. So they give those options for apartments. So we're requesting some sort of mix of apartments and townhomes. For the townhome portion of the Wildcat property, we will be required to meet that 1 acre per 100 units of townhomes. For the apartment portion of the property, we're requesting to have 5% of the developable area be set aside for park space. And that's what is required in the Connected City Code. The only waiver we're asking for is that rather than requiring our apartment buildings to be 4 stories high to allow for that 5% developable park space, we go down to 3 stories high, which I would think potentially the neighbors would want a shorter multifamily building than a 4-story one. So does that answer the park question?
Do you have an idea of how much that works out to be, the 5% of developable space?
Well, it depends on how much of the acreage is the apartments. So if it's 1/2 and 1/2, I believe it's about 40 acres of upland space, developable space. So if 20 acres was, I mean, it's really hard to tell because the apartments could take up more of the 40 acres, the townhomes could take up more. So the maximum required would be 5.5 acres.
Yeah.
If it was townhomes, if it was apartments, it would be somewhat less than that.
So it's not all one big 2-acre park.
Right. Is there thought to put parks up on the north side of the property there? Or I know you're in site planning, you haven't done that, but is there for additional buffering up there on the north?
So at the zoning stage, it's too early at this stage to really get into the construction plan process.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, we can't even submit construction plans until the zoning is approved. So we have not gotten that far in the process to know where the parks are going to go. Typically, like you said, there's more than one park. You want them, spread out in different types of parks too.
But maybe that can be a consideration going forward. I hear what you're saying, absolutely,
Right.
but.
Yep.
Okay.
And then just to continue on the park space, there was another resident that said, we need more parks in this area. Wesley Chapel District Park is just south of Overpass. And also when Connected City was created, there was a lot of talk about where should another district park go or a regional park, because this was planned to be such a dense area in Pasco County and an economic driver. They didn't want to take up large acreages of space for those larger types of parks. So part of the Villages of Pasadena Hills Super Park is meant for these Connected City residents to use also. That's going to be a 300-acre park that's just west of here. So you have Wesley Chapel District Park, you have the Super Park, and then you'll have lots of neighborhood parks as well throughout this community and these projects. And then Clark touched on the dock issue. Again, that was something that Ms. Riddlesworth and I talked about at the neighborhood meeting a month ago. And I said, well, in other lakes, obviously King Lake is much larger than these 2 lakes here. But in other projects that have lakes adjacent to them, we typically request 1 community dock for kayak launches or fishing, things like that. And she said, we really don't want any access from the Bales residents onto this lake. So I talked to the property owner and they agreed that there wouldn't be any boat launches. Then Ms. Riddlesworth said, okay, but we don't even want, we don't want any access. So I said, okay, we won't even put a fishing dock out there. There will be no access to the lake. We won't have any docks, any structures. So unless people are, jumping in the lake and swimming with the alligators, our project will not provide any access to either one of those lakes that the residents had concerns about today.
Would you like to have access to the lake?
Would we like to? I think the applicant said that it's probably more of a headache than amenity to the project, that they don't really want the HOA to deal with all of that, so they're fine not having access to that lake.
I understand the concern about boat access, but what is the concern with somebody fishing in the lake? I mean, you're correct that historically when we prohibited access to a lake, it's been motorized, typically motorized boat access.
10 horsepower or lower.
I'm not sure if I understand. I mean, people have riparian rights to lakes. I mean, it seems like you should be able to have some. I mean, I don't know where you draw that line. Are they not allowed to go look at the lake? I mean, I don't know what. I don't know what.
Well, we're not going to give them any place to exercise and walk and play because we're going to give them 5% of the land. That's all they're going to have for a park. So it might be nice for a kid to be able to fish.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure if I understand the concern about fishing. Somebody needs to articulate to me how fishing is damaging to a lake.
And Clark needs to talk to his client to see what they would like to do on the southern lake. So I think between now and the board, we can have those discussions and put in some sort of condition that clarifies maybe no boats, no kayaks, but maybe a fishing platform would be allowed.
I don't personally find fishing or kayaks offensive.
Well, or what if it's an observation deck? I mean, it seems like if you have property, again, I understand the concern about boats. I just don't, or motorized boats. I don't quite understand how some of these other activities damage the lake, and maybe.
Agreed. We were trying to help the neighbor. So as she said, as her attorney said, we have had conversations going back over a year. The last couple weeks, we've had a lot more conversations. We had hoped to come to you today without any opposition, but we're still working through that.
Well, maybe we could make a recommendation for no motorized boats.
Well, it's up to the planning commission. I just wasn't sure if anybody was able to articulate the concern over access to the lake that is anything other than motorized boats.
Yeah, here's my suggestion. This is Clark Hobby again. Let me get back with my client. If we do allow a limitation on our side, and I think it would apply to all, I think there's kind of a standard condition that was developed for King Lake many years ago when the Epperson DRI was approved, and it basically says you can have one dock, and if you have any motorized boat launch, it can't be more than, I think it's either 10 or 15 miles per hour, and there's a whole bunch of different conditions with it. That's kind of where I think this probably needs to go. I just need to get the hospital's approval to do that. I've already gotten the contact information of about 5 of the people who were most concerned about it. I told them I'd be in contact with them once I get that approval. Okay? Then just a couple other quickies. Christy, did you have anything else you need to respond to? Okay, just 2 other things. There was some discussion about Elam, and I don't know how many of you all are, know how Elam works, but let me see if I can get this. Here we go. So Elam is one of the primary east-west roads that comes from Curley. Basically went through the Epperson Historic Ranch, came down here, and right now there's a really difficult 90-degree turn that one of the neighbors was speaking of. The plan with our development in the hospital will bring the road into and will likely create a signal or a roundabout or some kind of condition there, and then we'll come back into the intersection down here. This will basically eliminate this really tough issue right here. And then also several developers are discussing how to make this missing link of Kenton work down here, and we've had several conversations with county staff about it, and we continue to, but ultimately everybody in this area needs this missing link through the southwest corner of Epperson. The right-of-way's set aside, but nobody, right now has the cash funding from the county to go out and build the road, but everybody needs that to happen because the most logical thing for this area is to have this come down and become a significant intersection at what is another arterial roadway, Kenton, which goes directly up, and this section right here is already built of Kenton. and will also provide the connection to the downtown area and Pasco Town Center. So that's something that needs to happen for everyone's benefit. We're aware of it. We've been talking about it for a couple of years already. We just need to find some bucks with the county or some way to make it happen, but we know it needs to happen. The county and the developers know that. We're working on it. The last thing I just wanted to point out, and you saw the cross sections, but
So,
yeah,
Parker, I could be wrong, but I think the gentleman's bigger concern was the eastern, the part of Elam that is east of your project. I think that curve.
this
I have
curve
no
right
idea.
here, there's another hump there. I think I'm calling it a hump. It's a little curve. Is that what you're speaking of, or are you talking about the 90-degree curve?
There's like an S curve right there.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna take out.
There's a sign that says 10 miles an hour and everybody's going 50. But you can sit out there all day. People, they come through there thinking it's a racetrack.
Here's what's going to happen with Elam, in my estimation, when this connection's going to get built. And I've told some of the neighbors this. I told them at the neighborhood meeting. When this gets built, the traffic on this section of Elam is going to go way down, because there won't be any need for people to use it as they're using it now. Because right now, there's no connection on a collector or arterial road to get to this intersection. That will go away. That's the whole point of the other connection. Okay? This off-site section, that I don't know about. That may be something that the county needs to look at, that and the safety next to its facility. But that's the county's property all right there. And for all I know, the S-curve may be there in part because it had to bulb out north of the county's facility many years ago. I don't know. But I think that's more of a county issue. One last thing I did want to say though, and we showed you the cross sections for these roadways like McKendree. All of the roadway cross sections all require multi-use pass, bike, pedestrian pass. The whole plan of Connected City is built around that. So whether we're building 2 or 4 lanes of McKendree or any section of Elam, all of that will require the connectivity, bike, ped, and automobile that is required of the entirety of Connected City. Happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Do we have any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me.
You're done.
Okay. So if there are no other questions and no other people to speak, do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
So is somebody going to address the modification to condition
Yeah, you usually
11?
do
Well, you want me to do it? Okay.
I'll make the motion to
Well-
approve based on the following modifications or conditions.
Well, okay, so there was a discussion about modifying condition 11 to make it a 8-foot wall as opposed to a 6-foot wall. I don't know what the planning commission wants to do about the lake access issue. So I'm not gonna draft a condition on the fly. If you just want to give a general.
He's the maker.
I would postpone that until they can communicate with their developer further on that one. I think the common sense one will probably, I won't say, I'll stay mute on that issue. I think that one needs to be postponed until there's some
So
communication.
you just don't want it to be part of your motion, basically.
I don't think it would be wise to.
So your motion is to approve with modifying condition 11 to be a 8-foot wall instead of a 6-foot wall?
8-foot wall, correct.
Instead of 6?
Well, I thought it was a 9-foot wall, though.
Okay, currently in condition 11 says 6-foot wall. You want to change that 6 to an 8?
To an 8.
Okay, so your motion is to approve changing 6 to an 8. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the lake access addressing the conditions?
No, it's
anywhere?
not currently. That's why I asked the question, is I don't know what planning, if the motion maker wants to just be silent on it and let them try to work it out between now and the board.
Yeah, as long as there's no
Which is an option. You don't have to.
Yeah, as long as there's no condition that's preventing lake access or
Currently, there's no condition that prevents it or
allows it.
allows it. The conditions are silent.
I'd be okay seconding that then.
Mr. Chair, can I add one item that should have been addressed? It's a housekeeping item. There are ex parte disclosures for this item from Mr. Pontlitz, Mr. Poole, and Mr. Girardi. Those were provided to the clerk's office. I just wanted to read them in the record because they were received after this item,
Okay.
the deadline for this item to have it
I
online.
provided disclosure to the clerk prior to
Thank
this.
you.
So, since that disclosure was just made, is there anybody that spoke that wants to address those ex parte communications? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second.
The question was, does anybody who already spoke want to have any questions about the ex partes communications that were just disclosed? Okay.
Okay. So anyway, under further discussion, I would just say that I would support the motion, but I do think there should be a limitation as to motorized gas-powered boats, because they could come from any location. It doesn't have to be somebody that just lives there. So I think it's important that they have some control over that. I'm not in favor of controlling somebody that wants to go fishing, but I can understand, they want a bunch of new gas-powered boats going in there.
At the same time, with multifamily going in there, they should have some, I believe, they have rights too, and they should have some access to that lake as well.
Right.
Limited maybe.
Yeah. So I would say I would support the motion if you could modify it to include that restriction.
Mr. Chair, I got a couple things too. A few things to address. First off, as far as the one person that spoke regarding continuance, this item, it's been in queue for what I understand since January of 2022. There's still another public hearing, so just because we act today does not mean that you don't have time to work between now and the commission with the applicant to try to work out any remaining comments you have. Second, I heard several people talk about rural Pasco and where they live. It is rural. The people that live there have enjoyed rural for a long time. This is now part of Connected Cities. It's not going to be rural. There's all kinds of development plans in this area. So the thought of rural and forever being in rural Pasco, it's not this area. The last comment I have, and I think this is kind of general, and we up here as a board, I know me personally, we continue to see these things at Connected Cities and these bigger plans and these bigger, parts of bigger common plans of development. And it becomes difficult to kind of track, and I think I'm not as well versed, obviously, as Clark or as Christy or the other people that have done a lot of work in this area, but when this stuff comes in the future, if we can get a little more background on Connected Cities, and I give an example, or the example I'll give today was, there's a lot of confusion, I think, as far as the connectivity with the roads and who's committed to what and who's doing what. I'm still not 100% clear. I can look at the master roadway plan and I can look and I can see several of the roads are already constructed. I know the developer agreement that we're going to vote on next, that's APC 9, has a timeline in there, but I don't know if there's somebody, I imagine, at the county's keeping up with those timelines, and as far as when things are supposed to be done, I don't know if somebody can create some kind of exhibit, a kind of tracking exhibit when these things come through. It may help answer and clarify some of these questions on connectivity. Is there infrastructure in place? What's the plan? So I just wanted to provide that feedback.
That's good feedback.
I'd like to go back to this issue about the access to the lake. I can understand the question coming on arising. My concern would be we would not limit it to those currently using it. This motion would not impact them at all, correct?
This is to the planning commission now, so I can't. Okay,
I just
Okay.
thought he wanted
So
to
if
modify.
If he has a question, you need to sit down.
I'll have it in a minute.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this motion to go through in a minute.
Yeah, no, I'm only talking about, I'm not talking about limiting it to just the people that have access now.
Currently, yeah, so that would be built into it, so I'm willing to modify it to allow individuals to utilize it for fishing purposes, but it would have to be limited, David,
So historically, what we've limited is motorized
gas powered I'm talking about, not
Or below
electric
10
motors.
horsepower.
Oh, so you don't have an issue with electric? It's just
Yeah.
gas power. You want to prohibit gas powered,
Well,
Careful, there's diesel too.
I would say, how about we limit it to
isn't
no?
diesel gas? Diesel's gas.
Okay, we gave it.
Fossil fuel.
How about
Yeah.
no powered,
I thought we were tabling
motorized boats on the lake? That should cover all of them.
You two are saying two different things, but it's your motion, so you tell me what you want.
You saying non-motorized?
I'm saying non-motorized on the lake,
So kayaks would be allowed.
but fishing should be allowed.
So you don't need to get into all the things that are allowed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You want to get
Not
into what are you trying to prohibit?
Trying to
Because that's what the condition would, that's the condition
Trying to
you want to
prohibit,
have.
yeah, motorized boats, which is the concern, I believe.
So all motorized boats or just gas-powered motorized boats?
I would have to go with all motorized, but because once you allow electric or gas, it's still motorized. Unless there's some questions about that.
Okay.
I can understand no motorized one.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so are you modifying your motion?
I'm trying to modify the motion.
You want to prohibit, you want to add a condition that prohibits motorized boat access to the lakes?
Correct.
Okay.
But here's where I have the confusion is that if it's motorized gas or if it's motorized electric or if it's sun powered, it's still motorized.
Brad, do you have something you want to add?
What if it's wind powered?
That's the issue.
Brad, do you want to add something?
That's what I preferred.
Yeah, just regardless, I was hearing some concerns back there that I wanted to, they were overhearing some of this discussion, and if someone could just clarify whether this discussion was intended to apply to the people that currently own property on the lake
No.
today.
No, it's applicable
We're not
to
voting on
it's
there.
applicable to the new MPUD
To
that
the
we're
new
approving.
MPUD only, and the other thing is, we've addressed a situation similar to this with King Lake. We have a condition in the Epperson MPUD that we can use. You can either restrict all motorized vehicles of any type, electric or gas, or you can restrict it only to electric, or you can do no motorized.
Okay, so
Whichever way you'd like
I think
to do
the
it,
motion
but we
maker is
can-
aware of all of his options.
Okay.
But to your point, correct, this does not affect any existing residents. This is a condition imposed on the new residents of this MPUD. We can't regulate the existing residents. We're regulating the new people coming in.
Thank you.
Okay. So can we get back to your motion? What is
My
your
motion would be all motorized.
Gotcha.
Okay, the second, the person who made the second,
Yeah.
still want to second that motion?
That would be me. I don't think we should condition it at this point. I think we should leave it open and allow the residents to work it out with the developer
Prior to the board meeting.
prior to the board meeting. So just leave it open ending.
So you've lost your second. Does anybody else want to second the motion?
That's fine. I can lose that. I'm just trying to move this thing forward.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second.
Okay, any further
So it's
discussion on the
approval
motion?
with condition 11 modified to change the wall from 6 feet to 8 foot and to add a condition prohibiting motorized back boat access to the lake.
Right.
That's the motion that's been made and seconded.
Okay, any further discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Signify by
Aye.
saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Nay.
Okay, I think the motion carries. There we go.
I'm in favor of this.
Oh, yeah, we need to do
You got to take action on the development agreement now too, which is PC 9.
Sometimes you have to see the grade.
Okay.
And none of the two conditions that you just discussed should affect PC 9.
I'll make a motion to approve APC 9.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
like sign? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, we're going to move to item P5, and that will be presented to you by Gavin Covey.
Peter's got to leave, just so you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna break. We're gonna take our recess, and I just broke the hammer.
I
man.
One of the sausages.
He doesn't need any more strength.
All right, Denise?
So Mr. Gavin Covey will be presenting item P5.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple things. First thing, I did receive an additional letter of opposition that I would like to include.
Okay.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
The second item would be that ex partes for Mr. Poole, Mr. Poncelet, and Mr. Girardi were given to the clerk.
And I provided one to the clerk, too.
All right.
And actually, one more thing, I'm so sorry. Would we like a quick overview of Connected City now? I know Clark kind of touched on it briefly beforehand. I know we're very busy.
Okay.
Would you like to just
Yeah,
move on?
brief overview, yeah.
Yeah, so like Clark said, 2015 state statute allows for the pilot program of Connected City. 2017 comes the enabling documents with the master roadway plan, the comprehensive plan, financial plan. General intent is to keep people connected socially, mobily, and technologically, provide high-speed internet in areas like parks and a lot of the district. We also wanted to promote business incubation in the business cores and in the urban core in downtown. And a lot of the funding is based on developers and their contributions, and as development comes in, they build the roads or they contribute mobility fees, which then the county could then use to build the roads in the future. We also just hired a consultant for a monitoring program for the roads in Connected City. So hopefully we'll have a report where the biggest traffic problems are in the future. So.
Okay.
All right, so this is PDD 247650 Kenton CCMPUD. And okay. So this is a zoning amendment, rezoning from an AC agricultural district to a Connected City master plan unit development district. And this is to allow for 800 multifamily dwelling units and 106,286 square feet of service-raised site acreage uses on approximately 176 acres. And this is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Kenton Road and Tyndall Road. Here's a site location within the county. Here's a site location within Connected City. Here's that location within the Connected City SPA zone. It's in the community hub. Here's a brief aerial of the site. Here's a zoning for the site, which is AC. Future land use, which is AG. And then we have the master plan right here. And so the applicant is requesting 3 variations from the code. Section 805.6 to allow parcels under single ownership to retain responsibility for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas instead of a CDD or HOA. Section 907.1 is to reduce the number of required parking spots to 1.9 and then for multifamily units. And then section 901.6.D11 to not provide interconnections to the east or west of the property. So section 805.6, parcels under single ownership, such as an apartment complex, may act as the responsible entity for the maintenance and upkeep of common areas. The new minimum for required parking is still above the 85th percentile according to the Institute of Traffic Engineers. And then section 901.6-11, to the east exists a large category 1 wetland, and to the west is the existing Kenton Road. They're not going to provide individual access to the parcels that are off to the east, but they will provide one access point to the newly built Kenton Road in the future. And so this comes with you with a recommendation of approval with conditions.
Okay. Any questions? Applicant present?
While she's pulling materials up, Clark, Hobby, and Hobby PA again have been sworn. Planning commissioners, you heard in the last project a great deal of discussion about Connected City. This area is a little bit different. It's in a different area of Connected City called the Community Hub. When the graphics come up, I'll explain a little bit more about Community Hub to you. But the upshot of Community Hub is it's designed, here we go. Can we get a little bit more of the screen here? Just taking its sweet time. Sorry about that. In any event, as she works on that, I've got to see further down on the plan. I've got to see the orange, it's further down. There, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. You're almost there. Keep going. Okay, all right. The area you see, the planning area within Connected City that we're in is called Community Hub, and it starts over here at Curley Road, and it includes Murata and Epperson. And the idea and the planning concepts here were to start at a suburban level of density on this side and to move to higher densities as you go to the west, because this area right here will be the densest area called the urban core of all of Connected City. The site we're dealing with is the site that abuts it, that goes from right here down to right here, okay? And you all may recall the Aprilli MPUD, which is on this property right here that you saw last year. And there's an existing dirt Kenton Road that runs up along here. The new Kenton Road that the Aprilli people are building up to about right there will all be located on their right-of-way, such that the existing dirt road will remain on the west side. And then when we take over, the remainder of the right-of-way within their MPUD will remain. So we'll be building within the Aprilli MPUD right here. Then we will be building on our property alone from there on up. The net effect of that is, in addition to the cross-section stuff you'll see in just a minute from our engineer, Joe Simino, is that there will be the existing 50 feet of McKendree that will remain in the dirt road condition for the foreseeable future, and it will provide part of our buffer from any of our development to their side. Now, we can move on to other slides. I think you've already seen the master roadway plan, so maybe if we can go to slide 3.
We're having some technical difficulties, so
all right,
please
well,
bear with us.
I'll just keep going, and I can come back to this stuff. The upshot of it is Connected City foresaw extremely urban development patterns being established along the 75 corridor. And my client went and met with the county staff about this project about 2.5 years ago. And it was at that time that we were informed that the remainder of Connected City does not have any further single-family detached units available. There are no more single-family detached units available for all of Connected City. However, again, and as I reminded you earlier, what Connected City calls multifamily also includes duplexes and townhouses. Then in other parts of the code, we might have called those single-family attached units. That's not how Connected City works. So what you have before you is, and this was done at staff's request, we were originally looking at having a significant portion of this site as single-family detached housing. Staff told us that would not meet the intent of Connected City in that, and you saw the previous slide just a second ago. They want us, as we get further north in our site, to approach a medium density condition throughout the site with higher density towards the north. So the plan that we originally had, which had a combination of single-family detached and townhouse units, morphed into townhouses and apartments, okay? So the majority of the units that are in our approval are for townhouses. So it's gonna be the entitlements are for 450 townhouses and 350 multifamily units. But when it's presented to you all, that comes off as 800 multifamily units. And when you first see it, you think we're going to build 800 apartments. I can assure you that is not the case. If we could go 2 slides down, that would be helpful. Actually, go one up if you don't mind. Again, this is the same slide you saw earlier that planned for and has the transportation plan and the connected city planning documents are all based around this large amount of multifamily as opposed to a smaller amount of single family. And again, that accounts for duplexes, villas, row houses, and townhouses. And so that's what you're seeing in this project. So can we go to the next slide? Okay, here's what is allowed in the community hub area. And you can see it's exactly what staff is asking us to do here. Multifamily, mixed-use areas serving as community centers, and then these are the housing types that are generally allowed. But note, again, even though community hub in general allowed single-family detached, there are no more single-family detached in all of Connected City. So next slide. And if you could blow it up, or maybe you can see it here. I just wanted to point out for you all, this goes back a long time. We had these discussions in late 2021 with a number of planning staff, and you can see that Ernie said, this is a major improvement. Thank you for showing, the townhouses. You were too low when you had the single family detached here, and now you've moved the single family detached units to townhouses, and you've taken the townhouse areas to apartments, okay? So again, we were given very specific instructions by county staff on what to do on the site. I would point out when you look at the master plan for the site, and I can't remember if we'll go back to that in a minute maybe, but as the site approaches the urban core, that's where, if we have the service-ready site acreage, that's where it's going to be, because that's office and maybe some retail, and that needs to be in close proximity to the urban core, and that's where the multifamily is going to be. We don't think we're going to have an extensive amount of multifamily, i.e. apartments, up there, but we will have the required service-ready site acreage. We also, it's kind of hard to tell in these graphics, but we are building a significant portion of the Kenton extension. I don't have the exact linear footage, but I think it's between 3/4 of a mile and 1 mile. So it's a very, very extensive developer commitment for the project. I think we went through most of the stuff already in the previous approval. You all now know that this plan was set into motion by the legislature in 2015, and the policies that we're now complying with, the board adopted in 2017, and we're following it to a T. This area is not designed to be rural going forward. In the old days, and I understand and I appreciate, before Connected City was created, there's a swath through here that was AC and AG in the comp plan agricultural. But the board made the decision and the legislature made the decision that that was all going to change, and all we're doing is fulfilling the mission that the board adopted now six and a half years ago on that. I'm going to turn it over to Joe Semino with WRA, and he'll describe a little bit more about the roadway conditions so you all can understand that we're trying to make a big effort here to be good to our neighbors and to try to provide reasonable transitions to them, so we're not putting townhouse units right on top of them and that type of thing. Jeff?
Hey, Clark, I assume you've been provided with this email that we were just
I'm not sure who is it from? I'm not sure that I've seen it.
October 3rd.
That was from me, I'm sorry, that'll be when I stand up.
Okay. We've met several times over the years, and part of what Joe, and I don't know if he's talking about drainage, but Joe will address drainage.
Okay.
It's a whole laundry list of things.
Yeah, it's a bunch.
Okay. I haven't seen them. I'll have to review them.
Okay.
Somebody has a
You can have
copy.
my copy.
Yeah, okay.
We have an extra copy.
Okay, well, just-
Here, there's an extra copy up here.
It's okay.
Pass that down, David.
Michael Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Semino with WRA Engineering, 12363 Hampton Park Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33624. I have not been sworn, so I need to be sworn. Please, would you please swear me?
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give you is on the
I do.
Thank you.
All right. There's a pointer, there's a pointer. see, it's not a laser pointer, it's a hand. Okay, what we're looking at right now is the Kenton extension through our project from south to north. Looking north, it's along the eastern side of our project. What we're trying to demonstrate here is obviously this is right out of the connected city typical sections where you have the 142-foot right-of-way. However, there's additional room for these utility easements and telecommunication easements on the east side. But also east of that, existing Kenton, the dirt road there will remain, which has a 50-foot right-of-way. So what we're trying to demonstrate here, along with the 15-foot buffer we're going to have on the western side, is we actually have a total of 237 feet between any potential lot line within our project and the existing lot lines to our east. That's the purpose of that cross-section. Would you please change to the access, the following access? So while that's coming up, we have a new Kenton Road extension. However, we have portions of the old Kenton Road that will remain as more or less reverse frontage roads. We can't blow out all those people's main roadway and construct this new extension, and we certainly can't have a whole bunch of driveways connecting to this collector road. So what we're showing here, this is the extreme southeast corner of our MPUD. And you can see right now, currently Kenton takes a real hard 90-degree turn and a real hard 90-degree turn. So not real feasible, sustainable for any sort of long-term traffic or increased traffic over what's there now. So what you're seeing is the Kenton extension going right through there, coming up into our MPUD. And this is just an initial concept we did just to show how it can link to existing Kenton on the east side and existing Kenton on the west side. Obviously, lots of engineering design needs to happen here, lots of review, but we just want to show you that we're giving this a lot of thought. We're not just blowing through existing Kenton, not thinking what we're going to do on either side of it. And then finally, would you please turn to the last slide, the drainage one? And this one's real important because I know there's a lot of very valid concerns about King Lake. So if we pull that up. Well, while she's pulling that up, oh, there we go. Great. So what we've got here is in this outline in blue, that's our MPUD, 125 acres plus or minus King Lake over here to the east. King Lake floods. We all know that. It's a very valid concern. It exists in a bowl, no less than 500 acres from the north drain into it, no less than 700 acres drain from the south into it. We're on the west side of it. And luckily for our project and luckily for the neighbors, there is a major watershed divide that falls along this yellow line here. King Lake lives in Bayou Branch watershed, and then we live in Middle Cypress Creek watershed. So I know when it gets into drainage concerns, you can go down a long rabbit hole of impervious surface, flood attenuation, CN values. This is just good old-fashioned gravity. We are not in the King Lake Bowl. We are on the west side of the rim of the King Lake Bowl. We are anywhere from 2 to 10 feet lower than this drainage divide, and our site simply does not drain east and uphill and overtop this watershed and go into King Lake. Coincidentally, when King Lake does fill up, it drains this way, actually through our project. So we've talked to the residents and listened to, again, their valid concerns about us potentially blocking that very critical discharge. We know it's there. We know how important it is. It's the lifeline to King Lake. It will be reviewed by multiple agencies that we have adequate conveyance going through there. And I'd like to point out that currently, that's an unmaintained farm ditch. So how well that drains basically depends on how well the pasture is being maintained in any given part of the season when it rains. Well, we're now going to have fully can't trim the wetland. However, all the common areas of that floodplain going through there that we can't touch because of floodplain compensation will be maintained now. So those are those 3 items. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Clark Hubby again for the record. So again, there's been a lot of discussion with staff about the density of the project and the requirements of the Connected City Comprehensive Plan stuff. And, you know, I think what we should do here is we should let the residents speak, and I will respond to as many of their questions as I can.
Okay.
But I've asked Brad if he would respond and give a little bit deeper dive into staff's thoughts about the density and what should be happening on the site, because I think it would behoove Planning Commission to understand that.
All right, you want Brad coming up now?
Oh, yeah, I think that.
Good afternoon, Brad Tippin, Planning and Development. Some of you have probably heard this before, but Connected City is one of those somewhat unusual areas because it is currently fairly rural, but it is by statute legislatively intended to be more dense. This was identified regionally, the greater Tampa Bay area, as a location where this type of development should happen, so there were steps put in place to get us there. One of the things that has to happen to make it a viable area is you have to have a certain level of density. But what we did not want to do was just come in and destroy some of those rural patterns that were there. So what you see if you look at a larger picture, you see where we are now in Dade City and moving towards the interstate. The interstate is the highest density or highest intensity element in the area, right? So over here in Dade City, we're fairly low. So we go across the countryside line on this side of the villages of Pasadena Hills. Then you go into the villages and their separators as you approach Curly, right? Then when you get to Curly, you're in the lower density single family housing, which is a little step up. And then as you're moving across and you're moving further to the west, the density goes up until you get to the urban core and the higher density and higher intensity uses that are actually up against the interstate. So that's kind of that flow and that blend that we were seeking with that. With that in mind, there are a lot of multifamily involved in Connected City, and they're mainly pushed towards this edge to create that workforce in close proximity to the jobs that are coming. That's basically the concept.
Okay. Any questions for Brad? No? Okay, thank you, Brad.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we do have several folks that have signed up to speak on this item.
Okay.
I'm going to call the first person, Michael Poltorak.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Michael Poltorak. Address is 9152 Kenton Road. My farm is directly across the street from this project. This is the first time in 5 days I've been out of bed, so please bear with me. Since there was no public planning meeting for this amendment, and since this was just posted while the real estate signs were still back on the road, I would like to ask for additional time for comments. We've had record low rainfall for the last year. We're in a drought. It's going to be talked about, but I've moved my dock up into my back pasture, and I launch my boat and I drive it 245 feet before I get to my rear cattle fence. And I successfully drive my boat over the 4-foot cattle fence to get into King Lake. That's how flooded it is. I'm sure you'll hear about that. But what I'd like to talk to you about is the traffic. Could you put that picture back up, please, with the road? If I pass out, I apologize. It's because I've been sick. The one that was up there. That was my picture. Yeah, can you put it back up, please? Thank you. So the master plan that you were shown earlier by all parties showed that Kenton Road's going to be a major artery. Major artery means it's going to be 4 paved lanes, 2 in each direction, okay? Since we all met in April of 22, when we were brought in for a workshop later in the year after we were working with all parties to accommodate 270-something townhouses, because I would like to remind you, this is the first step from single family into higher density. In my world, that means that it goes to duplexes, potentially townhouses, not straight.
Could I interrupt you one second? Let's let them get a chance to get where they're going so we can hear you. Apologize for that. Okay. By the way, this looks like 1 lane in each direction, not 2 lanes.
Absolutely, thank you, sir. We've been given a lot of fantasy in the last couple of proposals here. I would have loved to stand up and talk about them. But this major artery, when we came back for the workshop, was already reduced to 2 lanes, 1 in each direction. That's where I'd like to go with this. The planned amendment here that we've all been force-fed is the first step off of single-family residentials. We were working with all parties, trying to find accommodations when it was 270-something townhouses. We would have been fine with duplexes or townhouses. We're now being given 800 multifamily, and if you look at the master plan that none of us have been shown, but they have it, there's 400 driveways for townhouses. There's an additional 350 high-density apartments on this piece of property. That is not a one step into higher density. That is shoving it down our back, all right? Our land's being stolen from behind us because of flooding, but this is a bigger issue. This is the main artery that's gonna take the already approved 527 homes and 106,000 commercial square feet on Kenton Road, 1,027 units of traffic each morning and afternoon, as well as this 800 plus an industrial site on the same complex, which will generate 1,300 mobile units morning and evening for peak delivery. That's 2,400 units going down those two roads. DOT, I have it, the absolute top you can put on a 2-lane road with a stop sign at the end of the road is 450 units per hour. That means that if everybody decided to go to work or take their kids to school, because since they're gonna have to go to charter schools, they can't get on buses, it would take 4 hours for everybody to get to work or take their kids to school in the morning or get home in the afternoon. This is not feasible. This does not work with what's being amended. What was amended was already from a situation that was a higher step up than what it should have been, and the infrastructure we are being given does not support with schools, with stormwater, with traffic, with any of the infrastructure, any of these amendments. It does not accommodate our children for school. Unless you're willing to drive your child to school, you can't go to a charter school. There's no buses for that. So the Kirkland Ranch is great. That's miles down the road. You're trying to alleviate driving your children to school. That's the whole point. There's not enough buses, drive your kid to school. Well, if they have to drive 4 miles through this to get to the school and then back to walk to work, that didn't solve any problems. That made them worse. We can't golf cart across Curly Road. You'll get killed. We need your help. This needs to be shut down. This is non-negotiable. And the industrial site that's on this amendment does not work for anybody. It's in your own website. It's in your own rules for the Pasco Ready Sites program, that every Ready Site program will be industrial capable and ready and will be fast amended for the zoning for any industrial application wanted. Trafficking is an issue in this country. We do not need transport vehicles and semis coming through our residential neighborhoods at light to pick up our children and drive them 1,000 miles down the road to drop them off somewhere. This is about more than just how close we can live to work. This is about families and safety. We cannot forget that. And if they don't live here yet, we can tell them no. Okay? They're coming to our neighborhood. We all live here. We all are going to continue to live here. We have to take care of each other. We have to look out for each other. I'm not crying about development. Bring them. Bring 277 duplexes. That's fine. They can be my neighbors. Their kids can come feed my cows. I don't care. We welcome them all. But they have to have schools to put their kids in that they don't have to drive 4 or 5 miles to get to. They have to be able to get to work in the morning without leaving at 5 a.m. You can't see your kid off to school or to the bus stop if you have to leave 2 hours before traffic happens.
Well, I thank you for your presentation. I tried to give you quite a bit of extra time.
I appreciate that.
And I want to make sure I get everybody in, though.
And if there's any questions for me, I'm
appreciate your
happy to answer
passion
them.
and your comments. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, the next person is Jim Marineri, and that person will be followed by Roger Mendoza and then Kayla Mendoza.
Good almost evening. Jim Marineri, already sworn in. I just wanted to address a couple of things, and gentlemen before me just did a little bit, but there's been several comments about where'd you come from, where'd you live. I've been born, raised here, whatever. Originally from Philadelphia, came down 30 years ago, lived in Pasco County for 26. I purchased the property I have now. I previously was across the interstate, but I purchased it for the texture of the zoning that Pasco County had approved, including the master plan that was updated in the early 2000s, I believe. And everyone knows you're going to have the development. This Kenton Road development, 800, I don't think they're going to put 800. I'm crossing my fingers. They're probably going to come and say, 400. That's still a lot. But going back to my previous, the previous project, the road system isn't capable of handling it, from my perspective, on Elam Road. Because until that Kenton Road extension goes from Elam Road to overpass, like it was supposed to have done when Epperson was built. It was in the plans, but it wasn't done. I don't know why, I don't know how, but that is a key part of that arterial highway. Elam is supposed to be an intermediate passage. Until that stuff gets done, until the roadway improvements are done, until Kenton is connected, and that is the first I saw that, a 2-lane. It's supposed to be 4. I understand they get credits if they build 2, and then the state or the county will finish it up at some point in the future, which is the whole point of this. When? How long? The school's being built, right? You can't say, well, this school's kind of full, but we've got 9 others in Epperson or in Connected City. It's not feasible to go from one place to the other. I mean, I don't know about you, but I lived 2 miles from my school and I walked. I was able to walk. I took the bus when it was raining. That isn't an option for the majority of the folks who live up here, and it is being, the options are decreasing by the day. I believe that the project's going to go through. I think a condition of it should be the completion of that road through from Elam to overpass. It's going to cause, in connection with the other development down there, it's going to be a nightmare for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Mendoza.
Hello, I have my daughter here with me as well. She's Kayla. There's a few things I need to show.
Gayla, welcome. Glad you could join us.
Welcome to your civics lesson.
Or it might be ours.
Yeah, it might be ours.
Hey everyone, my name is Rod Mendoza. I am 8941 Kenton Road in Wesley Chapel. I am the property north of boundary of the Plaza Trust property that's being sold. I'm here to talk about more concerns in regards to the development of the Plaza Trust, which is directly north of the development of our property. Like I said, density is one of the things that we are concerned about. Original plan, like was mentioned, is 250 homes, 250, 275 homes or so. Right now, 800, of course, is a lot, right? Of course, I saw the actual thing where it says the apartments on the top and a possible multifamily by us, right? There is, the boundary is really close to our boundary. I don't know if you have, this one shows the boundary, basically, our view, right here, this guy right here. This one shows the boundary of where the retention pond and everything else is going to be. This right here is
Sir, I'm sorry, but if you have to speak, you'll have to speak from the microphone
Yeah,
over
we
there
have
because
to
the
make
clerk can't pick you up.
I have to make a recording of it.
All right, so that little dot right there is our tree. You see it? And that tree behind it, if you see that big picture behind it, the other
Yep.
picture, the one that says
Yep.
our view, that little dot right there, oh, we have a this little dot right here is our tree that's right here behind us. About 410 feet or so of retention pond space. That's gonna be right here among us. That little dot right here is my house, you see it, that little dot. What I wanted you guys to understand is that my wife also, and I also run it's called Nature's Haven of Florida. It's a nonprofit out of our home. And
I'm sorry, could you just speak a little
It's called
closer to the
Nature's
mic?
Haven of Florida.
Mhm.
It's a nonprofit that we run out of our home, and it's basically dealing with kids with special needs, autism, kids on the spectrum, kids with auditory issues, kids that run, kids that like water, especially that one. So we're thinking of something that will help us in regards to blocking that area off as well. Not only that, but flooding and retention in regards to how big that retention pond is. If you look at this small portion of Kenton Road right here, this is 3 times the amount. It's 3 times. It's big, humongous. You see that? Kenton Road, if that's 150 feet, that's 410 feet. That's humongous compared to my area. I do have an underwriter looking into my insurance to see if that particular spot is gonna raise my insurance as well. So I don't know if that's a concern as well. One of the other things that we also want is also visual privacy, where we have donkeys and cows in the back as well, because right here in the back, we will have donkeys, and not only that, but we have boars, not our boars, but wild boars. We have bobcats that we've seen, coyotes. So concerns in regards to liability of these people right here coming onto our property. Not only that, but we have, according from here, it's a private road down to Elam. So when he was talking about stormwater and the entrance up here, that's something that we're concerned about, because we were told that it was gonna be dead-ended. Like, literally the Pasco County scrapers don't come past this. They don't scrape our road. They literally stop at our end. So for them saying that we have an entrance here and an entrance down there in Elam, that's not what we were talking about. We talked about dead-ending or a roundabout, and then one entrance, back and forth between all our private roads from here down to Elam Road. Not only that, but the capacity of everybody that's gonna be coming all the way up to Kenton Road and Murata. Literally, Kenton Road goes right into the lagoon of Murata. You guys know that?
No?
It goes right into the lagoon of Murata. So Kenton Road is a direct access, and as Mike was saying, if we have only 2 lanes, just imagine the capacity and density that's coming through. Not only stormwater, et cetera, you guys heard it all, as well as school capacity, right? School capacity is a thing. So if we're counting in regards to how our density level is, not only this part, but up here, I know there's the apartments that we're talking about, that the density of 800 is gonna be something that is gonna be really hard for not only us, but for our nonprofit as well.
Okay.
So I'm asking for infrastructure to be looked at first, prior to any of this being a concern for any type of development. I understand it's part of the CC and PUD structure, but something has to be looked at for not only, I understand there's residents coming in and going and living here, but we also have to look for the residents that are already here. You know what I mean? So it's one thing that we also want to do.
Okay.
And my daughter talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, I'm Kayla Mendoza, daughter of Carolyn and Roger Mendoza. And my dad talked about all the things that we are afraid to happen. But one of the main things that I'm afraid to happen is the wildlife that is in the section that we are discussing. And so some of the things, I go outside every day. I have 30 chickens. I take care of them. They love me. I see animals every day, every time I go outside. So I'm afraid that if the development happens, and I don't know what would happen to the animals. So there's a lot of animals I see outside, lots of snakes, black racers, eastern rat snake, horned snake, diamondback rattlesnake, king snakes, garter snakes, cottonmouth, coral snakes, and also a lot of birds too, from where the wetlands are, and from where in our forestish back area. There's the green heron, the cattle egret, the snowy egrets, the sandhill cranes, the gray egrets, the white ibis, the roseate spoonbills, the little blue herons, the wood storks, the mottled ducks, the milers, the limpkins, the glossy ibis, the red-shouldered hawks, the short-tailed hawks, the red-winged blackbirds, eastern bluebirds, Florida scrub jays, blue jays. It goes on. And it's not all animals, it's not all birds, it's not all snakes, it's also the animals that live there. Like my dad mentioned, there's bobcats, there's like coyotes, but there's also rabbits. We have cottontail, swamp rabbits, marsh rabbits. We have flying squirrels that live in our backyard, actually saved two before from like being eaten and stuff. We also have like other fox, like the gray fox. We also have anoles, which are a type of lizards. We also have deer. We have deer back there. We also have gopher tortoises. We also have Florida panthers sometimes, like, but I don't know if they're like here or not. They're probably somewhere. Out of all of these that I've said, 10 of these are threatened. There's 15 that are endangered. There's more than 20 that are declining in population, and 22 of these are protected. I want to know how you would protect these from after the development starts happening. I want to know how they get to their new home, how do you protect them, because if the development happens, these animals, sometimes not good, sometimes they are, but they will come to our property because their habitat is being lost, and so they'll come to our property and their popularity, like, because since these houses are going to be dense together, and it's like them, they're going to be dense together like as if they lived in the subdivision, but it's their subdivision. So I want to know how you're going to save them.
Okay, thank you very much. We will try to get some answers for you when the applicant comes back up.
Mr. Chair, next person is David Torino, followed by Jim Hendry.
Hi, I live at 9350 Kenton Road.
You're David?
I'm David.
Okay.
I talked to the commissioners before.
You've been
we started.
sworn, David? David, you've been sworn or no?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I was talked to by the commissioners before the episode when it started. I was told by one of the commissioners I would never see a drop of water on my property. I haven't seen my property for 8 years. I've been flooded for 8 years. We should be 2.5 feet low. We're 2.5 feet high. My walkway's destroyed. I had 730 feet of walkway completely destroyed by water that I wasn't even supposed to see a drop. I had another commissioner come out to my house, Oakley, said, man, somebody dropped the ball. No one's doing anything. No one's doing anything. Now you're talking about developing another place across the road from me. Sure, the water runs that way, but the water's got a perk. You're going to have 5,200 and some square yards of pavement over there. Where's the water going? You guys got to think about what you're doing. You're killing us out there. You're killing me. My land, I can't see it anymore. I can't even get to the lake to fish anymore. It's not right. It's not right what you're doing. Somebody's got to control something here. That's my gripe.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Jim Hendry, followed by Carol Hendry.
Oh, okay. All right, Jim. Carol? No? Okay, somebody wrote your name down, I guess.
Someone wrote their names down.
Probably your wife did that. I got you. They tricked you. No, you've been up twice.
Next person's last name is Ball. I cannot tell what the... Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Another person that got tricked, huh?
You don't have to unless you really want to.
I didn't say anything because I didn't know I was going to speak. Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? My name is Kim, and I live next door with Sueno.
my property is the water come out from the King Lake.
Excuse me, ma'am, can you state your address for the record as well, please?
Oh, okay.
You pull that microphone down a bit more for you. There.
9330 Canton Drive, Road, West Chapel.
Okay.
That water, when it came down, it will be flooded all that developer that he's trying to do. Half of the property, water's gonna come from the lake. And I'm worried, I live there. It's 55 years. And I see water come up so high. Nobody gonna believe us, so we've been telling them that that water is not, what they're trying to do with that water, it's gonna still come out. We caught 5-pound bass on the road. That's how high that water come out. So before you all okay for them to do what they do, they had to come out something to protect all our property. We work very hard to earn that property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next person is Annabelle Riles, followed by Bradley Riles.
So hello again. So for this development, my main concern is the Elam Road and the traffic, especially so for our neighborhood lakeside estates. So this development is going to be at the corner of Elam and Kenton. So the increase in traffic, our neighborhood, right before the first entrance of our neighborhood from Elam and Kenton, there is a blind turn that a lot of people go very fast on this turn, and there is no signalization or anything. So we would appreciate that there is, like some kind of signal to signal that there is a blind turn, so we don't, get into accidents when we get out of the neighborhood. So that would be a good thing. So that's about it. That's all I have to say about it.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Good suggestion.
Y'all know me, I was here a minute ago, so.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything more to say.
Okay.
I just wish you'd reconsider about the lake access thing. My neighbors and I, we've been putting all our bass back for years because we didn't want to take them. We would have took them if we want them took. I mean, it's that simple. We did the right thing, and we did catch and release. And there's no guarantee that 1,600 people or all these strangers are going to feel the same way. So it's not us being selfish. It's about us looking out for something that we care about. It's that simple. So, yes, Brad Riles, 302-31.
This has to go before
I was up here earlier, so I thought I didn't.
This has to go before the county commission, so you'll have another chance to talk about it.
Appreciate
Okay?
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Tim Dolan, and then the last person I have signed up for this item is Richard Lynch.
All right. Welcome back, Mr. Dolan.
Hello again. Well, this project is definitely closer to me. I live right down the street on Tyndall, and I'm here to speak to a few issues concerning this project on behalf of two neighbors also. Dewey Atkinson at 31410 Tyndall and Chrissy Beatty at 31432 Tyndall. And again, it seems like, as per the first speaker, I think he did a great job in summarizing the issues that maybe the county didn't take the time to consider: the traffic down the road, the scope creep with Connected City, and the lack of infrastructure. And again, that's what I've been saying. We're not getting the infrastructure in place. So with regard to this project, my concern is if you break ground on it, all these trucks, these construction trucks are going to be coming down Tyndall to access that parcel. Unless you insist that Kenton's completed first, or whatever methods of access they're going to use. But I'd ask for a condition. We had this before. We had the problem with Metro, where they had caravans of dump trucks coming down on Dirt Road Tyndall. They literally shook the foundations on my home. And I had to get in contact with them about 3 times to get them to back off on using Tyndall as a shortcut. So my concern is, and I'd like a condition here added, that they do not send these, begin this construction by sending all these heavy earth movers and everything down Tyndall. It's a dirt road, it's not fair to us, and it can't bear that kind of traffic. Again, we had it before with those dump truck caravans, and it took a number of calls to get that resolved. So these guys haven't mentioned anything about the ownership of the Kenton extension out of Murata and how they plan to acquire that. Do they have the land already for that? Is that going to be a predecessor, having that completed, is that going to be a predecessor to any work that gets done there? Again, that's our concerns, but there's no way should they be allowed to access that area to develop it before that road is in place. Okay. And as far as, that's the one condition we're asking for, is none of these construction vehicles on Tyndall, and secondarily, and I'll just get back to my original point, that's a huge area of wetlands. I'm not sure it's properly depicted here, but I thought that was the headwaters of Cypress Creek potentially that flow out of King Lake. And I know these guys are referencing flooding they're having on their end of King Lake. Up by us, though, we're about 1.5 feet below where we should be right now. So there's something there that needs to be looked at too, because we're having no such problems. As a matter of fact, the lake's been lower this year for us than any of the past 10 years, I'll say, at this time of year. So, and by the way, I've been here since '91.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And can we seriously look at that condition? Is that something you can consider and write into this project? So they don't start it prematurely by bringing their trucks down our dirt road to do the work?
I'll address that when we get to the discussion, because.
Oh, when you mean the discussion at the end of this discussion?
Well, no, the county actually has a section of its land development code that's currently being applied, not as it ever was intended, but was intended to address your exact concern. So it might be a great time to have that discussion.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last person is Richard Lynch.
Okay, Richard? Richard Lynch? You left? Okay, Richard left.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to also say that for the record, someone by the name of Paul Grimshaw had signed up to speak on WebEx, but he is not on WebEx.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, very good. Then that being the case, let's have the applicant back up to answer all these questions about water and road paving and all that kind of stuff.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby again. I'm going to answer a few of the questions and then turn this over on some of this to the experts on our team who can better answer it. But I did want to say a couple of things. We did have a community meeting. Mr. Balzarak was at the community meeting, and I've also met with him 2 or 3 other times in the last year after other hearings and projects. I understand he's concerned about the King Lake level, but as Joe told you before, and I'm going to ask that he reiterate, this project does not discharge into the King Lake Basin at all. But Joe will bring that up. But I just wanted you to know we did have a community meeting. He was there. Most of the folks who spoke were there. We've talked with them. The MPUD entitlements have not changed in 1.5 years. They're the exact same ones that were there and that we talked about in the community meeting. All right. Let's see. Mr. Balzarak was also worried about there being industrial. The service-ready site acreage on this project only allows office entitlements. There's no industrial, no light, no heavy industrial, only office. So the only non-residential uses up on the service-ready site acreage as you're approaching the core would be some retail or office as allowed. That's what service-ready site acreage allows on this site. Then I did want to speak to Mr. Mendoza. We were trying to meet with him earlier today, and I think we missed each other. Well, we've had some emails with him. There's a few things that we will do for Mr. Mendoza. We understand he's got, I believe, a special needs child, and they've got some specialized facilities there. If you look at their property, the upland portion of the property where his house is pretty much framed in by a wetland that spans almost all of the western end. I am comfortable, my client will add a condition saying we will not have any units within 200 feet of his house. And so we're happy to agree to that. So David, if somebody's taking notes, that's one thing we'll agree to that. We will also put any units that we have along our south boundary, we will have a fence of some sort. So we will provide some privacy through that. And we will also not take down the barbed wire fence that's along the property boundary, because it sounds like he has donkeys and some other agricultural animals, and we don't want to interfere with that. So we will not take that down. We'll leave that in place. We want to be a good neighbor, as I mentioned before. And I do want to say I take the flooding issues at King Lake seriously. Mrs. Ball, who I've spoken to several times. I believe it's her son, who's a deputy sheriff. Very nice young man, and we are not diminishing it. We've looked at aerials, and you can see the water is high up by their house. And my pledge to you, after looking at this a lot, is if I can get the county to cooperate with a larger culvert in the existing dirt Kenton Road, we're going to oversize, with the county's assistance, the new culvert that's going to go in the new Kenton Road. And we will we'll clean out the channelized ditch on our site, and I believe we'll end up, all we're gonna do is make their situation better. I'm not saying it's gonna solve everything at King Lake, but after talking with Joe, I believe we can do that, and I believe we can help them. The last thing, and I don't know if John wants to get into this now, but we certainly understand that if we have any construction access on a dirt road, we're going to have to water or spray the road to control the fugitive dust emission. We understand that, and we're prepared to do that. Absolutely, that's what we're expected to do, and we will do. Other than that, I'm gonna let me have Steve talk to the traffic issues first, and then I'm gonna have Joe speak to the.
Can I ask one quick
yes,
question,
sir,
Clark? So for Mr. Mendoza's property, on the concept plan, it showed retention area kind of right across from his house.
Right.
So I know that could potentially change as
Right.
well. If there does end up being a retention area there, what would that buffering wall or buffering area look like between his property?
We typically wouldn't have, you only generally put the buffers around where the units are. So we wouldn't want to have a fence around a pond, for instance. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. But we've looked at it enough to know that's really where the low area is in the southeast corner. And I'm telling you, it's a very high likelihood that's where the pond's going to be. So it's going to be a sizable distance from his house to any residential unit.
So I think his concern was if you end up with a decent amount of water in there, it could pose a safety hazard to some of his students there at his property. So is there the possibility of putting some sort of a barrier between them to prevent them from accessing that?
To having them get, so that if we don't touch, they'd have to go through a barbed wire fence first.
Right.
Before we get there.
Believe me, they'll go through anything.
They'll go through that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with kids.
Yeah, I'm not, let me talk with my client, see what we can do while Joe and Steve are talking. I'll see if they're.
The other question that came up, and we didn't address, and I want to address it because she made the trip, it was the animals. If you had studied about.
Yeah, and I was, Joe's going to address that, and we've actually got one thing I think that the Mendozas will like that Joe will address.
So Clark, before you leave, you made a statement about light industrial not being permitted. I'm reading the permitted uses for service-ready site. Light industrial is a permitted use.
We only put office in ours, though. That's all it says is office on our entitlements. I mean, I'm happy, I will agree to a condition. We're not going to have.
But the permitted uses you have listed is everything in 519 or 522.9.
Okay, I didn't mean to. I'm happy to say that we will eliminate any industrial uses within the service-ready site acreage uses. That's not.
Also, so I also have a question about, there's a list of uses that are attached to this agenda item which may be causing part of the confusion. It's after the loom. I don't know who generated that list of uses, but it's not accurate for many reasons.
Okay, let me work on that, because I'm not sure, it may not even be the latest loom, so let me look at it.
It's not the loom. The
Okay.
loom doesn't, the loom.
Oh, there's
only-
something attached to the loom?
There's an attachment to the loom that's got a whole laundry list of uses. And some of them says they're prohibited, some of them says they're limited. And so, for example, what's not shown as limited or prohibited is light industrial. It's got auto dealerships as being allowed, which the code doesn't even allow, because the only retail you get is if it's in an accessory use in a building.
Yeah, I need to look at that,
I
David.
don't, my point is, I don't even know why this list is in the
Honestly
agenda
don't
packet.
either, I didn't see it.
Gavin, do you know? Does anybody know why this list? Because it's very confusing to me, because it implies that there's uses permitted in this MPUD that probably are not permitted.
Yeah, so when we created the condition, we had that, all the uses in 5.2, I don't know the exact section, but I included that chart just to kind of outline what is and what isn't allowed.
Okay, but it's not accurate, because some of these uses, like the retail uses, are only allowed as an accessory use to a multi-use building, if you read the code. So you could never get an auto dealership as an accessory use in a multi-use building. I mean, I think that would be almost, I guess it's theoretically possible, but unlikely that you could put an auto dealership as an accessory use to a multi-use building. So my recommendation would be that you just strike this whole exhibit and reference back to the code. If Clark wants to limit the code further and not allow industrial, that's his prerogative, but I think it's misleading to put this exhibit. That's why I asked you to put it. Was that you or was that the applicant?
That was me, yeah. That was
Okay, so I
meant
think
to
you
be
need
an
to get rid of
additional
it.
resource to,
I think you need to get rid of it because it's misleading and probably not accurate.
that's fine. I can do that. That's no problem.
But in terms of the condition, Clark, if you don't want to allow light industrial, you need to have language that says that.
Good afternoon, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607, and I have been sworn. I just want to address the traffic real quick. From a traffic standpoint, as y'all know, the way Connected City works is we're building the master roadway system incrementally. And so what we use to do this is we actually use, beyond any other area in the county, we use a 2045 model. So we start with that and then look at what roadways and what the impact is as we build these roads incrementally. And so we've looked at this road. We've actually added in the Aprilli development that's to our south, plus ours, to look at making sure that the roadway will have adequate capacity as a two-lane divided roadway, which according to the analysis, it will operate. So from that standpoint, we actually do more than any area in the county as far as looking at transportation, looking at the infrastructure. And also, what I actually just heard today was that part of the code is that there's a monitoring requirement. Again, unlike any other area in the county, Connected City has a monitoring requirement. And so now the county has hired a consultant to actually monitor to make sure that in fact what was in the original analysis, that we're not exceeding the 1.2 VC ratio for every roadway. So there's added protection. One, we're doing a 2045 model. Two, that you've got that added protection. You've got a consultant, an independent consultant that is reviewing and looking at these, the VC ratio to make sure that if one of those exceeds it, we got to come up with some improvements to allow development to continue in Connected City.
Question for you, Steve. So I'm showing it's 142 feet of right-of-way for Kenton.
Correct. Yes.
So is that sufficient to add another travel lane in each direction? If
Right.
need
So
be in
the way it's set up in the master roadway plan is every roadway is set up when it's a 4-lane divided. It's called phase 1. So what that is phase 1. So what we've done is we built the outside 2 lanes of the ultimate 4-lane road. So that's why you'll see that median is so wide. So what'll happen now is as they come in to build the next, it needs to be 4 lanes. They just build it on interior. So all the drainage has already been designed. All the piping system has been designed and built. So it's real easy to come in and just build those other 2 lanes in the future, as opposed to just building a standard 2-lane road and having to go tear it up and build a 4-lane. So it's all set up so that it incrementally can be built and expanded.
So how is construction going to access the site?
That would be a question. I haven't looked at that from that standpoint. So, but I know that what likelihood is that at least at this point in time, that the Aprilli parcel to the south would likely build first, which would then access from Elam as they build the road north. This parcel would build from where the Aprilli parcel stops, their northern access, and build north. So likely they would access it through Kenton Road and just continue that construction north as they go. But we haven't looked specifically with it. Okay, so I was just told that the right-of-way has already been dedicated for the new Kenton Road from Elam north. So we have access to this property to be able to build that road.
So they use the Kenton Road access?
Correct.
They won't use Tyndall?
I'll have to let the developer commit to that, but that's the more likely way.
Well, I think
they
that's what
would
we
build
need
it.
to know.
Sure, I can find out for sure.
Steve,
Yeah.
did you look at the intersection of Elam and Kenton?
Yes, we did.
So with the project traffic, is it still functioning?
Correct, yes, it's still
acceptable?
functioning adequate. Now, we are putting turn lane, well, the Aprilli parcel is putting, turn lanes at that intersection. But yes, it will still operate acceptable level of service with this project and with the Aprilli project.
Okay, so Aprilli is making improvements to that intersection?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Steve, the right-of-way you're talking about for Kenton is from Elam down to Overpass?
Well, that road, that right-of-way, as I understand, it's already been dedicated. That was done
Okay.
as a
Is
part
there
of the
any-
Epperson project. What we're talking about is from Elam north.
Is there anybody, and this might be a question for the county, but is there anybody that can speak to the status of the construction of that missing leg?
To my knowledge, there's nobody that's on the hook to build that portion of it.
So who's going to be responsible for that, the county?
Potentially now, and David can explain it probably better than I can, but the way Connected City is also set up is that there are monies that are set aside for segments of roadway that may not get built at times, or signals to be put in, that the county then uses that money to build those segments. So it's actually in the financial plan to have that money to be able to build those segments. So that may be that if a developer doesn't do it, that the county would have the money from Connected City to be able to build those segments.
It just seems to me that if a developer wants to develop a development there, provide an adequate road to get to it.
But we've got to Elam, but yes, correct. There is a missing segment from Elam to Overpass.
Yeah, so then he's gonna put the burden on the county to do it?
Well, again, part of the financial plan is setting aside money, because there's going to be segments of roadway that don't get built by, all the developers.
This
And
is
so
exactly
that's
why the
part of the
substandard
process.
road section of our ordinance exists, because this was going on at the time that was drafted, and instead we're using that to extract $1,000 and $2,000 here that we never used to improve a road, but that was the exact purpose of that ordinance, and that was exactly what I was going to address, and that was specifically going along, happening with construction access. That's why that section of the code is in place.
Yeah, that part concerns me too.
Hi, Brad,
Brad?
Tippin, Planning and Development. I want to address two things. One is construction access. I agree, construction access is always touchy, especially when you have dirt roads. But these projects do tend to come in phases when you get to those construction plans, smaller chunks. And until we know at that site plan stage which chunks are coming in and where, it's kind of premature to make some very specific routes.
But it was the
But-
substandard road section of the code that was drafted to address this very issue.
So Connected City is actually set up a little differently than the rest of the county in the way that the financial plan addresses that. A developer can build an extension of a road beyond what they require, or build it to a width, 4 lanes instead of 2, beyond what they require, and the financial plan reimburses them with credits. So it's actually set up to do this. So either way, whether it's a county burden to build the road, it still ultimately comes out of that same pot of money. It's the same stuff. It was set up that way in the financial plan. So it's really a matter of where the traffic flow goes and with what timing, related to the timing and phasing, which is what I think Steve was speaking to. So it's just, I wanted to clarify that it's set up a little bit differently than a lot of the other projects that you see in the county.
Right, I think the question though is, will Elam and Kenton function without that missing link to overpass? And do our traffic engineers agree that, because we have no idea when the county will get around to building the missing piece of Kenton to overpass, do our traffic people agree that Elam and Kenton will function without that missing link?
So I believe that's my understanding. At the timing, we do have Essen Khalil on here that can likely speak to that. I'm not sure if he would be speaking for someone else on his team, but timing and phasing would have adjusted. Actually, it's the Connected City Transportation Plan, a little bit different than timing and phasing you see in the county, but it would address that type of issue and look at that timing to see when that happens. And if it is ultimately triggered, when it's triggered, those additional lanes or additional connections have to be made.
Well, I mean, there's no condition. I'm assuming they said it was okay because they didn't impose a condition requiring that missing link to be built.
Correct.
But that means so that they did conclude that Elam will function fine without that missing link?
That, again, Essen, if you would like to speak to that, can Essen be?
Restate the question, I guess.
So the question is, the missing link of Kenton between Elam and Overpass, if that is not built, will Elam function at an acceptable level of service?
Yes, yes, it will. And based on analysis, based on the model, the model did not include that because, again, what we're doing is we're using the 2045 SC data, and we're looking at the network that is going to be built with the projects that are either funded or already in place. So that segment was not included in the model or in our analysis.
And do you remember the level of service of Elam when?
It will operate acceptable level service, yes.
What level?
What is it?
The VC ratio, I can tell you, the VC ratio is, that's what we're looking at here. It's a VC. I'll tell you. VC ratio is, for Elam, is around 0.56.
So that's like a level of service C?
Right.
Ish?
DC, somewhere in there.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, that's not that bad.
Correct. They actually did, just, Connected City is 1.2.
Steve, is it addressed any, I guess, this project relies on the Aprilli project building a section of Kenton as well,
Sure,
right?
sure.
Is there anything, I mean, is there a chance this project comes in before the
well,
Aprilli project? So the southern section of Kenton be a dirt
Their only
road?
access is Kenton to the south. So if Aprilli doesn't build it, they got to build it. That's their only access.
This developer has to build it?
That road's got to be there, yes.
In which case they would get credits out of the Connected City?
Not for the first 2 lanes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so.
But yeah,
So
there is no other way
if
out.
the road's constructed to accommodate 4 lanes, why don't they just put 4 lanes in?
Well, and in fact, one of the things, and we actually were speaking, I don't even know if the county engineer's on the phone or on the line, but one of his things is he doesn't want those roadways built to 4 lanes if it's not needed, because now you're spending county funds to build roads prematurely. So the idea is to build them when they're needed, and that's part of the analysis that we do, and then also some of the monitoring that you
Think they're
do
gonna
as
get
to
cheaper
determine-
in the future?
Pardon?
Think they're gonna get cheaper in the future?
No, they're definitely not getting cheaper in the future.
Not
But
quite sure I buy that logic.
After my discussion with the county engineer, it's my understanding that his concern was that we may be prematurely spending too much on certain roads when there are immediate needs on other roads that he would like to use those funds for. So he didn't want to do it in that order. That was his explanation.
Therein lies the entire problem with our roadway network throughout the county, but.
I don't know if you'll convince the residents too. I see one standing up back there that's 4 lanes aren't needed there right now either.
I was hoping we might bring up Joe Semino to answer a couple of the other questions.
Oh, yeah, please,
that
please
the
do,
neighbor
yeah,
raised.
please do. But I think we're still thinking about that roadway situation.
Well, I mean, I just want to say again for that, we are satisfying the level of service requirements, and that's exactly what we're required to do. We're not required to build 4 when 2 works. I mean, that's what the financial plan says. That's what the master roadway plan says. So, I mean, I think that's the answer here.
Wait, Clark, do you know the answer on the construction traffic about whether there's any chance it's going to use, that you would be using Tyndall for construction traffic?
I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit reluctant to say. My only concern is I expect that our neighbors to the south of Prilly are going to be under construction sooner rather than later. As you know, they have an approved development agreement, and they're going to start at some point. I would hope we'd be going through their site because, again, the right-of-way is in place there. I don't quite know. I mean, there's a lot of what-ifs. I hate to say that I wouldn't use some other existing county right-of-way. And just so everyone's clear, there are other sections of Tyndall Road. It's not all dirt. I mean, there's a considerable portion that's been built west from Curly, and there's another section it's about to be built pursuant to another MPUD. So I'm reluctant to say we won't use a road that may be 3/4 built at the time. There's a lot of unknowns. I mean, there are rules that we have to follow when we have construction traffic on that kind of roadway, as John, I think, was alluding to. We have to water, we have to do all these things. You're supposed to do a pre-construction survey of the road, and if you beat the road up, you have to come in and regrade it and all that kind of stuff, and we have no problem following those requirements if we even use it. So anyway, I do want Joe to speak.
Thank you, Clark. Hello again. Just reiterating once again, this project's in a different watershed than King Lake. We understand how bad the drainage problems are in King Lake. There's no possible way for us to exacerbate it, being on the other side of the watershed divide. That said, if Swift-Mud and the county decide to upgrade that culvert under Kent Road, we can accommodate the additional flow. So we can help water get out of the King Lake Basin faster and help these folks. But as an engineer, we can't change that. It would take Swift-Mud and the county to upsize the culvert under Kent Road. But if you choose to do so, we can accommodate that additional flow through our project. So that's a good thing. Mr. Mendoza mentioned the pond being close to his house. In terms of a flooding standpoint, I just looked at the county LiDAR. His house sits up around elevation 109. That pond will be going in a location that's at about elevation 105, 4 feet lower. It would be discharged into a wetland system that's about 103. So, 6 feet lower, and from there it just drops and drops and drops. So all water's moving away from him. I would like to address the environmental concerns. I do have to say that was very impressive, Ms. Mendoza. I still sometimes get nervous up here. I get a little shaky voice sometimes and intimidated, and you didn't even stutter, so very, very good job. What I would like to do, our firm has a whole environmental component to it. Yeah, Mr. Mendoza, with your permission, I'd like to get our Director of Environmental Services in touch with you and your daughter and explain the permitting environmental surveys that need to be done on gopher tortoises, all sorts of threatened and endangered species. And then because there's a long gap between those studies and when construction starts, there's pre-construction surveys that need to be done again. And if anything is found, there's relocation protocol for certain threatened and endangered species. And there's nesting season protocols that if there's certain species in certain places of the construction during construction initiation, you have to completely avoid those and monitor them throughout the nesting season. So it's very interesting. And again, with your permission, sir, I'd be happy to get our Director of Environmental Services in touch with you guys and explain every step of the way.
That's a good suggestion, yeah.
And this is Clark Hobby again. I did speak with Mr. Mendoza, and he agreed that he'd meet with us before the County Commission to talk about the condition next to his house. We understand the sensitivity there, and again, we want to be a good neighbor.
Okay.
So if there are not any other questions, what I was going to do was try to restate, I believe, these additional conditions we've been talking about. Just, I don't know if we've gotten them all down. I thought it would be helpful. The first was that we said we would have no residential units within 200 feet of the Mendoza house.
Right.
We said that any units that we have along the southern boundary of the MPUD would have a fence on the south side of them.
Just let me just interrupt you because we're talking about next to Mendoza.
Right. Yeah, he owns the property. That's right, next to the Mendoza property.
I just think it's important, Clark, because I'm very familiar with those conditions of the children. My niece runs a school for kids like that, and they'll go right through an open fence. So you gotta have a solid fence.
Understood.
They'll be in that lake.
So Clark, I don't understand the condition though. You're saying you won't have any homes within 200 feet.
But
If you have a home, it'll
even west, so I wish somebody could pull the aerial up. West of their house, there's a large wetland system, so I'm assuming they're not going all through the wetland system. But we will have units that would be north of that area, but just for visual protection, we were gonna put fencing along the residential areas there so that he wouldn't hopefully be able to see our units as easily. That was the thought about that.
Well, I'm not sure that's his main concern, but.
I know. He's also concerned about what happens between the barbed wire fence and the pond, and that's what I told him we're gonna meet about, and he agrees we're gonna meet about and try to figure out what to do in that area.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'm just trying to also get the other conditions down,
Yeah,
because we
go ahead,
also
go
did
ahead.
agree that we would leave the existing barbed wire fence up, because again, he does have livestock and stuff like that, and I
Right.
need to make sure they don't get out. And then the final one that I think I got was saying that we will not have any industrial uses
Right.
in the service-ready site acreage.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
With that, our team's
Did
happy.
you want to state it like that, as in, we're not going to have any industrial uses versus stating it is it's limited to office?
Well, it allows office and some accessory retail, and if I say no industrial, it will be easy for us to go back and strike through the industrial codes.
Okay.
If I left those in there, I didn't mean to. Long ago, we decided we were only gonna have office and to support retail in there, and I probably
So
screwed
Clark,
that
to
up.
be clear, you didn't put it in there, you just referenced the code section.
Right.
And that code section allows light
Allows,
industrial.
I understand. So we'll come up with some language with David to make it very clear that will not be allowed.
And Clark, just to get it straight in my head, so if Aprilli doesn't come in and they don't fulfill their obligations, again, you're gonna build Kenton all the way from
We would
Elam
have to, yes, we would have to build.
to your
Kenton.
northern property boundary?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Brad Tippin again, Planning and Development. I just wanted to speak briefly about the service-ready site acreage. We tend to want that to be reserved for things like target business uses and whatnot. So when we overly restrict the uses that are there, it really limits the marketability of those sites. Those sites are designed almost like a pad-ready site, that's something that DEDC would do. And we really want to try to keep those open. And I think the county is very comfortable restricting uses such as industrial that it may not make sense in an area, that particular area, but we don't want to overly restrict those uses too far. So saying only office or something like that may be too much that we really wouldn't want to go with.
Frankly, I think that's where traffic would want to come from, but I think that they're protected with the construction.
I appreciate what Dad, it's getting late to call him Brad, Dad.
It is getting kind of very
bad. Lord help us all.
You gotta die the bureaucrat.
The bureaucrats are taking over my mind, man.
Some of us know your dad. Brad's not your dad.
No, he isn't. But I appreciate what Brad is saying, but that was not our intent. And the sizing of the parcels up there will not lend itself to industrial uses anyway, and I don't think our neighbors want it. And I'm okay with saying that, and I appreciate Brad's perspective, but I don't think this is the right place for that, in this particular circumstance for industrial.
Okay. All right.
I want to be clear though, to Brad's point, heavy industrial is not allowed at all. I think what we're talking about is light industrial.
Right.
But I still get Clark's point if they want to restrict light industrial. But I don't want anybody to think that we're allowing a concrete plant on these sites. These are light industrial manufacturing type buildings.
Right.
But that being said.
So we don't have the right acres here.
Right. So.
And when I was speaking of target industry, I was speaking kind of generally, but things like pharmaceutical types of businesses, medical, those types of things that we want to allow there that may not be able to go into certain classes.
There are certain users, and I'll give an example, like a Metler Toledo. Okay, they're doing
Yes.
they're doing some manufacturing in that building, but from all outward appearances, that just looks like a big office building. So but it might be considered light industrial because they're making machinery in there. So, but the public would never know that that's what's occurring in there. So my point is that not all light industrial uses are scary. This is a informational, educational statement. But that being said, if Clark wants to restrict light industrial on this site, I'm not opposed to it.
Unless there are any other questions, I'd ask that you close the public comment. Proceed.
Okay. Any, I'm sorry, sir. We can't bring up people. I can't keep bringing people up time and time again. You know, I gave you an opportunity, and that's
You'll
all
get
I can
another
do.
chance in front of the Board of County Commissioners.
Yeah,
sir.
there'll be another chance. So. Okay, well, we've heard all the testimony, so it's time to make a decision.
Well, so, in the interest
John?
of moving this forward, can we first get a motion to add the additional conditions that Clark just read into the record? I mean, I'm not saying you need to approve it, but you may want to approve it with additional conditions beyond those. I'm just, as a baseline, can we get that motion in first?
Do they need to be restated, or are they understood?
I'd rather not have to restate
Okay,
everything.
I'll make a motion to approve those conditions,
I'd second that.
or to add those conditions,
Are
I'm
the
sorry,
conditions
add
to the
those
record?
conditions to the record.
Are there any other conditions?
Well, first, let's get a motion on that, so we can
Okay.
get those added. And then if you guys want to do anything else, then we can, because I have a feeling if we add anything else, there may be discussion about them. So
Okay.
we get a motion on those first.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Gavin, you're clear on what you're adding? Okay, good. Now, balance of the item and any other conditions.
And he knows what he's taking out too.
He does
Yeah.
what he's taking out
Yeah.
and adding, so
Yeah.
we're good so far. Now you just need to decide what to do with one of the
Yeah,
rest
well,
of the item.
I mean, I think it's clear to me that there's not much they can do about the water. That's not a issue that they can deal with. That's an engineering issue. That's not something you can eyeball. That has to do with, the engineers have to deal with that. I can't deal with it. And they're gonna have to prove under the law that the water is not, their water is not flowing onto your property. They can't create more water on your property than you already have. And they're not responsible for the water you have now, because they're not there, so.
Well, and also to add to that, I mean, they will, the agencies will also look at, to make sure that they don't do anything to impede that outflow that comes out of King Lake that goes through their property. And I think they've already committed that they'll do, I mean, they'll do everything in their power to try to help the situation. They're not gonna fix the situation, but they're gonna help the situation.
I've got pictures of my property.
So, all this stuff being said, I mean, again, I go back to the last hearing. I mean, it's, you know, on my side, there's still obviously confusion and a little bit of confusion, although it was, and thanks for clarifying, Steve, Clark, Joe, about the access. There's a lot of road work and a lot of attention that needs to be done to the roads, but I feel like they've looked at the road network. They've addressed the road network. I still think there's things that the county needs to look at as far as the connection of Ken Road, making that missing connection between Overpass and Tin and Elam. But all that being said, I mean, this is what the county want. This is connected city. This is what everybody's pushing them to do. I mean, you heard Clark. He brought up that, you know, the people at the county asked them to increase the density on the property, to change the uses. So all that being said, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second it, Jamie.
And that's with the conditions that were.
With the conditions that were added, correct.
I'll say that, yeah, there's a huge opportunity, I think, to upsize that culvert that we're talking about too during the construction of this. So that's something that should seriously be considered between Swift-Mud and the county as this is going, because that would substantially alleviate, I think, the flooding condition on King Lake, though. I'm not a drainage engineer. I need to.
It takes care of the upstream, but you can't flood people downstream either.
But,
so
I mean,
there's
look.
considerations to be made there.
Well, looking at the wetland system that's downstream of this, it looks like it can certainly take that additional flow that's in there, just looking at it on an aerial in front of me here. So I think there's a huge opportunity for that, but that's a county and a Swift-Mud issue to deal with. Other than that, I'm in support of the project.
So Brad, the issue on Tyndall Road, the substandard condition on Tyndall, all those things that Clark mentioned that they'd have to do in terms of dust control, restoring it to its prior condition, is that something that you typically impose at site plan approval if they in fact use that road for construction traffic? So we don't need to address it here? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. He's nodding his head yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Moody could probably attest to it better or state it better than I could, but when it comes to managing watersheds, you have to, when a project comes in, you have to either not affect it negatively or improve it. You can't go the other direction. So you either have to have no effect on your neighbors, or you have to improve the situation of the neighbors. So the flooding issues that you're experiencing is not really related to the project that's on the docket today, unfortunately. And it's not. I'm not saying it doesn't need addressed, but you know, we have to look at it through the eyes of this particular project that we have before us and approve based on that. And there's going to have to be a lot of studies and a lot of engineering done as this project comes to fruition to address those issues.
What I would tell you with regard to the drainage, if you want to get to solve the mystery, is go look at the allowable coverages that this board and that ultimately the county commission has allowed, and then go see if that's what got permitted through the water management district. And I'm going to tell you, Clark, I've seen some of them come in with 100% coverage. I'm going to be looking through SwiftMud files, and I better see CN numbers of 99 and 100 when Mr. Simino submits his drainage calculations, because I'm betting that's what's happening here. But that's not for this board to solve. That's an agency, that's a permitting problem. We get to the construction phase of this.
Yeah, the only, I mean, not the only problem, but one of the problems that I still have is that I still think that maybe under the rules of the county we can't do it, but I think we should restrict construction traffic off of Tyndall Road. That's what I think.
So, I want to be clear, you technically could. Clark's not necessarily agreeing to it, but there have been other MPDs where staff, the board, have limited construction traffic to particular locations. They were prohibited construction traffic off of certain roadways.
I know how onerous that can be to have trucks and trucks and trucks go by.
I'd support that.
Where you're living, and it's just not, I don't think it's,
so the question,
I think it was saying, we've got to look out for our neighbors.
They have to use Kenton. If you limited it, if you prohibited it off of Tyndall,
They'd have to come from
they would have to use Kenton for construction traffic.
which will create a problem for those people.
You have a question?
So it's
Mr. Chairman, I think the problem is they're completely different segments of Tyndall Road. There's one where some of the neighbors live. It takes an L, and I'm not sure which segments of Tyndall Road you'd even be talking about. And I don't want to prohibit construction traffic in two scenarios that I could see happening. One is, what if it's already paved, okay? The second thing is, what if the other segment of Kenton is under construction and I can't get there? You would be forcing me to then use Kenton where these folks are. I don't want to do that. So I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Chairman. I think the world of your opinion.
Well, even the paved section, I don't want the trucks to destroy the already paved road either.
I think
Clark,
there's
isn't
just a
Kenton,
little too many unknowns here.
Let's play devil's advocate. Isn't Kenton 142 feet of right of way? I mean, are they going to be working in the entire right of way?
I mean, I'm not an engineer. I don't know. I would hope that we could do it at the same time, but to his point, I don't want to be driving on areas they're paving that are freshly paved. I mean, I think we can work this out. and we will follow the code on the requirements, and we won't beat the road up in a way that's not permissible. But I'm not sure we know enough about where the construction access may come from the north to say that we can't use it at all.
Yeah.
I mean, they're different segments.
And I feel like there's the protections for the construction accesses that are gonna be imposed on them with the development, with approval of development plans.
We have to rebuild it.
There's certain things they're gonna have to do. I mean, fugitive dust, rebuilding the road.
And if they don't use Tyndall, they're gonna be forced to use Canton for everything. So, at least that way you have the potential of splitting it up between Tyndall and Canton construction traffic, which will.
Okay, well, no. Okay, so, you have a motion, second.
I think you have a
We've had
motion second
discussion
already, right?
Yeah, and we've had discussion. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Aye. Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, if we can have the clerk read some of the proofs of publications that have not been read into the record, please.
I'm just going to restate it. The items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on August 2nd, 2023, September 6th, 2023, September 20th, 2023, and September 27th, 2023, or by affidavit by certified mailings and site postings.
Thank you. The next item is APC8, and I think Gavin will just have a very quick presentation on that one.
Okay.
Gavin Covey, Planning Development.
Gavin.
Again.
You've been busy?
Very busy.
Busy afternoon.
I promise you this will be
You
the
caused
last
a lot
time
of
I
trouble
bother you
today,
today. What was it?
So you caused a lot of trouble today.
I do cause a lot of trouble today. All right. So this is PED 240026, Village B and C text amendment. So we're basically proposing three things to the comprehensive plan for the villages of Pasadena Hills. So the first thing is we're increasing the land area of the village centers for specifically villages B and C. The second thing is we're increasing the allowable conversions of residential entitlements to commercial and office. And the third thing is we're adding a new policy to allow for unused densities in the neighborhood general and neighborhood edge areas to be transferred to the village center. So just to look at the exhibit, you can see that the red area is going to be the village center area, the brown area around it is going to be the core, and the red is going to be the commercial and office areas, and the brown area is going to be where the 10 dwelling units per acre are going to be proposed. So we're increasing the combination of those two areas by 10% to put the new cap for village core and village center at 35%, where it is previously 25%. So if you can see, this is one of the Village B master plans. This is the current one, and this is the one we're trying to get to. So if you can see, the brown and the red are now obviously more increased around that Clinton Extension Road. So we want to get the density and intensity around this node, this intersection. So we're also increasing those allowable conversions, and so I've just kind of done a couple examples. Village B, again, is 3,200 approximately dwelling units, with an 80,000 square feet of commercial. With this new conversion, if you use 20%, just for the commercial entitlements, you can get an additional 36,000 square feet for commercial for the village. You could do all office, and you would increase it by about 80,000 for the office entitlements. And if you do a 50-50 split, you could increase it by 18 for the commercial and 39 for the office. And so the last thing we're doing is we're allowing the unused densities in the edge and the general areas to be transported into the village centers. The outside rings are going to be those areas designated as 2 dwelling units per acre. If developers have more entitlements than they can use, they can basically transfer them to another MPUD or within their MPUD for the village core and increase the density. So they can exceed that 10 dwelling units per acre if they transfer, and they can convert those units to the non-residential entitlements like we kind of just talked about with those previous conversions. They do have to have the owner produce a signed recorded document with the intent of the transfer, and they can't exceed the approved entitlements for the MPUD, and the transfer must be within the same village or within the MPUD if it's in multiple villages. So these are the oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I've been talking all day up here with you guys. So the proposed amendment is consistent with the following comprehensive plan policies: Objective Flu 6.5, Land Use and Form, Policy Flu 6.5.2, Overall Design Principles, and Policy Flu 6.5.3, Village Characteristics. So this is coming with a recommendation of approval of the comprehensive plan amendment to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any comment from anyone? No public questions? Any comment from the public?
Christy Barrera with Height Design, 5904 Hampton Oaks Parkway, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn, and I just want to state for the record that I would like you all to approve this comp plan amendment. I represent a project in Village B and in Village C that this amendment would affect, and we support staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. There's no one else?
Someone want to make a motion?
I'm waiting.
So moved. So moved.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Like sign? Okay.
Next item is AP 10, and that will be presented by Jacob Gates.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Gates. I'm with Pasco County, Pasco County Planning and Development, current planning, the MPUD team. Going to be presenting Crossways MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. Next slide. This is item AP 10. And a quick overview. The proposal is zoning amendment from AC Agricultural Zoning District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District. Future land use is ROR for the small sliver parcel to the north that you'll see in a second. The other 2 parcels are Res 6 for the future land use. No associated comprehensive plan amendment is proposed with this project. They're trying to stick within the allotted allowable units for that area, the allotted density. The purpose is, of course, to allow a maximum of up to 176 residential units, which would be a mixture of single-family detached and attached dwelling units on 29.5 acres. It's approximately northeast of US Highway 98 and west of Old Lakeland Highway. Next slide, please. That's the approximate location, just southeast of us. And this is a context map I drew up for our benefit. You can see the Dade City border to the northwest there. You can see the green line next to the purple outline of the proposed project area. That is the CSX Railroad. If you have questions on the right-of-way, that is one reason why I marked it, so you can have a clear designation of where it goes along the project. The nearest MPUD is Triple J MPUD to the west, southwest, and if you follow US Highway 98 to the south, you'll reach the Polk County line in about 10 miles.
I want to thank you for the context map. Over a year ago, I asked if they would start putting this in our packet, and it's yet to happen, but at least now I can see where this is in relation to the rest of the world.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe someday it'll get in the packet so the Planning Commission can make an educated decision.
Completely understand. Also, for context, Old Lakeland Highway has another name of County Road 35A. They're the same road. It's just another term for the road. Next slide, please. That's a location map oriented north. You can see it's undeveloped, mainly with cow pasture. The spot of land right there is a cow pond, designated as a Category 3 wetland. And for context for stormwater, the entire proposed area is X except for that Category 3 wetland right there, which amounts to about 0.76 acres. Next slide, please. That's the current zoning district. All 3 parcels are designated as AC, agricultural. Next slide, please. That's the future land use. As you can see, the 2 largest parcels are Res 6, and the northernmost parcel, the sliver parcel that's less than an acre, is ROR. Next slide, please. This is the master plan, not as it's red, but oriented north, just so you can get an idea of what it looks like facing north. So it makes more sense visually. The next slide is the master plan as you would read it. And if I have physical copies of the conditions of approval and the master plan, if you want to get a closer look at it, as well as for the benefit of the individuals here to speak on the item, if they're interested. And I have hidden slides in case you have any questions. I'm anticipating some questions on a couple of things, but just in case it looks good now. Next slide, please. The recommendation is for approval, or to recommend approval with conditions to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. Thank you, Jacob.
Have any questions so
Any
far?
questions?
I've got some questions.
Yes, sir.
I guess start out, who's the utility provider?
Utility provider, we're talking about water and sewer, Pasco County and Pasco County.
Okay, I didn't see, did the MPUD checklist or the requirements for the MPUD maps, did that change? 'Cause I don't, used to be we required utilities to be on there, we used to be required to put all the
large block of notes on the right-hand side. It is in the large block of notes. I believe it's on note 23 or 24.
There's a multitude of things that are on that I normally see on an MPUD map that are not included here. And normally in the agenda memo, we get some kind of confirmation from other departments. I mean, did the utility department review this submittal? Is there capacity?
Yes, yes, they have.
Okay,
And
and I'm assuming fire,
their
police,
comments- yes.
everybody?
Yes, sir. Their comments were incorporated into the conditions of approval.
Okay.
But there's no statement in any of the MPUD applications that were put forward before us today whether or not there's sufficient utility capacity for any of them.
Correct. Okay, now I guess I'm going to keep going here. My next question is, can you tell me a little bit about Triple J? Because here's my issue. I look at this map and I see extremely rural part of East Pasco County.
Right.
And then I see everybody's favorite new, I'm going to put 40-foot lots everywhere and I'm not going to worry anything about architectural. It's really, are there 40-foot lots in Triple J?
To my knowledge, I don't think there are.
Okay,
But
I mean,
could be wrong.
I know the land use is Res 6, and they made sure that they maxed out, and they're asking for 6 units per acre exactly. I completely understand, but just because the land use is Res 6 doesn't mean they're entitled to 6 units per acre.
Right.
I mean, some of this is in context of what's in the area, and I'm struggling mightily with this one, with figuring out how this fits in the area.
So, one example They've been accommodating because they understand that the appetite for 40-foot wide lots has expired throughout the county. They've incorporated a lot of the things that were introduced in PM 26 that were not necessarily bound by them, because the first round of review was completed before August 8th of 2023, which technically means they're no longer, like, they're not bound by PM 26, they're bound by PM 10. But in a gesture of good faith, they've incorporated a lot of the architectural requirements in townhouses. If you go into the land use section, I believe, land use section and go to COA 41, you can see all the architectural requirements listed. They were very accommodating in terms of setbacks. There was concern leading up to the Plan Commission meeting today that the rear setbacks and side setbacks in particular for townhomes were far too small. So they agreed to very wide setbacks. They went from 10 feet at the corner for townhome buildings to 25 feet at the corner. They went from 5 foot at the rear for single-family residential detached to 10 feet universally throughout the project. They're interested in maxing out what they can do with the residential density. But they're also willing to compromise and meet a lot of the requirements in terms of PM 26 and trying to compromise and come to a decision that fits the direction of the county.
So I'm not sure that the Planning Commission ever got a presentation on PM 26.
Okay.
Terry, did we? So I don't even know if they know what you're talking about. So for the most part, the one thing that this MPUD that is not doing the PM 26 basically outlawed was 40-foot lots.
Yes.
PM 26 basically said you cannot have 40-foot lots anymore. The smallest lot size you can have is, well, unless it's in a T&D or
over age restricted.
Age restricted. There's a few exceptions, but for the most part, PM 26 outlawed 40-foot lots and set standard. The smallest lot size I think you can have now is 45 feet under PM 26, which this project predated the imposition of PM 26. And when PM 26 went to the board specifically allowed projects that had already received their first round of comments prior to PM 26 to proceed. So that's what Jacob is talking about. Now, I'm not saying that it obligates you or the board to approve 40-foot lots. I'm just, that was the discussion when PM 26 went to the board.
Okay.
But it also imposed other architectural and landscaping requirements for smaller lot sizes, which Jacob is correct, do appear to be in the conditions of approval. But the big difference is that you can't get 40-foot lots anymore for projects that are subject to PM 26.
Correct. And this, even though it was subject to and bound by PM 10, they still agreed to incorporate PM 26.
Except for the restriction on
40-foot lots.
40-foot lots, yes.
Yes, as the compromise there.
Go ahead, Jamie.
That's all I have.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions from up here? The applicant present.
Thank you. Shelley Johnson, 6400 Madison Street. I have been sworn. We're in agreement with all of the conditions, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I know there is somebody here, Mr. Hall, who lives on the south side of this development that had some questions, so I'll just reserve time to address whatever his concerns are.
Okay, great. All right, Mr. Hall.
I'm Charles Hall, live at 10,000 Monona Lake on Highway Dade City. I have been sworn in, and I don't do this for a living, so if I fall on the floor, just give me a minute.
We'll pick you up.
About 3 years ago, my wife and I owned the property this development is going into, and it was time for us to do something different. I'm elderly now, and we wanted to sell 2 or 3 10 to 15 acre plots of land to people that would put a house in, a barn, maybe have a couple of horses, maybe some goats, whatever. We went over to Newport Richey to just trying to do our background work, and we were told we can sell the pieces of property. One person can build a house, the others cannot, according to county rules, regulations, planning, whatever it was. That did not make me happy. We've accepted that. We went ahead and sold the 29 acres, and it is coming down to the development now. My wife and I have made major concession on this land because of the county. We would ask for a couple of concessions now, and we also have other questions pertaining to the property, to the development.
Can I ask you a question before you go any further?
Yes.
What do you mean by you could only build one house on this 29 acres? What do you mean?
I can tell you. It's a parent parcel, and he gets one legal split. There's nothing that stops him from selling 3 parcels, but they'll have no building entitlement.
Unless
so his
they
answer
plat it.
is he has to file a file a subdivision.
Did they tell you that?
What we dealt with last time.
Did they tell you that? You could have filed a
Yes,
plat.
they said one person can build a house, the other one could not because it would be considered a subdivision.
Did they tell you you should get an engineer and a surveyor involved? to
Yes,
try
they
to-
said there is a way around it. It would take a lot of time and a lot of money. I'm old, I don't have a lot of time, I've got less money.
Okay.
So,
I just want to make sure you got all the information, that's all.
okay.
Go ahead.
In the plan, is there a wall around the development?
Well, we don't have the answer to that, but we'll get the answer to it.
Okay, we would request a concrete block wall around the perimeter of the development. We've made the major concession. And we just ask the people in power to make a couple of smaller concessions for us.
Okay.
At the south end of what I call the panhandle on their property now, I request a 20-foot easement because we have family property on the other side there, and that would still allow me access for us to go back and forth and still get to stay on our property, with the exception of the easement.
Sir, that seems like mostly a private issue. Is there a reason you didn't, when you sold the property, you didn't retain an easement?
How stupid.
Okay, well, I'm not going to agree or disagree with that statement, but I don't know that we can solve that problem. I mean, buffering is an issue that the planning commission can deal with. Although I'm not entirely sure why you need a wall around the entire property. Is your properties to the south?
We're at the south end of the proposed development. There is the panhandle that comes down to our neighbor's property. To the west
I guess my question is why, if your property is only to the south, why are you asking for a wall around the entire thing?
My sister may want a wall on her part.
Oh, she lives to the north?
She lives to the west.
Oh, to
There's
the
a
west.
church to the north.
Okay. Okay, anyway, continue.
I'm just saying, I don't think we can solve your easement issue. That's a private.
Okay.
That's a request you need to make to them and see if they'll give you an easement.
I would really appreciate the easement. If not, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Well, their attorney's right there. You can make that request of her.
Excuse me?
You can make the request of the applicant if they're willing to give you an easement, but I don't think you should ask the planning commission to force them to give you an easement.
Okay. And also, while we're talking about that panhandle part, I talked with a person in the planning department, and they said that panhandle is going, in the plans, they are going to put a park. When she said park, I heard her say playground. And more reason for the block wall. because, you know, kids, they don't necessarily follow rules and everything. So if it is going to be, especially a playground, even more cause to have the wall up there. And if the wall does go up, who's responsible for maintaining the wall? You know, you go places to developments and they have the plastic fences, strong winds blow them down and they're down for the next 2, 3, 4 years. Who's responsible for maintaining it?
Well, and to clarify, sir, are you asking for a wall or a fence or some other kind of barrier?
I'm asking for a wall. The
That makes a
previous
masonry
people, you said they will get an 8-foot wall.
Yeah, the other, he's talking about the former people, yeah. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Where's the water going to come from? There is no water there now. There's no sewage there now. The county has a large water tank very close to the property.
Mm-hmm.
If the water comes from there, I believe Angelo Iafredi's garbage dump was denied because of the possibility of causing sinkholes. I know there have been 2 sinkholes in the area in the last 30 years, 20 years. And so I have a concern about where the water's coming from.
Okay.
And the concern about the sewage. There will not be septic tanks on those small lots, of course. Will they have their own private sewage disposal?
We'll get clarification on the utility issue. That's why I asked the question whenever they were presenting, and I'll get clarification further when they come back up.
And the added traffic, the 176 units, that could be 400 or 500 vehicles a day. How's that going to impact my ingress and egress from our house?
Okay.
County Road 35A is heavily traveled already, and you add all that extra traffic to it, it's going to be a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And are there plans to make any improvements to County Road 35A?
Again, we'll get these questions answered for you when they come back up.
Okay. So what do I do next?
If we're done with your comments, you can sit down and listen.
Yeah, just, you can sit down and we'll see who else has a comment that wants to.
Will I get answers to my request?
I'm going to do my best to get answers for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
If I can't, you can whack the guy next to me.
That way.
Directly next to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Who else would like to speak? You got 30 seconds.
How about 4 minutes?
Huh.
I don't think I could stand up here for 4 minutes. Anyways, Nancy Hazelwood, 34110 A Nice Place. I congratulate these people. They were trying to do the right thing. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And yet the county kind of didn't work with them. So the county is encouraging sprawl. When are we going to turn, will I ever see them turn the regulations around to encourage something like this instead of the other things I've been seeing today? Thank you.
Okay. You came pretty close. Anyone else? Okay. If there's no one else, would the applicant like to come back up and respond?
Thank you,
I think
Shelley
we have a
Johnson.
few requests for information. One is utilities, and one is about a wall, and one is traffic.
Yes. So traffic, the access is off of Old Lakeland Highway. Our traffic study showed that there was no impacts in terms of levels of service. It's going to be acceptable levels of service. They haven't done the access management study. That'll be done at construction plan, but I think you can see on the conceptual at least that there is the emergency access as well as the general access.
And what about Old Lakeland Highway?
Yeah, yeah. So to
Are you
answer-
talking about Old Lakeland
Yeah.
Highway, or are you talking about 98?
Old Lakeland Highway.
Old Lakeland Highway.
You saying it's not gonna impact that at all?
Yeah, the level of service is going to be fine. 50% of the trips I think are going to go south and so 50% are going to go east is what our traffic engineer saw. It wasn't having any impact. So, but as far as access management, that hasn't been looked at yet. That'll be looked at construction plan and preliminary plan.
And that, Shelley, just for their clarification, that will outline if there's requirements for any turn lane modifications or
Correct,
any.
that's what I mentioned.
Just so they can understand.
Yeah, that will determine whether there needs to be any turn lanes into the site and those kinds of things. So, but right now, it looks like the level of service is good.
And there's no planned access to Messick?
No, it's all coming off the main road. The questions on the, so if you look at that little stub out finger on the plan, that is where the park is going to go. And my understanding is Mr. Hall's property is adjacent to that. It's those two parcels right there. So my client would be happy to put a fence along that whole southern boundary. They'd be happy to put a wall around the southern boundary, or they could, fence the whole property. I don't think they're going to need to, or are they willing to at this point, to wall the whole property. There's a church to the north, and then the parcel to the west is vacant. It's pasture land. My understanding that the lady that owns that lives off on lives off property on US 98, off of US 98, so she's not there. But they'll be happy to put a wall on that southern boundary. My concern is if he wants an easement to access his sister's property on the other side of our property, if we fence it or wall it, he's not going to be able to get across our park. So if we don't put a fence or wall, he could cross the park to get to his sister's property because that's going to be a park.
Unless
So
you
that
put a
would-
gate in the wall.
Yeah, put a gate in it, but they'll be happy to, wall the south end if that's what he wants, or put up a nice fence. I don't think there's an issue with that, so.
Shelley, are there landscape buffer requirements?
Yeah, it's 10 foot, I believe, around the whole property is the landscape requirement. The perimeter's 10 foot on this. Of course, on the road, it's 20, I believe, but yeah. There'll be a landscape buffer, so there'll be buffering, and then if he would like a wall down there, we'll be happy to put one in, or a nice fence, to address his concerns, and I guess,
Where's the
I can talk to my
utility?
client's not here obviously today, but I can talk to them about putting in a gate or something if he decides he does want a wall or a fence.
And where is water and sewer coming from?
My understanding is there is water and sewer available, according to my engineers. I guess there's several developments that are coming online west that's going to bring utilities closer to this development so that we'll be able to connect in. So there is going to be, utilities has looked at it, and the condition that they've put in our approval is the standard condition that,
Whoa,
we'll.
whoa, 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 whoa. Can we talk about that?
Sure.
Because
Utility plans shall show.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a
Minimum the following.
utility
sewer
condition in
lines,
there
lift
that
station,
requires us to.
yeah, trunks, and then what's it say after that?
Main potable water lines.
And sewage treatment facility locations, including discussion of proposed method of treatment and feasibility of non-potable water system for irrigation. So,
They're going to be coming from the west, and I'll be real, just to let you know too, a lot of the development or the client actually owns them and is putting in that infrastructure, so that's how they know that they're going to have access
but
to it.
how do we know that? How do we know that?
Wasn't part of the packet.
I think that was to Jamie's point. It's not part of the packet, and I know you have nothing to do with any of the other MPUDs that were discussed here today. But there is not one word in any of those MPUDs as to whether or not there's adequate sewer and water capacity for these developments.
I think that's, John, because you talked about last time, you talked about the exceeded capacity. I'm being sarcastic, I'm sorry.
But you don't think that's exactly why I'm asking the question?
Well,
Yes, sir.
I also remember last time that I asked that they identify the closest point of connection.
And so that's not done. And I mean, I'm just telling you, I'm getting a lot of feedback. When I talk to people, we talk about things that this committee looks at, this commission looks at. The first thing I get asked is, where's the water coming from? Where's the water going?
Well, I 100% agree with you. My only comment would be, if they don't have it, they're not gonna be able to develop a darn thing there.
Well, I would agree my own, but it would be helpful if we can have that information.
Right.
And in this staff report, and I'm sorry, maybe it's the wrong, there's not even, most of the times, there's a zoning map, shows us the adjacent zoning, there's not even that in this staff report. How are we supposed to make an educated decision when I got basically an aerial photograph, a very sketchy MPUD plan, then a list of conditions? This isn't ready. And you know, on Friday night, we get an email that says, here's your planning commission agenda. Oh, and by the way, there's 5 other items you're gonna get later in the week. We're all volunteers up here, and we're up here trying to make the best decisions we can make, but we need the information and we need it in a timely manner. I'm not saying you guys don't work hard, but come on, how are we supposed to make a decision? And the public is starting to hold us responsible.
They've always held us responsible.
Well, I think they're doing a little bit more vocally than normally right now, so.
And also, there needs to be a deadline, and when the deadline's exceeded, sorry, you go to the next planning commission. And I think that's an issue
Understand
too.
the balance, you have to try to move projects along too, because it
Yeah.
costs them money every week that goes by
Right.
as well, but.
To your point, Mr. Gray, I do agree that ultimately if there's no water and sewer, they're not going to be able to develop.
I don't think we heard an answer though. Can staff, Jamie asked this question before about the entitlements in Triple J, or what is, can somebody tell us what actually is entitled in Triple J?
Of course, happy to do so. So first and foremost, I will tell you that Triple J is an expired MPUD, so it's been expired. They had to have an approved site plan within 5 years of the approval, and that did not happen. But what was applied for in and approved in Triple J, of course, unentitled property, were 55 by 125 lots and 65 by 125 lots. Total single-family detached. Total unit count was 636 on 243 acres.
And Triple J encompasses property?
No, Triple J is to the west. If we look at the context map, it's to the south and the west of this property.
Well, is Triple J one of the drivers for getting utilities to this location?
No.
No? I'm looking at the zoning map and I don't see, I mean, outside of that, I see a lot of ag and some commercial and the like. I just don't see a lot of major development that's around this.
We do have someone from utilities on the call who may be able to answer questions, Mr. Gutman.
Mr. Mark, coming for the record, I have this one. Yeah, I was trying to raise my hand a while ago when utilities came up, very frustrating, but anyway, so the developer will have to extend water off-site. We don't know if there's capacity. That'll all have to be determined in design. They're gonna have to do a fire hydrant flow test, and the engineer's gonna have to model it. We're gonna have to, see those, the master plans that everything works, the line sizes are correct. So that's part of permitting, just like stormwater.
Mr. Gutman, where is the nearest point of connection?
So the nearest water that I see is on US 98.
How far west of the site?
I don't have access to the packet. I was told to be on this meeting, based on John Moody's request.
I didn't request you be here.
For item number 11, AP 11.
So it runs along US 98 to your knowledge?
Yes.
What are we talking about? Mark, just for the record, I never requested you be here for any of these items, so I don't know where you got that from.
But since you're here,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. I've been here since 3.
Yeah.
How dare I ever question that there was 0 uncommitted capacity in the plant? Now see, I'm the troublemaker.
See?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I think it's important to know where the line is. Yeah.
It's only about 1,000 feet from 98 to the southwest corner of the property. And if you're going to the peninsula, it's really only about 500 feet.
Yeah, my client, I mean, feels certain that, we'll be able to connect and have service, so. But obviously, as they're stating, it's stuff that they figured out in terms of during construction plan, the specifics of where all that's gonna happen, but at this time, there's no concern from our perspective.
So I have kind of a more overarching question, might be better directed to staff, I don't know, but I'm looking at the future land use, kind of the overarching map of future land use for this area, and I think it was the same struggle that Jamie had, that how does this fit in with all of this rural area that's in the area. And so I understand that that particular spot is Res 6, and there's some adjacent parcels that are Res 6. To the north, it looks like it's ROR. To the south, ROR. There's some pockets of industrial light, which is, to me, makes sense because it's along a rail, right? So how does this fit into that future land use? Why do you guys feel like this is appropriate in terms of?
Nick Pito's Planning and Development. The comprehensive plan has identified this property as Res 6, so that's what's appropriate. I will say that this is also in the East Market area, and the East Market area generally has a more developed, well, let me say it like this. East Market area has more of a, or less of a rural character to it, and more towards the town aspect. It has a focus that has development and redevelopment built into it. This is at Old Lakeland Highway in US 98 with the RORs and some industrial to the north. It's not that far from Dade City, and I think also, if I remember the joint city-county planning area, this area may be in it or just outside of there. It's very close to it. So the area is envisioned for more intensity than rural. The county has specifically designated rural areas to the north in terms of northeast rural, but then there's also a rural neighborhood protection, neighborhood character, as well as a rural transition area, which are in other parts of the county, not in this location.
Terry, do you know the Dade City, looks like they've annexed a lot of the area fairly close. Do you know what densities they're developing at or what they're being approved at?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. In a recent annexation in this area on the southeast side of Dade City, they had a similar density as to what the county had illustrated in our comprehensive plan.
I guess
Res 3 or Res 6, whatever the equivalent was in Dade City's comprehensive plan.
So I guess my question was more of if you can kind of delve into the logic behind why the comp plan was written that way in that spot. It just looks like it's a really high density area. I don't know if it's to support the ROR to the north and south, and maybe that's beyond what I should be asking you, but.
I think
In his defense, he wasn't here.
Right.
By the looks of the map, there was a potential node that was identified at US 98 Old Lakeland Highway, although I think that's a bridge that goes over the rails there. And they placed the ROR at the intensity, where they believed there would be the most intensity, which would be at the intersection of 98 Old Lakeland Highway. And then they started emanating and decreasing the intensities from there westward, first to Res 6, then to Res 3. And then on to Res 1.
Well, and there's some IL pieces as well.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I was just gonna ask, so the AC zoning is 1 lot per 10 acres. Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's correct, 1
And
per
then-
10
So
acres.
this 1 to 10 acres to 6 per 1 acre. That's where we're going.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's consistent with the comp plan, but I'm just questioning the logic of the comp plan in this particular spot.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you, actually, and I think, you know, there are a few of us up here that share that sentiment about, I'm not
Yeah. I'm
sure I
sorry.
see this project in this area.
Would you come forward and state your name and address, please?
My name is Mona Ducker, and I'm the sister. The water that is available near there provides water all the way down to Centennial Elementary, or to Centennial subdivision.
Uh-huh.
And that's the only place that goes. And since they dug that well, that's when our sinkhole activity started coming about.
Okay.
So I don't think that they will provide, and I think the church even requested water from there, and I don't think they were allowed to get it from there. I may be wrong on that.
Is that Dade City water or county water?
It's county water, I think.
Okay.
So I just wanted you to know
Yeah,
that.
so that's a big open question. The point I'm making is, if they can't get adequate water and sewer, they're not gonna be able to develop it no matter what, so.
Sir, if I could, I just wanted to address, there was a question that was raised about, you know, what some of the developments that are being approved and annexed into the city are being approved at. I actually have done that one. It's Crossways. It's about a half mile from the site, and right now we're at Res 12 on our land use density on it. I think it's going to develop out about 9 units to the acre, but it's a mix. It's a mix of multifamily, townhome, non-residential. The total unit count right now is 2,000. And we just had that annexed and approved by Dade City a year and a half ago.
And where's this project?
It's about a half a mile west on US 98 of this development.
Where the gray is, the blue?
Yes, in that gray area.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we got approved for 12 units to the acre, and I think it's looking like it'll develop out at about 9 units to the acre. But it is a intense, heavy, mixed-use development.
I could see the node, you know, I could see that with the old Lakeland Highway and the 98, the spur there, but.
Okay, well, okay, I think we've won this one out. What do you want to do? If we are going to approve it, I definitely think there needs to be a wall on the south end at least, as a bare minimum.
Well, it would be what, the south?
I said, pardon me? I'm sorry, Jacob,
I just want
what?
to say that Shelley and the applicant have stipulated to the wall.
Okay, thanks, Jacob. Thank you.
Well, you all want to make a motion on the wall first, just to make this easier? So at least get that out of the way?
Can somebody make a motion on the wall?
So moved. So are we talking, so is this a 6-foot wall? 6-foot masonry wall?
We're talking about an 8-foot wall.
8 foot? You want,
An 8-foot
Shelley, your
wall
client's agreement with 8 foot?
along the southern boundary of the property.
Along the southern boundary.
Just the southern boundary, or also around the park?
And in the east side of the park.
And so, just so you know, if that gets built, that prevents your access across the park to your sister's property. Okay.
Unless they put a gate in there. We can't force them to do that.
And it's just
Okay.
the east side of the park, not the east and west side, just the
Right,
east side
just
of
the
the
east
park.
side of the park.
And the
This is
south.
South side of the development and the east side of the park.
Right. Who made that motion?
I did.
Okay. Who seconded it?
I'll second it, if nobody did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, that's, that'll be up to the developer. Because there's nobody that lives there, so there's nobody to buffer. They're gonna have to, when they develop it, they're gonna have to put a buffer all the way around it, but it may.
Landscape.
It'll be a landscape buffer, it won't be a fence necessarily, it could be. You know, but they're gonna have to have I think it's a 10-foot buffer along that back and a 25-foot buffer along the front.
And that's just landscaping.
not just landscaping. And they could put a fence if they want privacy, but,
Please don't do anything till they have water and sewer.
can't do a thing.
Well, they can't, you know, they won't get
They can build the wall.
All right, so can you
Well,
take act-
let me ask a question, Mr. County Attorney.
That's you.
Yes. Okay, so we're approving some 40s and 50s with this. Are they obligated to build 40 and 50? If they come in and decide, well, I'll build half-acre lots so that I can qualify for well and septic, are they allowed to do that with this approval?
Those lot sizes are the minimum lot sizes, so they could build larger lots, yes. Now, I think there's and this is where Mr. Gutman maybe can help me out, I think there is a density at which you have to have water and sewer. And maybe Mr. Gutman can help me out with that required density, but I'm not aware of anything that prevents them from building larger lots in this MPUD. But can you all take action on the motion for the wall
Yes.
first before we start discussing the other issue?
Okay. So all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. You got the wall.
So you're correct. I mean, it would be an unusual situation where somebody gets approval for 40 and 50-foot lots and then builds large lots on well and septic, but is it possible?
Wouldn't be
Yes.
unusual in these days when we're all in a frenzy to go get as much entitlements at the entitlement jubilee down here that we don't bother to check to see if there's water and sewer.
I mean,
The lots have to be 1 acre with well and septic. Mark up for the record.
Is that a county requirement? Because the state would only require, the health department only require half acre.
Right, the health department, you wouldn't be able to put a well and septic on 1 acre. I mean, I'm sorry, on anything less than 1 acre, so you
No,
wouldn't be able to develop
they
small lots without off-site extensions.
They only require a half acre. So I'm asking, is there a county regulation that requires an acre?
Well, there's the comprehensive plan, section 10, that, based on the number of ERUs for development, thou shalt connect based on certain distances. I think the longest distance is 1.5 miles. The most intense use in that table. You have to extend your utilities.
but if that's a concern, you could just impose a condition saying that they shall connect to county water and sewer. Or the well and septic are prohibited.
Fair enough.
If that's, you can make that part of your motion.
That works for me.
Okay.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, from my perspective, if I lived there, I'd rather see half acres.
I'm not disputing that. The question is.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
What are we really approving?
Right.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't know if this completely fits in with the landscape around there, but it's not our place really to argue with existing comprehensive plans, so it does fit within that future land use.
Okay, so let's make a motion then.
Would like to make that with the connection.
See if Pete can make the motion down there.
Just to state for the record that Shelley Mae Johnson is consulting with the applicant to see if they would be okay with adding that condition. The condition
With which condition?
that they are required to connect to, Pasco.
Why would they be opposed?
Okay, well, just tell them that if they don't, we weren't going to approve it.
I think they're watching.
That's how we negotiate.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, I think that's a non-negotiable condition.
Shelley, did you find out?
So apparently, yeah, I mean, they're working with utilities. They don't want to make a commitment at this time, but if you guys want to impose a
Okay, well then
condition-
I make a motion to deny.
No, that's fine. No, you can go ahead and add it as a condition. That's not what I'm saying. And then I'll just discuss with them further.
What condition did they not want to do?
They're just looking at whether they're gonna connect, where they're connecting on the utilities, so they're concerned
Well,
about
I'm not
making
ready
a
to
commitment.
approve 40 and 50-foot wide lots if they're not going to be ready to commit to utilities. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
And that is exactly what I think Mr. Girardi was suspicious of, and so am I. I move to deny.
Okay.
Brad Tippett, Planning and Development, there may be a middle ground there where you can say if lots are developed under a particular size, that they would need to connect. And that might be a way to work with that as a condition. Again, it's totally up
Well,
to
I
you,
haven't
but-
gotten a second yet, so we'll see.
Okay.
Did the previous motion die?
Yeah, I thought there was a motion on the floor.
Yeah,
It
the
just wasn't
motion on the
seconded?
floor.
Then
I
that's
thought
okay.
that was for the wall, wasn't it?
The wall
No, that
motion
was
was
done. Yeah, that
approved.
was
The
done.
wall motion was approved.
To be clear, the condition may not actually be necessary because in the general notes section of the master plan, you can see it says water and sewer shall be provided by Pasco County, which would imply that they have to connect to
Well, but-
Pasco County.
Well, has Pasco County said they can provide water and sewer service to this development?
That would be determined at time of site plan.
Well, no, sir, excuse me. I read a lot of these reports, okay? This isn't my first rodeo here. And we always get a statement as to whether or not water and sewer service, whether there's capacity to serve the development. We understand that they don't commit the capacity based at the last meeting. They don't commit the capacity until an actual construction plan is applied for. But they do tell us whether or not there's adequate capacity. And I'm going to tell you right now, the people in this room and the people that were in this room and all the people out there on this 21,000 group, Facebook group, they all want to know where that capacity's coming from too. So somebody needs to have an answer.
So, I want to be clear, the applicant doesn't necessarily have to agree with the condition. You could impose a condition that requires them to connect to county water and sewer and that prohibits well and septic. They can fight about it at the Board of County Commissioners if you want to. I mean, but that, I'm just saying, just because the applicant doesn't stand up here and say they're committing to it, doesn't mean you can't impose the condition.
So
If your position is that you will not approve 40 and 50-foot lots without water and sewer, then it's your decision.
So I believe Ms. Johnson did say that she spoke with her client and they will agree to that condition. So it's kind of a moot argument if you want to impose that.
To what
You can.
condition are you talking about, Brad?
To connect to the water? Pasco County water?
What about sewer?
Sewer, yeah.
So just, period, we're going to connect, period, regardless of lot size.
Yes, and again, the backstop on all this is the construction plans, as Mr. Moody alluded to. At time of construction plan, if they don't have service, they don't get approved, they don't build anything. It sits vacant, and these entitlements die. So, you've got some options here with some backstop.
I mean, if
Okay.
the project doesn't work without water and sewer, they can always rezone it back to A, whatever it is, AC,
Mhm.
and build something on AC.
So I'd make a motion that we approve it with that condition.
And the condition is that the project connect to county water and
County
sewer,
water
and
and
that well
sewer.
and septic would be prohibited.
Correct.
Which includes the wall.
The wall is
Well,
already
the wall's
approved, the wall's already included, you already voted on the wall. You got your wall, Mr. Chairman, already.
I just don't want that man to be mad at me. He looks mean.
Be careful about saying you're gonna build the wall, that's,
That's
Okay,
right.
so did anybody
Let's
second
not
that
go
motion?
there.
Did anybody second that motion?
Did you second that motion, Jamie?
Nope.
No?
I'll second it.
Okay. Richard seconded it. Further discussion of the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Like sign for nay?
Nay. Nay.
Yeah, I think you need a roll call on this one.
Yeah, you guys are confusing me now.
I think we're split.
Okay, this, aye is in favor of the motion, nay is against. Go to roll call.
Mr. Jamie Girardi.
Nay.
Mr. Derek Pontlitz.
Aye.
Mr. Peter Hansel is left. Okay. Mr. John Moody.
Nay.
Mr. Christopher Poole.
Nay.
Mr. Richard Tonello.
Aye.
And Chairman Charles Gray.
Aye.
So that's 3 against 3.
The tie
So
loses.
that means that the motion fails. Tie means, so somebody want to make a different motion?
I'll move to continue the item until our next planning commission in Dade City, when we can get some answers as to whether or not there's water and sewer capacity and whether it's feasible to connect this development to it.
I'll
The
second
other
that.
advantage of continuing would be possibly Mr. Hansel would be here, so you won't have a tie vote.
I'll second that to get the.
So I would support the continuance for that reason.
Yeah, I'll second it to get the discussion, just like, as I stated before, I just think it's not ready. I mean, this project is not ready for this area. I'll go on record as saying that, so, but I support the
But we
continuance.
already approved the wall.
If approved, if approved, yes, I would ask the staff when they bring it back that they include the condition for the wall,
Thank you.
since that part was approved, to add a condition for a wall.
All right. Okay, so
One
the,
month continuance.
so do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, further discussion on the continuance? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
For the record, that continuance date is November 2nd at 1:30 here. Thank you.
Okay. November 2nd, that's where it's gonna be heard again. Feel the pleasure of our company again.
Beautiful downtown Dade City.
Mr. Chair, the next item is AP 11, and that will be presented by Robert Irving.
Hey, Robert.
Good evening. First things first, I have a few letters of opposition.
Pardon me?
I have a few letters of opposition to enter into the record.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
Second, and can I ask a question? When were those received?
These received within the last 24 hours.
Okay.
Okay, over here.
I just want to say to the members of the public, we've moved to receive and file, but how can I possibly read a letter of opposition while I'm hearing the case? You need to get this information to us sooner.
Well said.
The PowerPoint, yeah.
There you go.
It's good to get a second to breathe anyway, right?
There you go.
I got one of those. I'll wait till the passing out's done.
Two.
Do you need one?
All right, good afternoon, Robert Irving, Planning and Development. The matter before you is PDD 24-0005. It's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, and the name is CPAS 2230 Green Energy Vehicle Services.
Jared, you get one of those.
Yeah.
He's good.
Okay,
He's good.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Robert, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll give it a second. Just wanted to get the title out of the way there.
This is your
That
fault.
was a good one to cover.
Time pass out cookies.
All right, so here's the site location. The property is located in the East Market area within Commission District 1. You can see it's in the southeastmost extent of the county. And the proposal is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment from Res 1, Residential 1 dwelling unit per gross acre, to Common IL. And the purpose of this amendment is for a truck stop with associated repair and maintenance on 10.31 acres and boat and RV storage on 21.67 acres. And it's located on the north side of County Road 54. So here's the site location, being along the north side of County Road 54 and along US Highway 98. I do just also want to clarify that there are 4 parcels you can see right above where it says County Road 54 that are not included in this proposal,
And there is also a parcel in between the subject site and the intersection of US Highway 98 and County Road 54, just to clarify that. Just to provide a little bit of background, the applicant received a warning notice for a permitted use violation for the operation of a commercial trucking company and for the storage of commercial vehicles on 10/21/21. And on 10/21/2022, the applicant was cited for a permitted use violation and prohibited sign violation for the continuation of the operation of a trucking company and storage of commercial vehicles. As a result, on 11/18/2022, the applicant applied for the proposed comprehensive plan amendment to address the permitted use violation. And on 6/26/2023, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting to go over the proposed amendment. So here's a context map, and I just want to point out that that entire yellow shaded area is all Res 1, and to the north and west is all conservation lands. This area is predominantly characterized by low-density residential units and conservation lands. The conservation lands have a conservation land flu designation because they contain outstanding Florida waters and have an environmental significance. The rest of the surrounding area is all agricultural lands with the Green Swamp Wilderness Preserve to the north and the Upper Hillsborough Preserve to the west. There's a conceptual trail called the County Road 50 Trail abutting the subject site, and Polk County is directly south of the subject site. Here's the existing future land use. The existing future land use is Res 1 with conservation lands to the north. Additionally, the future land use for Polk County abutting the subject site to the south is rural development area, which Polk County has commented that in these areas, urban density and intensity is restricted due to lack of public services and facilities available. Here's the proposed future land use depicting the COM on the east side and the IL on the west side. And here's the existing zoning. The existing zoning is AR, with AR to the west, AC to the north, and C2 to the east. The proposed amendment is inconsistent with the following comprehensive plan policies. Objective Flu 1.6. Although this property does meet the locational criteria of Policy Flu 1.6.2, the intention behind this policy is to provide support to other policies within Objective 1.6. We do recognize that there is a C2 parcel to the east, but that parcel has a flu of Res 1, which limits the floor area ratio to 0.27. Whereas an amendment to COM on this parcel will allow a floor area ratio of 0.60, which will significantly intensify the area and make it inconsistent with the surrounding residential area. Additionally, the proposed non-residential uses are considered an intrusion or located internally to an existing residential neighborhood, which is prohibited by Policy Flu 1.6.4. Lastly, the scale of the proposed COM flu, this is the definition under 164, the scale of the proposed COM flu shall limit intensity to neighborhood serving, which is defined in our comp plan as commercial uses that are 4 acres or less in size with no more than 20,000 square feet of gross leasable area, which is significantly less than what the applicant is proposing, so therefore is inconsistent with Policy Flu 1.6.4. At this scale and intensity, the applicant's proposal has the ability to act as an intrusion to the existing residential neighborhood and detract from the character of the existing area. Policy Flu 8.1.4 is the East Market area. The vision of the East Market area specifically speaks to preserving a small town traditional lifestyle and protecting natural resources. The proposed amendment is inconsistent with this policy as the proposed use of a truck stop and boat RV storage is a more intensive commercialized use that does not align with the character of the surrounding rural residential area. Furthermore, the proposed use would not protect the existing natural resources as it has the potential to have an adverse impact to the Green Swamp and the Upper Hillsborough Preserve. Additionally, Policy Flu 1.10.1 requires the county evaluate compatibility with proposed amendments relating to existing uses of lands, development patterns, transitional land uses, environmental and community character, adequate public facilities, protection of rural neighborhoods, and consistency with market area plans. The applicant's proposal is not supported by this policy as the use is incompatible with the existing development patterns and is not supported by Policy Flu 1.4.3 as a transitional land use. The proposed amendment has the potential to negatively impact the environmental and community character, which does not uphold protection of existing rural neighborhoods. This area of the county does not have Pasco County utilities available and is subject to well and septic. The nearest utility, and this is approximate, that's why I had Mon to just kind of clarify that. I believe from when I spoke, the nearest wastewater is 8 miles to the north, and the nearest water is approximately 3 miles, and I can let him clarify that. So the subject site does not have adequate infrastructure to serve the applicant's intended use.
How much water and sewer does a boat and RV storage place need?
That I would not know the answer to.
Huh?
That I do not.
They're also looking at truck stop.
Well, that's part of his proposal, so I'm asking the question. You're
Okay.
saying it's adequate, you're providing testimony, what's the answer?
Okay, can I ask Mark Gutman from Utilities?
Sure, I can't wait to hear that.
I mean, it depends on the size and what they're doing on site.
It's a boat and RV storage yard.
Well, I want to be clear, this is an amendment to,
On the COM portion, it's a boat and RV storage.
The IL section is the boat
okay,
and
but,
RV storage.
okay, but I want to be clear, you're approving a future land use amendment to COM and IL. Those uses allow other uses other than RV and boat storage. You don't have a, I don't even
Okay,
know.
but I'm asking him, he's saying there's not adequate water and sewer for the uses. and
You may
he
be right, but I don't.
Can't answer the question.
Okay, I think you should get the question answered. My only point is, you can't assume today that the use is RV and boat storage. You're approving a
I
land.
understand that those could change in the future. Yes, this is a future land use, and that depending, there could be a variety of uses that fit within that fluid category. I fully understand that.
Okay.
But I also understand what the applicant's request is.
Well, let me ask, because it's related. Is the applicant, have they submitted a rezoning application with this application?
They have not at this time, no.
Well, if that's the case, then you really have no idea.
Well, no, he put it in the front of his presentation, didn't
Well,
you? Go back.
I think you could say there's not adequate capacity for the common IL because you don't know the exact use. I think that's David's point.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I mean, people tell us a lot at the future land use stage about what they might or might do.
And I agree with you that there's no obligation for them to do that, nor can we condition that.
Right, so you need to assume that it's the whole range of common IL uses that you'd be allowing with this amendment. I'm not saying you shouldn't get an answer to your question, I'm just saying you can't assume that that's the only use
I
that's
think
allowed.
the point is staff is the one who presented that says this is gonna be a truck stop and a boat and RV storage.
Well, that is the applicant's proposal, and I guess that is in there. Okay, but
Just to be clear, staff's recommendation on this is denied.
I understand that.
But I think the answer to your question, I think Mark Gutman was maybe working towards it. I believe it's in the comp plan. There's no county water or sewer in the area to connect to it. They would not have on a boat and RV storage site the ERUs that would require them to connect to it. Could they
Correct.
drop a well there? That's outside of the scope of what we do. That would be health department. So I don't know that we have that answer, but looking at the other types of uses that could be there in comm or industrial.
All I'm trying to do is make sure that the statements are fair. If I'm talking about a boat and RV storage, then don't get up and tell me, well, we don't have water and sewer capacity if they don't use water and sewer.
And we
Just
have
be
to-
fair about what we're talking about.
We have to think about the highest use in the.
Well, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. We'll take that under consideration.
Thank you.
To be fair, there was discussion about a truck stop, which would have potentially more water and sewer
Well, we're
users.
gonna ask some questions about that.
And with that, the Planning and Development Department recommends that the local planning agency find the proposed amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend denial to the Board of County Commissioners.
can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So, what is the name of the property owner?
Say that again?
Who is the property owner that applied for this?
Mr. Pressman is representing the property owner, but the property owner's last name, I believe, is Honeywell.
So I'm trying to figure out why the name of this plan amendment is Green Energy Vehicle Service. Because is that the name of the business? Is that the name of the property owner?
So the applicant originally had and I believe has a intention of some sort of solar facility or charging stations. Is that about right? I believe. And the reason why we didn't include the solar facility part of this is because under the existing future land use and zoning, they could do solar panels. So I believe that was the original intention as to why it was called the Green Energy Vehicle
Right,
Services.
but if their intent is, if the applicant's intent, and I realize that they may not, are obligated to do it, if they're requesting a truck stop and the RV and boat storage, I don't know what that has to do with Green Energy Vehicle Service.
Well, I guess let's hear from the applicant and
Yeah, I
find
don't
out.
So I'm just trying to figure out, normally when we get these plan amendments, they're not, I mean, it's usually the name of the property owner, the name of the business. What you're telling me is that this amendment, the business's name is not Green Energy Vehicle, right?
That's correct.
The property owner's name is not Green Energy Vehicle.
That is correct.
Do we just let them call it whatever we want, whatever they want to call it? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how we came up with that name.
That was the name when the record was created.
Okay.
Point well taken.
Is there any
Okay.
other questions?
Any questions for Robert? Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Robert.
Okay. All right, did the applicant come forward?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 400, or excuse me, number 251 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I am the representative. I will let you know that the owner was here previously, but he had younger children. He had to go and pick up his children from school, but I'm here this evening. I do have a PowerPoint for you. The name of the project is Green Energy Vehicles. The owner is, by memory, is Honeywell Family Holdings. I'd have to look it up real quick to make sure I have that exactly correct. When we fill out applications, it asks for a project name, and that's where that name came from.
But my question is, what does that name have to do with your actual request?
I'm sorry, I'm out of sync here.
If it's not the business's name and it's not the name of the property owner, what does it have to do?
It is the proposed business name. And as you've indicated, and as there has been discussion, this is a comp plan amendment, which you gentlemen are well familiar with. What the exact uses will be are determined after this point. There is no specificity in returns to those uses. We're looking at broad category of the IL and the COM.
Okay.
So we've attached a name of Green Energy Vehicles, which there is a component proposed or hoped for, which will provide vehicle recharging by solar. That's where the name originates from.
All right. Go ahead
Did I
with
answer your question, sir?
Go ahead with your PowerPoint.
I'm sorry, sir?
Go ahead with your PowerPoint.
Thank you. As Mr. Irving has indicated, we're located at the very extremes of Pasco County. And this is the site from a little bit more zoomed out. Small scale amendment, as the gentleman indicated, to common commercial and industrial limited for 31 acres, 31.98 acres. This is the specifics of the site. It does do a little in and out. As you can see, we tried to make that as clear as possible. You'll see there's two small parcels in the middle that are excluded, and the actual corner is also excluded. Basically, in the front part would be commercial or proposed as commercial, and the rear part is proposed as industrial limited. And to give you scale, the IL would be 1,250 feet along Highway 98. The COM would be 850 feet MOL. And on 54, the IL would be approximately 533 feet, and on the state road, 54 would be approximately 850 feet. We've submitted, of course, surveys of the two different categories, and I just have these here as they are part of the application. This is the IL. IL would be 21.67 acres. FDOT traffic counts, and I will say, Mr. Chairman and board members, what is driving this site is not as much as land use in the immediate area, but the land use categories or the land use that drives us are the two major arterials and the confluence of those two major arterials, which is US 98 Highway and County Road 54. FDOT 22 counts are 6,000 trips per day on the first part of Highway 98 and 11,200 trips per day on the other part. You can see that there's a large number of trips on 54.
Is that supposed to be 5,000 or 500?
Yeah, that's supposed to be 5,000. Yes, thank you. Now, FDOT has Highway 98, which is the abutting corridor, as a regional freight mobility corridor. That's one of the most critical routes for transportation, not just for vehicles, but for trucks and delivering freight, which is the main roadway that this site sits on. The uses proposed, and again, these are uses that are proposed. They're not part of the application today, but the direction and hope is support for these intensive transportation elements. Staff report notes that the proposed amendment does meet locational criteria. Mr. Irving reviewed that with you, set forth by policy in the comprehensive plan. And the intent of the commercial future land use designation is to establish appropriate sites for commercial development of major future community or regional serving areas, which is, we believe, as this arterial and highway do. And that's what we feel drives this site. So we are looking at proposed truck and vehicle storage uses, solar panel vehicle charging, and I have, which I'll put in the record, the New York Times actually just did a story 2 days ago on how critical it will be and how major solar and electrical recharging is being provided through the entire country, which this would be a part of. Common uses, again, would be trucker support, those type of uses, which are hopeful, which would have to be regulated or would be at a capacity by water and sewer. That would be a capacity for the site as to what services and uses could be provided.
Can you go back a slide, because I have a question for you?
I'm sorry, sir?
Can you go back a slide, because I have a question for you? So, if you're trying to limit it to particular uses, your request, why didn't you apply for PD? I mean, if that's your argument, is that you want to do solar charging, and I mean, I don't know, Planning Commission will or will not support these uses, but my point is that you could have applied for PD, which where staff could have imposed sub-area policies that limited you to particular uses, such as solar charging, all these things that may or may not be acceptable, but why didn't you apply for PD?
That's a good question. My determination was that this was going to be a difficult request, straight up. And there's a tremendous amount of cost for site planning under PDs. And I didn't personally see, in this particular case, an added companion with it. I do a lot of companions, and sometimes they're helpful, sometimes they're not. But that's the best answer to you. There is a component of a companion, whether it would be an asset or benefit, and there's a tremendous cost. So both of those weighed, chose to move forward with the comp plan amendment at this time.
Okay, proceed.
The zoning map, as Mr. Irving has indicated, at the intersection is a C2, commercial 2. And that was approved by Board of County Commissioners. We had Ortiz Planning Solutions, who's an AICP planner, review the criteria and comp plan amendments. And she notes that the proposed future land use reclassification is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Pasco Comprehensive Plan as discussed. And I do have a letter to put in the record. This is a letter from the Zephyr Hills Chamber of Commerce. I'll read one short part, which notes, signed by Vicki Wiggins, who's the president and CEO of the Zephyr Hills Chamber of Commerce. Now, the Chamber recognizes the importance of this application as a positive asset for the future of our economy, as well as the economy of the vicinity of Highway 98 and County Road 54 community. If I may put this in the record, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, absolutely. Motion?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
With that, we appreciate your consideration and your time this evening, which is well acknowledged.
So just for clarification, and I'll see the letter, but the city of Zephyr Hills went on the record to say that a truck stop and boat and RV storage was an asset?
No, we've asked them
Chamber.
specifically to looking at the comp plan amendments, and we made them aware of the uses. The specific uses are not stated in the chamber
Okay.
letter. It's not the city letter, it's the
So-
chamber.
So the chambers went on record to say that the common IL is an asset, not the specific use.
What they refer to specifically in the letter is CPAS 2230, which would be the comp plan amendment. They do refer to green energy vehicle service, but it is specific to the comp amendments.
This comp.
Okay.
What, do you have a date when this application was initially filed?
It's been quite some time, but I can't recall the exact date, but it has been in the county for quite a long time.
So why the two land uses?
We made a determination as to what uses in the long term are desired at the site, and some uses fell into COM and some uses fell into the IL. So we chose to split it and go with the two separate categories.
So,
One of the parts I'm having trouble with is the transitional land use. You've got IL up against these residences.
Yep.
I'm having some heartburn with that. The COM, you meet the locational criteria for COM, and I know there's probably gonna be some residents up here that are gonna tell me this is all going to be a problem, but we do have standards for the locations of COM, but I'm not seeing how you've met any of the standards for the location of IL.
Yes, sir. Are you asking me? Or?
Yeah, that's a question. You tell them.
Our evaluation of the site was, it was use generated in terms of what the uses are hoped for the site, which again, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, which again reflect the arterial roadways and highway roadways on either side. So we had to make a determination looking at uses under zoning as to which are consistent, of course, with future land use categories. So those future uses generated.
To the county
I'm sorry, sir.
attorney's point, you could have done that as a PD and then similarly an MPUD zoning, and all of that could have been ironed out. Just the blanket category here, that
Well, certainly.
it was a big ask.
Well, certainly.
I think it's a big ask of the neighbors.
Yes, sir. I mean, we struggled with the decision, and
So we had a very similar project come up, not similar, but we had a project come up on 41 where they were doing some industrial uses and they didn't have ready access to water and sewer, but it came in as a PD with very specific uses. So the planning commission knew exactly what, even though they didn't have water and sewer, the type of uses they were proposing were not the type that would need a tremendous amount of water and sewer. So that goes to the root of my question, and maybe Mr. Moody's question is, how are you expecting us to just give you blanket approval of IL when you don't have water and sewer? And there's many uses in IL that probably need water and sewer.
My best answer to you is that the site is going to be constrained with well and septic. And uses like storage of vehicles and solar charging of those vehicles, which takes a long time, would be use that doesn't require water or sewer. So again, my best answer is that they are going to be restrained by the the non-utility capacity of the site.
Okay, well, why don't we hear from the residents? Let's see what their concerns are.
If I may add a quick addendum to that, so if I may, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. They intend to or hope to be at the site for a very, very long time. And clearly, along these roadways, is encouraging a tremendous amount of development, and not in the near future, but far into the future. So they are looking at a phasing element. Maybe that's a better way to say it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
David?
You'll have an opportunity to come back.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Thank you, Board
Mr. Chair, actually, to follow on to my
Like 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours out there? Yeah, they're gonna be at
One
the
more
site a long
question.
time with the solar cells.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board.
So,
Thank you.
no, sorry, I still have, so the reason I was asking about the date of the filing, and can staff clarify as when this application was filed originally?
It was filed on 11/18 of 2022.
11/18/22, okay. So the reason for my question is, there's, and as the staff noted, there's 2 different code enforcement violations.
Correct.
That occurred 1 year apart. So it's been 2 years now, almost to the day, from when the initial code violation came out. So I understand, hey, maybe I didn't know I couldn't do that on my property, and then having a code violation because of that. Why was your client why didn't they seek to rectify this issue within the first year after this first code violation was handed down? Why did it take a second code violation before they finally said, okay, we'll apply to try to make a comp plan amendment to make the property compliant with what I'm already doing?
Very good question. This issue, or that code enforcement issue, ended up with the legal department. I'm not an attorney, I'm strictly a zoning guy. And as the applicant has made me aware, which I was not involved in, there was a agreement of some sort that was reached. He paid, I believe, by memory, I think he paid $500. And county attorney's office, county said, we're accepting this and you can move forward to address your issues.
Well, that was after the second violation, so why was nothing done between the two?
Well,
that was
the best answer I can give you, being on the tangent of that, was that as they were working through these issues with the county attorney's office, which I'll say again on the record I was not involved in, code enforcement continued that operation. But at a point, clearly, some point, that has ceased and has not moved forward because they reached an agreement with the county to move forward with an application of land use nature.
So you're saying this was being addressed between the first code enforcement violation and the second one?
Somewhere in there, I was not involved with it, but yes, on those originating months, that transpired, as I was told. Yes, sir.
Okay. Because it was just leading me to question, some of the I guess the morals or why a person would ignore that between the two code enforcement violations. So if you're stating that they weren't ignoring it, and they were working with the county attorney during that time, then I can buy that.
That's what I've been communicated, yes, sir.
Okay, let's listen to the public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
Okay, who's on
Mr. Chair, the first person I have that's signed up to speak on this is Ronald Mims.
Before we hear from the public, can I ask staff one question?
Yes.
So, hypothetically, if the use that's in the agenda memo, which is commercial truck stop with associated truck storage and maintenance and boat and RV storage, which of those uses require IL?
Trucks.
Is it the truck storage and maintenance that requires IL? I'm asking staff.
Can I propose? Give us 1 second.
Just give us 1 second, okay? Just hang in there right there. You're gonna stay right there.
The boat and RV storage is what needs the IL.
Baloney.
No,
I just got one approved.
No, boat and
Okay.
RV storage, I believe, is probably what requires COM.
Correct. It's
So-
the truck stuff, that's IL.
So what I was looking for confirmation of is it the truck storage and maintenance that requires, if they were just doing a commercial truck stop and boat and RV storage, would COM support that use? That's my question.
I have to look at the abutting zoning district that would follow that to clarify, to be completely honest with you.
Okay, so I just had this come up with a case with Ms. Hernandez, the one on 41 regarding the trucking company and
Trucking
whether or not
companies
they were-
require
trucking
IL?
companies Require IL.
So
A
If
trucking
they're
company
cargo and
requires
freight and
IL.
storage.
So I'm gonna just ask Ms. Hernandez then, okay?
Yeah.
In your opinion,
Yes.
could, if they were just doing a truck stop and boat and RV storage, could that be done in COM?
Truck stop and boat and RV storage could be done in COM and C2.
Is Flying J allowed in COM?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the part of this that, assuming that's the use they want to do, the part of this that requires IL is the storage and maintenance of trucks.
Would be like the trucking company, the actual.
So if you're doing you're not just gassing them up, you're actually working on the trucks and storing them there and doing maintenance, that requires
Well, if your
IL?
company is actually a freight company, that's what would require the I1 or IL. And then also additionally,
Can trucks be stored in the COM flue or in the C2 flue?
so trucks can be stored under the boat and RV storage if they're paying to be stored, yes.
Okay.
they
But
can.
So it's only a freight transportation.
Correct, but I have another
We're talking
part.
about UPS, FedEx, yellow truck lines.
Correct.
How about, I mean, the current name of the company is Tampa Heavy Haul LLC. I assume that's.
I think in this case, the point is they're asking for IL,
Right.
so that's what that's what we're deciding on.
And as I understand it, David, also, they're going to have like
Which means they can do
solar
whatever they want.
panels on the property.
And do solar panels require IL?
Well, they could go in IL, but more specifically, they're not allowed in C2. There are special exceptions in C3, I1, and I2.
Isn't that a solar farm, though? I'm not sure.
Well,
that
it's
that-
photovoltaic panels that are standalone. So that's one of the uses
What
that
does
they're proposing
mean?
there.
What does that mean?
So they're solar panels, many of them like almost like a solar farm type of operation.
When you say standalone, I think he's talking about hooking them up to the Tesla charger so David can take 3 times as long to charge his car up.
So the standalone is as opposed to being like on top of a building or something like that.
Okay,
So could they be on
okay.
top of the canopy at a truck stop? They got a big gas canopy with gas pumps underneath there, and then they put solar panels on top of the canopy? That's not a
Yes.
problem?
Yes, they can potentially do that.
So there is a way for them to get solar in Com, if it was
Come on up,
done
sir.
the right way.
I'll try to-
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, you want to turn that into us?
Yes.
Yeah, do we have a motion to receive and file?
What, does he want them
He's
back?
got some
I think he wants
photographs.
them back, yeah.
Do you want those back?
It doesn't matter.
Because if you give them to us, you can't get them back.
Just put them on the overhead. Just put them
You
on
can
the
just show them on
overhead.
the overhead, yeah.
Just- Yeah, that's the way to do it.
That's great, because I got a photographic memory, and I know.
There you go. That's scary.
My name is Ronald Mims. I have been sworn in. Our address is 7441 US Highway 98. My wife and I's property border the proposed property. The proposed property has been in our family, and by the pictures, that's why we decided to get rid of it through the years. I don't know how many board members know what Rancho Bonito is in northwestern Polk County, which is right across the line of 54. It's 1,200 acres that's been allowed to be destroyed by ATVs, four-wheel drives. I won't go into a lot of that. Swift Mud has been involved, DEP's been involved. I've had meetings with both. I've had meetings with Polk County Commissioners, John Hall, Neil Cumby, on and on, but they've destroyed it, and what happened was in the very back, Fox Branch, which used to run to the west of the Hillsborough River, is now running to the north. Every roadbed, every culvert that was in that place is destroyed and gone. So now, going to the north, there's a 3-foot culvert underneath County Road 54 on the south side. It goes underneath here, and it dumps into this property. Now, those pictures were taken in 2022, and reason being was because I was dealing with Swift Mud and DEP, and this was just a few of the things I was showing them. So, not only is it a big water problem, they're claiming they've got 32.47 acres in his brochure, with 28 of that being applicable for this, whatever he's gonna call it. But the pictures prove that there's clearly not that much property.
So it's wet all the time?
Not all the time.
A lot of the
But
time.
I would say probably 5 to 6 months out of the year. Now, this year, it's been dry because we haven't had the rain that we've had. But I would say at least that. Now, I don't know where they're gonna be able to put FDOT's 4-lane and 98. We're fortunate enough that they're taking 9 acres of our property for a retention pond. How are they gonna house that amount of water right there? That's standing on that culvert. 98 is where those tree lines are at there, okay? How are they gonna house that amount of water on 28 acres? So, and then the other thing is, he's wanting to have it zoned commercial
light industrial, which y'all just spoke about. This opens up too many avenues for too many different revenues. He could do, well, it's not saying he puts a ballpark in there, you know, anything, you understand that. The truck maintenance and storage, you know, there again, we're talking about he's gonna have to have his own water, a sewage treatment plant. If he had this kind of violations against him already, what's gonna happen if you issue him permits for the sewage treatment plant and y'all go out to inspect it and he decides, I don't care what, you know, I got the permit now. So now y'all are gonna have to fight with him. So he's got money, so he pays or what have you. I'm just using as an instance to get this problem solved, which already the violations that he's had, and there's more than that. I know for a fact Swiftmud's been out there because he's got commercial trucks on agricultural property, and because he doesn't have a sign up stating it's a business, it's okay. So I'm standing in my property spraying soda apples and stuff. We have 50-acre pasture. And I look over there, he's spraying in lime rock and millings. I got pictures of that. I confronted him about it. He came to the fence and I confronted him. I said, man, you got a permit to do that? No, I don't have a permit to do that. Swiftmud actually came out there in September of 2020 and was going to come back. Mr. Corey Katz from Brooksville, from Swiftmud, was going to come back in June of 2021. I didn't have the time to bring that up, you know, as far as getting the documents that he had documented, but he did go out there and he told him, I guess, you know, he said, you know, you can't do this. But this is just things that we know for a fact. Most of our neighbors have left. They have their
I want to get Mr. Mims. I want to make sure I give your neighbors a chance to speak, and you've gone well over your 3 minutes. So,
okay, I'm sorry.
Maybe they'll cover the other stuff.
Can I give you 1:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins owns 1,025 acres on the west side of 98. He's opposed. He's worried about drugs, whatever truck stop, you know, bring. J&M Ranch is on the same side as Rancho Bonito. They have 2,000 acres. They blueberry farm and they have cattle. They're opposed. Mr. Mark Overstreet, he's another one that has 1,200 acres plus. He's opposed. They were all here earlier. They all had things to do. I appreciate your time.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mims.
So
Appreciate you coming.
Opposed. Thank you.
All right. Who's next on the list?
Next person on the list is, last name is Overstreet. Okay. After that, the next person is Myers, Bernice, or Benice. Okay.
Can you give us your name and address, Mr. Myers?
My name is Benny Myers. I live at 13501 O'Connor Road. Kathleen, I live on the south side of 54.
Okay.
Like Mr. Mims was talking about, there's 1,200 acres, which is south of this property. And all the water in North Lakeland flows north, or either northwest, to the head of the Hillsborough River. And like he was talking about Rancho Bonito, they have it so screwed up that the water has to go somewhere or another. And so it builds up on this piece of property here they're trying to build. Then backflows across O'Connor Road in two places. It floods out my property, which I have 25 acres of, which is all pretty much high and dry, but whenever it rains so much and that water can't go anywhere, it floods us out 5 to 8 acres every year. And it's just, the biggest problem is a water problem. Right. You know, and they was talking about the traffic. In Rancho Bonito, on a calm weekend, it's 200 people.
Wow.
200 people. On a busy weekend, 4,000 to 5,000 people in there on almost 1,200 acres. And we have tried with Polk County to get it stopped for years and years and years. you take 5,000 people in there, most people have to use the bathroom two or three times a day, and all that goes in the Hillsborough River, or either flows north, which winds up in the Hillsborough River. It's just, I mean, it is a mess up there. And I mean, you know, like Ron showed you the pictures of the water. He's not lying. It's almost come across 98 several times. I mean, all the way up to the pavement. And it's just, I mean, it's a mess. I mean, I want to say that 25 or 30 acres that they're trying to develop, I'm going to say 98% of it is wetlands, 5 months out of the year. So if they go in there and they build all this, where's the water going to? It's going to go back south and go run on me. It's got to go to the Hillsborough River. It can't go anywhere else but the Hillsborough River, which either north or west.
Okay.
And it's just, I mean, it's a major water problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Next person is Wayne Newsom.
Wayne Newsom, 44005 County Road 54 East.
Thank you, sir.
And that's Cracker Country.
Yes, sir. It's my territory.
I live approximately 2 properties west of this property. And like he said, when it's raining, it's wet every damn where. I had a grove, matter of fact, in '89, and the county come up there and cleaned the culvert out that had been closed I don't know how many years. It flooded my property. I lost 300 trees and filed a lawsuit with the county. They paid some of my tax money back. But it's just miserable there when it's raining. Everywhere it's wet. And if they put a truck stop there, that oil's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming.
James Davis.
I was alone when everybody was there.
That's why we wear jackets.
Yeah, my name is James Davis. At 511 Farm Place, Lakeland, Florida 33809. And the property, one of my properties is the ones that was X'd out up there. So my property is right next door to his.
Ooh, yeah.
Right next door, so I'm on 0.69. And the reason why we brought the property, because I was a realtor looking for something. Me and my wife wanted to build a house for our family and our 2 girls. So I had found the property and had showed my wife about it. We were so excited. So we brought it. Not knowing he's running a trucking business out of at a residential house, something that you're not supposed to be doing at all. So right now we stuck. We really don't know what can we do, because we can't build a house. If we build a house, our property value is gonna go down. We can't sell the property, and like this whole transition of trying to buy a property and quote unquote live the American dream and do the right thing, it hasn't been just that. Because it's been, I had threatening phone calls from the guy, from the applicant, wanting to buy the property. No, it's been wanting to buy the property from me. He's told me in text messages that he was gonna turn my property into a retention pond. So I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I said, well, these laws are supposed to be put in place to protect people like me. So that's all I gotta say. I just wanna live the American dream, build a house for my family, somewhere to live, and do the right thing. And I'm also a truck driver, and yes, 98 is one of those ways to go out. But even to come in, you're too far out. Tampa, if all the places that you make deliveries to, you have Tampa is that way. Then you have Lakeland. It's too far out. So when you're a truck driver, time is the essence. So you're allowed nothing but 11 hours to drive. 11 hours of driving. It depends if you're local or over the road.
Right.
So you only allow a certain amount of time. So you want to be places where you can make your delivery on time. So I don't believe that truck stop is going to be there a good fit, nor do it's interfering with my plans, and it's just not right. And like I believe you were saying about the code enforcement violations, he believed that he's above the law, that the law doesn't apply to him. Matter of fact,
Can you point out which property is yours?
Thank you.
if you go, pull it up on the
It's
screen.
one of those two little
The
fingers.
ones that is X'd out, mine
Is it the western
right next.
finger?
So mine out on 0.69 of the acre. If you
These are
zoom
right
in
next to it.
all the way,
We got it right
if you
here.
zoom in all the way. See right here?
Long
Right side of the
rectangle.
trucks.
To the right side of the trucks.
Yeah.
So it's the property that looks like from the aerial that trucks are actually partially parked on your property.
Correct, and I can't, that's another issue I have. Here, I asked him several times, can you move your trailers off my property so I can put a fence around it?
Yeah.
Nope, not gonna happen. So that's what I'm saying, he believed that he's above the law. So these laws are meant to protect these residents and me.
Sir, do you know who owns the other finger? That's-
On the other
It's like-
side,
it's like
I don't know.
3 lots.
There's like 3 of them there.
Right in here.
That's,
It's a different owner.
Con,
Owns all three of them.
J-H-A-N.
Mahmood.
yeah, that's mine right there. That's me and my wife's.
You're James
Ali
Davis.
Mahmood.
Go to the east. To
No,
the east.
it's right there, you gotta pull it up, you gotta outline. That's me, my wife and I.
No, I understand you own that piece. I was just curious who
The
owns
three
We're
to
just curious
the
what the
east.
other 3 fingers were.
There's,
And I must add.
Three
too,
to
as
the
well,
east.
there's
There's 3 parcels to the east.
Yeah, there's 3 together. Yeah, that's
Is that
it.
one, Chris? Pasco never showed.
No, but it sure is.
Sure it looks like.
It is.
Yeah.
Can I add something else real quick?
Aerial
As
determination,
well?
that's definitely what.
It came to my understanding that when the push a plan out, you have to give letters, you have to send letters out to everyone that owns property in the area. And it was a meeting in June 26th, I believe y'all was at. I didn't get a letter. And it wasn't, and I believe that it wasn't done on like it was a mistake. I believe that it was on purpose because like you see right here, I'm the person that's going to be most affected by the decisions that you guys made. Because I'm right there. That's my property right there.
All right. I
I'm
see
in
it.
the X. That's me. And the guy says he knows people in high places to get things done. I'm not one of the guys. I'm just an average Joe, work for his family, and take care of my kids. I'm doing the right thing. I could be doing a lot of things that I shouldn't supposed to be doing, but I choose to do the right thing to take care of my family. And this is something that we wanted to build a house on, but look. So I please do your
I
job.
appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
appreciate you being here.
Sir, just out of curiosity, if you didn't get notice, how did you know to attend this meeting?
How did I know the tennis minute? Pasco County sent a letter to our house, and I had called, I believe him. I called him, what's his name, Irving? Rob Irving, Mr. Rob Irving. I had called him because I got the letter in the mail. So when I got the letter in the mail, I'm like, what the? That's how, I'm like, what's going on? So I called him, he sent me an email. Luckily, he was very nice and respectful. He sent me an email with everything that was going on. So I had clicked on one of the PDFs, and they said they had a meeting at June 26th. I like, why I didn't get a letter? And then that's when he informed me that the applicant is supposed to send out the letters to everyone. And I go out there, I mow the property, because that's something what I like to do too, to get away from the hustle, the bustle from every day to calm my mind down. I take joy in that, just hopping on the zero turn and mowing and calm my mind down. So.
Okay, but you did get notice of this meeting?
Yeah, I got notice of this meeting. That's the reason why I showed up. But the meeting at June 26th.
The neighborhood meeting?
I didn't. The neighborhood meeting, I didn't, because I would have voiced my opinion because, like I say, this is going to affect me and my family.
Well, I don't want you to think that you're not being heard because you're voicing your opinion today, and this is the body that matters, and the Board of County Commissioners. So
Okay.
even if you had gotten notice of the other meeting, that would have just been a meeting with the applicant.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how much he would have listened to you anyway.
Okay.
So,
Like I didn't know, it's all new to me. I ain't never been in this type of situation.
You're at the right meeting.
You're talking to the right people.
Okay. I've never been in these situations where I'm talking in front of a podium. I never been in this situation, so I really don't know the process, but I know that pretty much try to live the American dream. Work hard, take care of your family.
So we want, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all I'm trying to do.
I wanted to be clear that even though you didn't get that other notice, you're being heard because this is the people that you need to talk to, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, and like you said, he said that he know people in high places, and I guess he got a lot of money. I don't know, I just want to take care of my family, do the right thing.
Okay.
I hope y'all guys do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mims, we're only allowed to come up one time, so if you got something else to say, send your right-hand helper there.
Going off the list?
Varying from the list.
I think I was sworn in because I didn't.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes. My name is Kathy Mims. I live at 7441 US Highway 98, South Kathleen, Florida. But we're in Pasco County. I don't have my phone yet, do. Okay, so what he forgot to say was there is a Progress Energy has a 30-foot easement all the way starting at 98 going 54. And there's like 1,429 feet of that they came in and they bought property from all of us, the easement, and they're telling us you can't do this, you can't do that. So his driveway, I'm assuming for this truck stop, would try to come out over that easement. So I don't know if that would be an issue or not. Another thing is about the truck stop. Our issue is, you have prostitution, you have drugs, you have homeless people because they can have showers and, water showers. They can go take a bath, hang out in the woods or, whatever they want to do. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
See, Mr. Mims, you forgot all the important stuff. Come on, you guys can do better than that.
Mr. Chair, the last person that is signed up to speak on this item is James Jenkins.
Then that's who we should have started with. Okay, nobody else wants to speak? Okay. The applicant would like to come back and answer any questions? He gets a chance to come back and answer your questions.
I really like this, first and foremost, to say that these are all very nice folks. We had a meeting, by memory, we probably had 50 people there, and they were very respectful, and we had a good discussion. And I respect them for being here, and they've stuck around for a long time. It's been hard for them, and we appreciate your time. What I heard mostly was about water issues. You guys have talked about water issues all day. Staff report says, of course, if and when you move forward, you'll have to go to SWIFMA, have to go to your agencies. You're going to have to review all that. I do have mappings that we submitted that don't show this as a flood area. There are some wetlands. Those are all going to be delineated and worked through if and when this moves forward on a site planning level for the uses that could be permissible. I think you spent a lot of time here today.
You said that the applicant did not want to submit for a PD because of the cost of doing the plan. If that's true, how are they going to be able to incur the cost of doing a site plan, putting in parking, drainage, all of the things that our land development code requires?
The best answer I can give you, Mr. Goldstein, is that with any of these applications, you make an evaluation as to where you're going to best spend your money. And not all the applicants have all the money in the world or big corporations or big companies, and we see a lot of those come through. So preparing PDs from scratch, from surveying, are extremely expensive. Requires, I won't beat a dead horse, you all know, requires a tremendous amount of professionals in a lot of different areas and can be exorbitantly expensive. So I always make a determination as to how to best approach an issue. And the best answer I can give you again is that I did see this as a difficult issue. And rather than moving forward with exorbitant cost, developing plans from square one, we chose to move forward with the land use amendment. That is the best answer I can give you, sir. Sure, if we could wave a magic wand and come forward with specific plans with uses, that would be a possibility. But that, in this case, our evaluation was different. You may choose different in your opinion, and I would respect that. But that's, again, third time best answer I can give you, sir.
Well, Mr. Pressman, I appreciate the respectful way in which you presented your case.
Thank you, sir.
And that you've treated these people. And we'll come to a conclusion here. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members.
no, I'm sorry, buddy. You only get one bite at the apple.
So, can I ask staff one more question? Can I ask staff a question? So, is the property currently in violation? I mean, I know that it's possible that things got put on hold so he could seek this land use amendment, but my question is it currently in violation of the code? Do they have commercial vehicles parked there and or signage that would be a violation of our code today?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay, well, I'm asking staff, the answer is yes?
Yes, I was at the subject site yesterday.
David, I believe there's a code officer here who might be able to testify to that as well.
Well, that would be even best.
Okay.
Can we get the code officer to, if he's out here all day, we might as well get him there.
Gotta get your mile.
Los Fiscarelli, Pasco County Code Compliance, and I have been sworn in.
So the question is the property currently in violation of the code?
Full disclosure, if those vehicles are sitting there right now, yes, it is in violation of the code.
And based on your last inspection of the property?
I've never even seen this property. I'm here because I was told to be a representative of my department. I don't know anything about this particular case.
But you're saying that this, if the condition is what's shown there, it would be a violation?
That would be a violation, yes, sir.
What's the violation?
Permitted use violation for doing, zoning violation of permitted use.
What, can you tell me
Because the property
more
is not zoned to
specifically?
have truck storage on it, and if truck storage is on it, that would be a violation of the code. It's a zoning violation.
Well, so question, so if it's, this property's zoned what today?
AR?
It's AR. But, okay, and I'm not.
Sir, you can't be
I'm just
yelling
asking
from
it.
let.
I'm asking a question, if he's practicing agriculture and has a truck on the site, is he in violation?
So there are specific limitations. It would have to be, and the verbiage escapes me right now as you ask that question, but storing those vehicles would not qualify. You have to have an agricultural process. You've got to be physically loading, your own oranges onto your own truck.
Understood.
So if I could read from the initial code ordinance violation, it specifically stated that, and I quote, operation of a commercial trucking company, the Tampa Heavy Haul LLC, registered on property not zoned for commercial vehicles more than 10, parking commercial vehicles used for commercial business on AR property, a permitted use violation. No business tax receipt on file for the address as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And that kind of goes to the crux of, we're talking about watersheds and utilities and things like that. But, my bigger issue, I think, is with the character of the applicant. From what I was able to surmise from a kind of a timeline here, the initial violation occurred 10/21/21. The applicant met with our planning zoning department and had a pre-app appointment with them with a disapproval at that pre-app appointment on 2/8/22. They were issued a second code enforcement violation on 10/21/22 and issued a $50,000 fine with an arraignment date set on 12/9/22. And prior to that, somewhere in between then, they made the application that we're hearing today in November. Part of what we have to consider when we approve something is whether or not they're going to be a good neighbor to the people around them. And, I have a photograph here that was taken on 10/21/22 on that second violation. that is actually advertising for storage of all types of vehicles, RVs, boats, and trucks. It's right there. I think it's on 54. And so that doesn't scream to me as somebody that's going to act like a good neighbor and be helpful. And I think we heard some of that testimony from some of the people who came up about how they've been and how they've acted towards those people. So that's the biggest problem I have. I make a motion that we agree with staff's recommendation for denial on this.
I will second that, and I'll say that, you know, just to my colleague's point, I mean, they've got a very defined website that's up here. They're clearly advertising their business as operating out of this, clearly not in compliance with our code, so I will fully second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Making a motion to approve the denial, right?
To approve
Yes,
the denial.
To recommend denial.
Staff's recommendation.
We're recommending denial.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm gonna support the approval to deny this thing, but I mean, I feel terrible for this guy. I mean, he's got cars. I mean, what's his remedy? I mean, how does he go about getting these trucks that are not even legally parked on his property?
Well,
I mean, they're parked
he
on his
probably
property.
has a trespass action against.
Okay, thank you,
I mean,
Mr. President.
if this is still occurring, I mean, I can't represent him because he's gonna find his own lawyer, but if he found a lawyer, he could probably sue him for trespass. I mean, that's clearly, he's trespassing on his property.
Gotcha.
So,
you guys
I
can't
just
solve
had a
that
quick
problem.
question.
And I gotta tell you, I'm gonna be voting right along with the motion, but if he were to reapply, this business of these cutouts and this gentleman's property over here, you'd be forever ruining that gentleman's property. If you ever want to come back here, you either need to figure out how you're going to square it off and leave his property alone, or you better figure out how to make him the deal of the century and buy him and Mahmoud's property over here. What could they ever possibly do with that property if we were to leave that AR residential, AR, and you do common IL around there? That is thoughtless. That's truly thoughtless.
I just had a quick question.
Motion on the floor.
Yeah, just what happens next in this? If it's going to be denied, and then what happens as far as proceedings from what's going on now for these
Well, I mean,
homeowners?
if they want to proceed with it, it goes to the board, and the board, I mean.
Yeah, but I mean.
Staff makes a recommendation, you all make a recommendation, the board makes the final decision.
Right. But what I'm.
Unless they decide to withdraw the application.
Going forward, how do they get this guy out of here, for lack of a better word?
Well, so if this is denied, I suspect that, and he doesn't come into compliance, meaning remove the vehicles, then he could be cited again, and code enforcement would.
Fined.
He would be fined.
And those fines could be laid against the property and action be taken against.
Well, I don't know that we do liens, but ultimately, if he disobeys a court order, he could go to jail.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I didn't get you guys a wall, but, you know.
You don't need a wall. You have to vote. I think
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. We're done.
Presentation.
We have a
Presentation on the Luchi.
Yeah, we're not leaving yet. We're just done with that. We need Roberto.
You got a presentation.
Oh, Luchi, okay. Oh, Terry, you gonna make a presentation? Terry, you're making a presentation? Okay, and then Roberto's after you.
You tell him 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, you need to go outside or we're gonna have you arrested.
If you could go outside, please.
Go over to Beefs and party. Terry, chaos in here. What's going on?
Come on. I'm just waiting for the presentation.
Okay, if we can have everybody's attention. We got 2 more presentations.
2?
2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mind if I eat?
This last presentation for tonight is the presentation for the Greater Luchi Community Plan. This has been a planning effort that was originally commissioned by the Board of County Commissioners, I believe in August of 2021, in which the Board of County Commissioners requested that the Planning and Development Department go forth and produce a non-binding concept plan that discussed the issues and ideas and the concerns and solutions of the Luchi community, which is up in the northeast part of Pasco County. We were approved for that project after we were commissioned to do it. We brought it back, the scope of work, etc. Board of County Commissioners initiated that project in the springtime of 2022. And then 3 public workshops occurred over the course of a 6-month period between August of 2022 and March of 2023. And the feedback that was received from the community basically could be broken down into 3 parts, and that's part of the plan that you can see as part of your attachments. The 3 focus areas were community investments, economic stability, and in organization and collaboration. So in terms of the community investment strategies that were discussed by the community in the Luchi area, or in the Greater Luchi area rather, the first set of strategies identify the investments to improve and expand key public facilities, services, and programs within the study area. And the second set of strategies in the community investments part of the plan discuss how county staff can take action to revise the comprehensive plan, land development code, and provide various incentives for the private sector to flourish within the study area. Which leads us then into the economic stability section of the plan itself, where the focus there is elevating the earning potential of residents and establishing a more economically viable community, essentially wealth generation for the area. And then finally, how to organize and go about collaborating with area residents, with the various institutions that are out there, along with the county and other organizations like with the Luchi River Electric, etc. And other community organizations and nonprofit groups that are out there as well. So in terms of the plan itself, it's organized in this way to discuss community investments, economic stability, and organization collaboration to see the plan through to fruition. And it's going to give us an estimated time frame for what the consultants at least thought would take for us to do this work, or at least a prescribed time frame. The estimated cost in terms of what's a low-hanging fruit versus a higher-hanging fruit, and then all the various potential partners that may be involved in working out the details of the plan. And this slide is useful to simply illustrate the priority strategies that are discussed in the Greater Luchi Community Plan. Here you have an image of sort of a Gantt chart that shows at what time it might be appropriate to advance some of these priority strategies. Oops, not sure what happened. But suffice it to say that the county and the community, essentially the implementing departments of the county are generally in charge, so to speak, to make adjustments to the Gantt chart and move things forward and slide things back as may be needed and as may be determined as we go forward with the plan. So we don't have to necessarily keep to that. It's just a prescribed time frame. The plan itself looks like this. I'm going to go through a number of slides. I'm not going to go through all the different strategies because there are many, but essentially there are strategies that are depicted on the left, followed by the time frame. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, followed by the time frame indication there, whether it's a short, medium, or long-term idea. Followed by the estimated cost. Is it a lower hanging fruit, $1 sign, versus a higher hanging fruit where you have double or triple dollar signs. And then all of the different agencies that might be involved in establishing or following through on that strategy. One of the things that this plan does is it helps to consolidate the different ideas that have existed over the years and actually identifies who the key partners and players are in the implementation of the plan, because as you know, over time, staff changes, people change. Somebody who may have been very instrumental in advancing a strategy maybe left and there was no one there to pick it up and follow through. When someone comes in to follow through with the plan, they'll know exactly who they need to talk to advance the various strategies. Some more ideas here in terms of community investments. And again, I'm not going to go through all of the different strategies. I'm just showing you and illustrating the plan itself. This is all now part of the public record, so people can inspect the plan and provide any feedback that they want to the planning department over the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks here. This is the economic stability section, and then again, the organization and collaboration section. And then finally, this is the actual vision map for the Greater Luchi community area, and you'll notice, maybe the batteries are dying on this. What you'll notice is there's a number of numerical identifiers sprinkled throughout the map. They're illustrating the high points or the main points of the vision map where we can align the future strategies and future development potential within the area to help the Greater Luchi community area experience the wealth generation that the plan talks about.
So what's the impetus for the wealth generation? What you have is a town that died because it was built around an industry,
yep,
and the industry left. The industry died because of other factors. So what's the impetus for the wealth generation?
So this part of the county is one of the poorest parts of Pasco County.
I'm sorry.
One of the poorest parts of Pasco County.
Right.
In terms of resources and individual wealth as well. And it's also a large section of this plan is also part of the East Market area, which as part of the East Market area, the East Market area identifies the need for redevelopment. It's got similar, it's not the same strategies.
Right. So what I'm asking is, what's the impetus for that? What's going to spur this redevelopment? What industry's coming in here? I mean, this is a pretty simple formula, and this goes back to my comments at the last, when we had the presentation on the 2050 comp plan. I mean, things don't happen just because we draw a pretty colorful map. They happen because something's happened there, and it's a very simple formula that's proven, time-tested, and true. With transportation, with major transportation comes industry. Industry means jobs. Jobs means roofs. Roofs means retail and other businesses. It's no different in Luchi, it's no different in New York City, it's no different in Chicago. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so I go and I pave a couple of roads, and we've known that there's been bad roads up there. This isn't the first time we've looked at this area and talked about how horrible the roads are. Why? So the roads got fixed. What's the impetus to generate wealth in Luchi? I haven't seen that in the plan.
So there's a number of area activities or developments that are taking place. First off, I'll start off with the FDOT improvements of US 98 and 301. Those roadways are being widened by FDOT. Additionally, the Office of Economic Growth has been working with various industry to move into the number 6 on the plan there, the One Luchi Business Center. So
what types of industry?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall. It is industrial in scope, but they have been working to bring industry where there's an actual rail spur that comes off the rail line, the CSX line that's right there. So industry is coming into Luchi. The other thing that I'll mention is that just north of the Pasco County line in Hernando County has recently approved the entitlements for perhaps one of their most intense planning and what do they call it? Planned development districts in their entire county, and it's just north of this site. So on State Road 50 and I-75. And so there's a lot of interest being generated just to the north of Pasco County in Hernando County. And so one of the ideas here is, okay, we're getting this transportation infrastructure built up in the area. How can we help capitalize on the interest in the area, bring some of that here into Pasco County on the Pasco County side, recognizing that there are comprehensive plan.
What I'm saying is, I agree with that industry can come around the transportation, the widening of roads. Some may say it's good, some may say it's not, but if we're trying to attract jobs in industry, yeah, that's good, and the CSX railroad is a good benefit. So are we doing anything to promote that? In other words, are we creating a land use plan by where, what, here, this area? Is the commission going to rezone areas to IL and IH along the railroad and along the intersection of these highways to allow job producing uses, or are we going to wait for each property owner to come in individually? How does that work?
It's probably a mixture of both. I mean, right now we're going into the writing phase of the Pasco 2050 Comprehensive Plan Update, where we will be digging deep into the future land use element and identifying what needs to actually change and respond to the marketplace, and based on the input that we receive from the public and from appointed and elected officials. And I think there will also be a part of the equation that's going to require people, or that is going to actually ask of us to wait for people to do what they want to do out here. So if somebody wants to do IL, they'll have to come in and ask that. I would say that at this point in the game, perhaps, one thought that we've contemplated internally in planning and development is that we should probably allow for the marketplace to tell us where the IL wants to go, understanding that there's some potential sites even in this area here that could accommodate what was identified to us, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council industrial study. This area does have some of those IL type properties, although it's mostly agriculture.
Yeah, and I see the potential for that. So then the question, the next question is, so how do you balance that with, and I know she's not allowed to come up and make a comment, but Ms. Hazelwood said at the outset of the meeting, you know, she's happy that the first recommendations keep it rural, but we're here talking about how to try to make it industrial. So how do we rectify that conundrum there?
Well, that's going to have to be an ongoing discussion, I think, between the community and policymakers. As I see it, the East Market area in particular, it's, as I mentioned earlier this evening, it's a market area that's a little more than rural, right? The North Market area, which is where most of northeast rural Pasco County is located in, calls out the rural character of the North Market area. It doesn't call itself a rural market area, but it does recognize the rural nature that exists and that proliferates the North Market area. The East Market area talks about redevelopment and is something more than a rural area. It's got small towns in it that need redevelopment. Dade City and Zephyr Hills are in the East Market area. This Luchi, the point of work. The Luchi area in particular, as an old city that I guess at one point became unincorporated again, is actually in the East Market area zone. You can kind of see that orange outline on the map. That's actually the TIF boundary, Tax Increment Financing District. But it roughly runs along the same boundary as the East Market area boundary. Within that boundary area, you will find future land use categories that are far more intense than rural future land use categories. anything between Res 3 and all the way up to Res 9. I think there's even there may be a Res 12 in there somewhere. So the intensities that are in the East Market area aren't exactly commensurate to the Northeast rural. And so there may need to be some reordering of the map a little bit to take the East Market area into better consideration if we're looking at potentially redeveloping the Luchi area specifically.
Jerry, I'm sorry, could I interrupt you just for a minute, because we've got an urgent need to leave, and I know Roberto
Yes.
wants to say something before he leaves, so.
Yeah, I'm done with the presentation.
Are you? Oh, okay.
But if there's any feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I think really from a feedback standpoint, obviously, Terry, there's a lot of work that's gone into this. I'm interested to see it continue to evolve and see things moving forward. I mean, I think you guys put a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
It's a nice document.
I would, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way. I'm somewhat skeptical of the firm that prepared the report, or maybe the qualifications of whomever prepared the report.
Let me let him get his out of the way.
Leave and then you can continue
Yes.
with your skepticism.
Hold on, just hold on a second.
I'll hit
Roberto,
pause on that really quick.
Roberto, please come up and do what you.
I'll do the presentation.
Oh, okay, okay.
So October is National Community Planning Month, and because it's National Community Planning Month, I wanted to recognize a very important person to the planning program and the planning process here in Pasco County. He happens to be sitting on the dais right now, Mr. David Goldstein.
All right.
He does a lot of work for the Planning and Development Department. He works for the county attorney's office, yes, but the Planning and Development Department is very grateful to Mr. Goldstein for all of his help over the years, because he's been doing this for many years. We have internal to our department what we call a Service Excellence Award. It's given to our staff when they undergo difficult circumstances or and excel in their work for prolonged periods of time. And sometimes it can be difficult working with planning, not gonna lie. But we're very appreciative of Mr. Goldstein's help, and I just wanted to present the certificate and our coin here to Mr. David Goldstein.
Along with the check for $10,000.
So thank you, Terry. You did not have to do this, and
See what you would have missed?
I'm glad I didn't leave. But I want to apologize to the planning department, because I will admit that sometimes I act more like a planner than a lawyer. But that isn't obvious from some of my comments at Planning Commission, and so I will apologize for wearing a dual hat, but I appreciate the recognition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Well deserved.
Thank you so much. And so I also want to apologize for having to leave. I did want to hear everybody's comments on the plan, but John's fully capable of making those comments without me here, so.
Yeah.
You've
got a long drive.
My wife and kids are going to kill me if I stay.
He's got to go to Tallahassee, so.
Thank you, David.
Bye.
All right, thank you again.
See you, buddy.
I'm getting at some of the recommendations in the report. I mean, one of the recommendations is build a grocery store. Well,
Dave.
I'm not sure who wrote that, or if they have any experience in the development business, but if there were a population with the median household income there to support a grocery store, there would be one. And you can go down and you can call Publix and you can call Aldi and you can call Kroger, and here's all their site selection criteria you can give to the planners. But until there's 20,000 people in 2 miles and they have a median household income of 50,000 and up, there's not going to be a grocery store. Maybe you might get Save-A-Lot, but you still need the 20,000 people. They'll just do less than $50,000. But that kind of recommendation, that just tells me that person has no experience in how a community develops. I think you got to question when you start to see recommendations like that. And the redevelopment of Luchi is not going to be spurred on, in my opinion, because we host a farmer's market. All right? I mean, we need some serious proposals. I think the things about rail and the transportation, these are all things that are going to bear fruit if they're marketed properly. And of course, you may have to fight the residents down there about that, but pronouncements of, you know, we're gonna build a grocery store there, no, we're not. And I can tell you that the mayor of the city you came from ain't gonna build one there either. He thinks he's gonna, but it ain't gonna happen. Or if it does, it's bound to fail, so.
I know it was mentioned too, it's, you know, it's well within the northeast rural area overlay, and so, you know, there's a lot of folks that protect that tooth and nail, so, you know, I think it makes sense probably to amend that for redevelopment of Luchi, but that's just something to bear in mind as you're going forward, that there's probably gonna be some opposition to that too.
Just about anything we do, there's opposition.
Well, that's true, yeah, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a fine balance here. I
It's a
mean,
fine
obviously,
balance.
the intent is, I mean,
You have to have
everybody
a-
knows what the intent is.
have
and
to have a
everybody
vision,
is for
you
that,
know.
it's just, those are
Agreed,
just constructive
but-
comments, that's
But
all.
I'm just saying it needs to be based in reality, and there are things in the report which I think are based in reality. You have a railroad as a resource that you need to figure out how to capitalize upon that
Yes,
resource.
spur on that railroad,
Yes.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good effort, so, thank you.
Yeah, Terry, thank you. Thank you. And everybody who worked on it.
Hard work.
Okay. So do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All right. Denise says we can leave.